Ka-chow! Yes, everybody, welcome back. Day 2 here at Donington Park, and it's a little bit chilly, I've got to be honest, this morning. But what's going to be hot is the on-track action. Delighted to say, got a very special guest joining us as well. Paul O'Neill is here. He's going to be taking the reins on commentary and interviewing the drivers for the Miltek Civic Cup and TCR, 2 TCR races and 2 Civic Cup races coming up. A total of 14 races, wall-to-wall action today is going to be something special. Starting with the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Wilf Butler taking the win, of course, yesterday. Josh Salvador here was right in the mix. But a penalty, unfortunately, scuppered things a little bit. I wonder if we can just have a... Sorry, guys. You go through tactics there, and I've rudely just jumped in. Josh, we just spoke a little bit off camera, actually, didn't we? Yesterday was going well until a penalty sort of put paid to everything, really.
Yeah, I mean, we had a couple of issues. Like, the first 2 or 3 laps, we were pulling out quite a nice big gap, and it was getting quite comfortable. And then, all of a sudden, as the track started coming to us, we found a couple of problems with the car.
Yeah.
We started just understeering completely, like, off the track, and I just fell all the way down to 4th, and then in doing that I also got a 5-second penalty, so it didn't help.
Well, you're in a good place now. We're going to make amends for it now in this race, aren't we? But it looks a bit greasy out here.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we'll get quite a bit of space on the green flag lap just to try and ease into the conditions and see what the track's like.
Top man, Josh, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck out there, really do. Thank you for that. Let's just move around. There's Laura. Morning, Laura.
Morning.
Let's go around. Let's grab Lewis Stannard here as well. Had a good day yesterday on the podium as well. How you doing? You're right.
I'm alright, mate.
Lewis, how are you? You feeling good? It was a good day yesterday, actually, for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was alright. P2, and P5 in quali yesterday, which we were really happy with. Yeah. And then yesterday, obviously, we got first podium, which we're over the moon with. It's great.
It was difficult conditions yesterday. Scott sort of similar as well. I take it kind of suits your style a bit then.
Yeah, definitely. I'm always, since karting, I've been good in the wet, so I guess it's transitioned into cars and we're there.
Excellent, top man. Look, best of luck for today. I appreciate it. Let's move down. How you doing? All right. Let's keep going down. I did want to find we've got Jonathan Moore over here. Of course, he was racing in the Junior Saloons last season. Let's just grab a quick word. If I've just walked right in front of Liz Marie J's camera there. Jonathan, it's good to see you again. Welcome back. It's a few memories from your time in the JSCC up here right now.
Yeah, it's quite weird to be standing in assembly and not being in one of the cars. Obviously, it's what I've known for the past 2.5 years. So yeah, bit of a half coaching role for today. Charlie Hand has been coaching MRM for the weekend. I'll leave him to it, but I'll still contribute where I can. And yeah, like I said, feels weird to be back here, but
a big year for you coming up. Tell everybody what you're doing.
So we'll be in the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB in GT4 Cayman, so looking forward to it. Media Day on Tuesday and Silverton on Wednesday, both with Crow Cup, so looking forward to getting the livery out there, getting back out of track. It's been a while since I've been in a car, but yeah.
Take this as a compliment. You don't look old enough to drive a Saxo, let alone a Porsche.
Yeah, it's the opportunities I've been given are, the people involved, I can't thank them enough. You know, to be 16 and racing a GT4 car, 150 odd grand Porsche. To even have done this, it was great. Yeah. Let alone, I never would have foreseen myself in a Porsche at such a young age. So really thankful for sponsors, parents, everyone involved.
Well, it's really good to see you again, mate. Best of luck. We will be watching. Remember Jonathan Moore. Remember that name. Let's keep her moving down a little bit further, shall we, as well. I can't possibly comment on what I was doing at 16 years old. Right, let's just move down a little bit further towards the back end of the grid, shall we? Who have we got here? We've got Swatton, the number 27. We've got Matthew here. Let's jump in with Matthew and have a quick chat. Matthew, do you like the greasy conditions here today?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I did some testing in the dry on Friday and then did some wet practice yesterday. So yeah, I'm actually looking forward to it.
Fantastic. The whistle's gone. I'm going to have to let you guys go. It is time to go racing for the Junior Saloons. The marshals have blown the whistle. First race of the day. The first race of 14. It's time to go racing. Dave, over to you. Enjoy.
Well, thank you very much, Ian. Yes, good morning, ladies and gents, and welcome to day 2 here on BARC TV from Donington Park, the home of motorsport in the Midlands. A damp and rather murky and misty morning. Just a little bit of clear up needed after one car went off at the end of the qualifying session we had this morning for the MG Owners Club Championship. A very big field of them here today, but the first race of 14 today is about to make its way to the grid. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action for the majority of today's races. We'll see Paul O'Neill and Andy McEwen taking you through the TCR UK and Miltek Civic Cup races a little later on. Junior Saloons kick us off then with their second of 3 races this weekend. We've got a full programme from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club as well. Their pre-66 category for the oldest cars here will be their first race. Then it'll be over to the TCRs with Andy and Paul. 4 championships in 1 for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club next up, including the awesome Super Tourers. We have 2 races today for the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates Racing Club, 1 each for each of their classes, Sigma 135 and Sigma 150. The Thunder Saloons will be good, the Classic Thunder and Historic Thunder cars, some of the most powerful cars we have here this weekend. And of course the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship with their biggest entry in many years, over 30 cars here for them today. We kick off with the Junior Saloon cars, 14 to 16-year-old drivers in identical Citroen Saxo VTRs. And the grid for this race was set by the second fastest time for each driver in the qualifying session yesterday. So it's Josh Salvadori in pole position in the Lightning McQueen lookalike alongside number 19 Lewis Stannard. Second row Luca Maserati, last year's Rookie of the Year in car number 46 alongside number 80 Ollie Smith. Row 3, yesterday's winner, number 70 Wilf Butler, taking his first ever win yesterday alongside treble 2 of Ollie Kerr. Row 4, 26 Louis Austin and 87 Leon Holly, completing the top 10. 448 Kyle Wells, and the scholarship winner over the winter, Cornwall's number 14 Martin Wright. Row 6, 23 Max Scharfegger, fought back well after a tangle with Kyle Wells coming out of the old hairpin in yesterday's race alongside number 7 Joe Wood. Penultimate row, 27 Matthew Swatton in the Kersley racing car alongside 42 Sherry-Ann Powell, and the final row is 35 Tom Algar and treble 3 of Lexi Powell. Despite wet conditions, all 16 cars finished yesterday's race. It was Wilf Butler who took the victory. He finished 3.7 seconds clear of Luca Maserati, with Lewis Stannard completing the podium. Josh Salvadori was fighting for the lead most of the way through, but he got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits and was dropped to 5th in the final classification. Pretty blustery conditions here at Donington today. It was very foggy early this morning, but that has now cleared. It is still a bit misty out there though here on the national circuit at Donington today. Just under 2 miles in length. Cars heading down the Craner curves on their green flag lap, headed by the all-red machine of Josh Salvadori, who's the pre-season favourite for the championship this year at JSCC. He was 3rd in the points last year behind Harry Smith and Jonathan Moore, who we just heard from. Lewis Stannard was a little further down the points. Luca Maserati was 4th in last year's points and was the Rookie of the Year. Was a superb 2nd with some good round the outside moves at Redgate Corner in yesterday's race. Oh, we've got a car spinning off already there. Lexi Powell has gone into the gravel at the old hairpin while trying to warm her tyres up. Oh dear. So Lexi's race could be over before it's begun there. Unfortunately, she's in the gravel trap, and with only front wheel drive, I don't think she'll get out of there. Well, there is Lexi Powell, the daughter of Stephen Powell, the British truck racer. He'll be here in his race truck in August for Convoy in the Park. And the truck racing season begins at Brands Hatch on Easter weekend. We'll be there to cover that event. But sadly, it looks like Lexi may well be a non-starter in this race. She just lost the back end of the car coming through the old hairpin. The marshal's going to try and give her a push. She did compete in 1 or 2 events last year. Unfortunately had an accident at Pembrey which curtailed her debut season. So we'll bring the cars up to the grid. There may be a delay to the start here. while that car is removed. We'll just wait and see what the marshals and clerk of the course plan to do here. So while we see if there'll be a delay to the start here, quick hello to a few of our commenters early on the stream here. Hello to Back of the Net 07, was here yesterday at the old hairpin. He says can't wait for the Civics. Hi to Mecca Good, to Jonesy, to Carl Brownsell. I'm sure his daughter Holly's watching with him as well. We've seen her for her cycling exploits around the UK circuits in the past. Duncan Coulton watching in Tunisia. But it's a bit warmer there than it is here at Donington today. So Lexi Powell's car is towed away. She'll be a non-starter. She'll get another chance later on. The Junior Saloons have 3 races this weekend. They've got another one at around 4 p.m. today. Was caught out, I think, by the slippery conditions there coming through the old hairpin. It was very, very wet here at Donington in the second half of day 1 yesterday. Quick hello to Ethan Guest, who says, go Matthew Swatton. One of our debutants today, the man from Buckingham in the Kersley Motorsport car. We heard from him very briefly in the assembly area. Done a lot of his karting at Daytona, Milton Keynes before moving to cars this year. Now, with this delay, the drivers are being spoken to by the marshals. I wonder if we will get another green flag lap here. We'll wait and see. Because of this delay, the tyres will have gone cold again. So the red car of Josh Salvadori in pole, the Lightning McQueen car. Should be number 95, shouldn't he, really? Lewis Stannard, the grey, red and white car alongside him. And there's a rather disconsolate looking Lexi Powell. Great shame for Lexi. She drove well in yesterday's race. Finished a lap down, but managed to complete the race in the dire wet conditions. The rain arrived just in time for the JSCC race yesterday. I think for the past 12 months there hasn't been an event in British motorsport that hasn't been affected by the weather, has there? Well, the klaxon sounds, so the track is clear. Now, are we going to get another green flag lap? I would expect so with the delay. Or is the race going to start? I would imagine the tyres are a little cold by now. We are going to get another green flag lap, I can tell you. They're moving off now. So we're down to 15 cars for the second attempts. That's our second race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon cars. A reminder of the lineup: Josh Salvadori and Lewis Stannard on the front row. Row 2, Luca Maserati and Ollie Smith. Third row is yesterday's winner Wilf Butler alongside Ollie Kerr. Row 4, Louis Austin and Leon Holly. Row 5, Kyle Wells and Martin Wright. Row 6, Max Scharfigger and Joe Wood. Row 7, Matthew Swatton and Sherry-Ann Powell. And Tom Algar will now be on his own on the back row. Fairly rapid green flag lap here. Don't get too enthusiastic, the race hasn't started just yet. We head up through McLean's and Coppice. Out of Coppice and it's down the Exhibition Straights, where the Dunlop Bridge used to be, and into the Roberts Chicane, named after Robert Fennell, who did so much for this circuit over the years, the man who reopened Donington almost 50 years ago now. Marshall's bringing the drivers into line on the grid. Then a big thanks to the Orange family as ever. Couldn't go racing without our volunteer marshals. Quick hello to James Sherrington, who says good luck to the Vinner Sport team and good luck to Joe Wood racing my old car, he says. Yes, James Sherrington's ex-JSCC racer. Good to see some of the alumni keeping in touch. Joe Wood in James's old car, the number 7 car, towards the back of the lineup. Okay, the green flag waves at the back of the grid then. Time to go racing here at Donington Park, the first of a very busy 14-race programme. Red lights are on, they go out now, and the junior saloon cars underway for their second race of the weekend. Great start by Josh Salvadori. Moving across is Lewis Stannard. Through to the middle of the circuit goes Luca Maserati with the black bonnets. 3 wide for second place, but Salvadori already clear as they go into Redgate Corner for the first time. Side by side for second place. Lewis Stannard and Luca Maserati almost lean on each other. Ollie Smith is side by side as well with, I think that's possibly Wilf Butler. Murky conditions, but thankfully drier than yesterday as they head down the Craner curves for the first time, and Salvadori is already several car lengths clear as they go towards the old hairpin for the first time. Luca Maserati up into second place. Wilf Butler going for the inside, up into fourth place ahead of Ollie Smith. Also in there is Louis Austin in the 26 car. They're all round the first half lap okay, and Salvadori already clearing off ahead of Maserati, Stannard, then a gap back to everybody else who is trying to be fourth. It's Wilf Butler who has fourth place at the moment. Up into McLean's they go. Luca Maserati looking for his first win. He had, I think it was 3 second places last year, but yet to take his first victory. Son of Piers Maserati, the former British GT champion. Most famous, despite the surname, for racing Porsches, the Maserati family over the years. Lewis Stannard in there in third position. Then we've got Wilf Butler. He and Stannard both finished outside the top 10 in last year's championship. And behind him it looks like it's Louis Austin. Then we've got Ollie Kerr and Ollie Smith, who's dropped a couple of spots back from his starting position. Through the Robert chicane for the first time onto the Wheatcroft straight, completing the first lap of this Sunday morning. Josh Salvadori it is who leads the way, the man from Chelmsford in Essex. Almost 1.5 seconds clear already of Maserati, then Stannard, Butler, and the car up into 5th place, in fact, is Kyle Wells, the 448, the ex-short oval man. Lewis Stannard to the inside, takes second place away from Maserati. Maserati gets the cut back on the inside out of Redgate and retakes P2. Good scrap developing between those two. Louis Austin, in fact, has dropped to 8th place, similarly coloured car to that of Kyle Wells, the Vinnersport car. Ollie Kerr in 6th, then Ollie Smith down to 7th. He's lost 3 places on that opening lap. Still pretty slippery through the old hairpin. No problem so far for Josh Salvadori. He leads the way by a clear margin up through Schwantz curve, named after motorcycle legend Kevin Schwantz, and up towards McLean's. 46 of Maserati, little bit sideways there, just slightly crossed up coming out of McLean's. Luca Maserati. Lewis Stannard chasing him down, trying to retake that second place. This is exactly what Josh Salvadori wants, because with everybody else battling behind him and losing time, he's able to pull away. Battle is joined for 4th position as well. Wilf Butler under pressure from Kyle Wells in the 448. Made his racing debut when he was in single digits in the Ninja Karts formula on the short tracks. Then a gap back to Ollie Kerr, the Simpson Race Exhaust sponsored car, the company owned by Matt Simpson, the former British touring car race winner. But these are the touring car stars of the future, battling it out here at Donington. Here comes Wilf Butler, attacking Lewis Stannard around the outside, tries to take P3 down towards Redgate. Looks like he's got the move done, indeed he has. Wilf Butler goes up to 3rd, looking for win number 2 of the weekend. Chasing Luca Maserati now, his right-hand wing mirror is hanging off. And now here comes Kyle Wells. He's got to run on the inside as they head towards the top of the Craner curves. Lewis Stannard being shuffled back. He said he pre-race that he's stronger in the wetter conditions, which showed yesterday. He's down to 5th. These 5 breaking away from the rest of the field. It's Ollie Kerr in 6th, then Ollie Smith. Louis Austin, Max Scharfegger and Leon Holly rounds out the top 10. Kyle Wells has done the fastest lap of the race, 133.991 for the number 448 car, the only car under 134 so far. And he's closing up on Wilf Butler. Up the hill towards Coppice. You can see it's a little bit foggy here at Donington Park this morning. Hopefully that'll clear as the day goes on. Wilf Butler's got to attack and defend at the same time. He's trying to close down on Maserati for second place, but he's got Kyle Wells closing him down in turn, and Stannard is still there as well. All playing into the hands of Josh Salvadori as he pulls away, trying to avoid a penalty in today's first race. Try and take his first win of the season. Out of the chicane. Over the line they go. There's Ollie Kerr, headlights ablaze in the background ahead of Ollie Smith. Rest of the pack will file through behind. Luca Maserati defending second place from Wilf Butler in the number 70. There is Stannard, the number 19, the Musketeer Motorsport car. Butler now on the bumper of Luca Maserati for that second place. Kyle Wells closing in, looking to improve on yesterday when he tangled with Max Scharfegger coming out of the old hairpin. They fought back to 7th and 8th places as Wilf Butler goes to the inside on the old hairpin. He goes through, but he's going to go wide on the exits, and Maserati sideways. He missed his chance there, and Kyle Wells could get both of them. Loss of momentum for Butler and Maserati. They both got sideways through the old hairpin, and Kyle Wells is going to say, well, if you're going to get crossed up, thank you very much, I'll go past both of you. Excellent from Kyle Wells. He's up into second place, and Lewis Stannard's having a go at Maserati as well now. Speaking to Piers Maserati, Lucas father, yesterday, he said they were having some handling issues with the 46 car in the lead up to race 1. They ironed them out for the first race in the wet where he finished second, but he seems to be struggling a bit with the handling again. Along the exhibition straight, Kyle Wells up into P2. Now, can he close down on Josh Salvadori? Kyle going for his first ever circuit racing win. Wilf Butler's there in P3, side by side for 4th. Lewis Stannard still side by side with Luca Maserati. They've been side by side almost since coming out of McLean's, but Maserati has held the place. Over the line they go. New fastest lap for Salvadori, 132.993. He's leading by 3.6 seconds now, and Kyle Wells is sideways. Oh, goodness me. A full power slide there through Redgate, and he's going to lose second place. Through goes Wilf Butler, up into P2. I really thought Kyle Wells was heading for the gravel trap there. Good save. Down to the right-hander at the old hairpin. Maserati 4th. 5th is Stannard. Going to gap back to Ollie Kerr, Ollie Smith, Louis Austin, Scharfegger, and Martin Wright, the scholarship winner, is up to 10th ahead of Sherry-Ann Powell. So Leon Holly's lost a couple of places. He's down to 12th. Then Matthew Swatton, Tom Algar, and finally Joe Wood. Up the hill towards Coppice. It's tricky. Double apex right-hander. You can't see that first apex as you turn in. It's a very tight and hard to handle corner, that one. Down the exhibition straight, this is the battle for 6th position, with Ollie Kerr being reeled in by Ollie Smith with the green headlamps, and behind them is Louis Austin. Just over 7 minutes of this race to go, so we're just past half distance. Another new fastest lap for Salvadori. He's got a 132.443 in the book now. Only car to lap under 1 minute 33, and here's the battle for second place. Butler, Wells, Maserati and Stannard absolutely together. Through Redgates. Kyle Wells, again the rear end steps out a little as they head down towards the old hairpin. Is anybody going to be tempted to make a move here this time? Down the hill, Wilf Butler holding second. Well, the winner of second place would see him leading the championship after 2 races provisionally. Kyle Wells on his tail. Past Starkey's Bridge, up through Schwann's Curve towards McLean's. Through McLean's, and Wilf Butler runs a little bit wide there onto the curb. over onto the painted tarmac. He doesn't want to do that too often. That's how Josh Salvadori got a penalty in yesterday's race for track limits. Stannard having a go at Maserati for 4th position. Out of Coppice. Onto the exhibition straights. Here's the pressure telling here for Wilf Butler with Kyle Wells right on his tail. Salvadori leads by over 6 seconds at the end of the previous lap. Through the Roberts chicane. They're starting to string out a little more now, I think, these four. 6.64 seconds down the lead. Not quite another fastest lap that time through for Salvadori. He was 0.3 of a second off his ultimate pace. Just over 5 minutes to go in this second race of 3 this weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Josh Salvadori has led all the way. There's Louis Austin, number 26. See the novice cross on the back of his Saxo there, the youngster in his first car racing weekend. A lot of these drivers, with it being the start of the season, making the move into car racing from karting for the first time. Some of them complete novices. Up the hill towards Schwantz Curve and McLean's. Wilf Butler runs wide again. He always seems to there, coming out of McLean's. Well, Josh Salvadori's gone out of sight of everybody else. He concentrates on the battles for the minor placings. Now, has Lewis Stannard got to run this time on Luca Maserati? Coming down to the chicane this time. Wilf Butler holding second ahead of Kyle Wells. They've pulled away from Ollie Kerr in 6th to the tune of nearly 3.5 seconds. Just catch a glimpse of Salvadori there. New fastest lap for Wilf Butler, 1:32.211. So he's starting to up the pace to try and reel in the leader, and Kyle Wells again. Sideways through red gates. Well, that's forced Maserati to go wide as he gathered it up again there, but Maserati goes around the outside, Lewis Stannard as well. Well, maybe Kyle Wells should consider a change of career from racing into drifting. He's down to 5th as a result of that mistake through red gates. He's fighting back on the outside into the old hairpin. He doesn't want to go wide there. There's gravel on the outside. He's on the bumper of Lewis Stannard. He's got the pace to get back alongside the 19 through Schwantz Curve. He's doing so. Can he get the move done by McLean's? It's all happening here, this fight for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Stannard will be late on the brakes for McLean's corner. Holds that 4th place. That's allowed Maserati through to 3rd. He's got away slightly, chasing Wilf Butler. They were 1st and 2nd yesterday, 2nd and 3rd today. This is great stuff. Down the exhibition straights. Now is the rain coming down again because Lewis Stannard had the wipers going there. Another new fastest lap for Josh Salvadori, 1:31.928. Well, I don't know about rain coming down. I think it's getting drier out there, in fact, because the lap times are getting quicker all the time. Everybody's doing personal bests on pretty much every lap. Wells down to 5th now. Maserati with the wing mirror hanging off, under fire from Lewis Stannard, who goes for the inside into Redgate. Good move by Lewis Stannard. Through he goes into P3, but is he going to outbrake himself on the exit? Maserati back to the inside. Through Hollywood into the Craner curves. And Luca Maserati back through into 3rd place. That's a good move as they drop down that roller coaster section of the circuits. Wells lurking into the old hairpin. Josh Salvadori is heading for victory. Less than 2 minutes to go now. Wilf Butler looks safe in 2nd now. The next 3 battling for 3rd. Going for the outside now, Lewis Stannard. Can he get a run here on the curbs on Luca Maserati? Now, you don't very often see moves around the outside into Coppice, so I don't think he'll be able to make that stick, and he's got to be mindful that Kyle Wells is there as well. Wells pops the nose onto the inside there, coming through Coppice corner. These 3 almost on top of each other. Look at this. This is terrific stuff. Maserati moves across to the inside. Kyle Wells thought about a move there on Stannard, but thinks better of it. Into the chicane. Less than a minute to go, so we are now on the last lap. Salvadori's away and gone. He's just in another fastest lap, 1:31.647. He's over 7 seconds clear now. Wilf Butler looking safe in second. The question remaining is who is going to be third? Will it be Maserati? Will it be Stannard? Will it be Wells? Wells keeps it together through Redgate this time. Not too many changes further down the pack, although Max Scharfegger has just taken 8th from Louis Austin. Down through the Craners. Luca Maserati, can he hang on for third place? Louis Stannard getting ready for a late challenge, possibly into the chicane for the last time, and it's going to be a win for Josh Salvadori. Peters coming up through McLean's for the last time. Maserati still trying to shake off the efforts of Louis Stannard. He's on his bumper there again, going up towards Coppice. Maserati will cover the inside line though. He's going to make a move, it's going to be into the chicane, but it's going to be a win for Josh Salvadori, the man from Chelmsford in Essex. He comes into the chicane for the last time, started from pole position, he's led every lap, makes up for the slight disappointment of yesterday. He comes in to win the second race of the season for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Josh Salvadori wins it. Wilf Butler will come home for second place. And who is going to be third? Through the chicane they come out of it. And it's Luca Maserati who completes the podium. Louis Stannard fourth. Kyle Wells fifth. Sixth place goes to Ollie Kerr. Then Ollie Smith. Max Scharfegger. Louis Austin. And looks like Martin Wright will complete the top 10. Here is Martin Wright in the Oryx sponsored car. He will complete the top 10, the man from Cornwall. Sherry-Ann Powell will come in for 11th position ahead of Leon Holly in the blue car. Matthew Swatton will take 13th. Tom Alger and Joe Wood completing the finishers. Bad luck to Lexi Powell, who went off on the green flag lap. She'll get her chance again in race 3. But it certainly is ka-chow for Josh Salvadori. So provisional result then, Josh Salvadori, the winner, taking the fastest lap as well of 1:31.647, wins by over 7.5 seconds ahead of Wilf Butler, with Luca Maserati on the podium again in third. Louis Stannard in fourth ahead of Kyle Wells. Brilliant four-way battle for second in that one, with Wilf Butler pulling away towards the end. Ollie Kerr in sixth ahead of Smith, Scharfegger, Austin and Wright. Then Sherry-Ann Powell, Leon Holly, Matthew Swatton, Tom Alger and Joe Wood completing the finishers. Just one retirement there, Lexi Powell. But she'll be back out in race 3 later on.
Right. Here's now Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the pre-66s. These were the guys that got the car action underway yesterday. And an amended grid because a change that's happened is the number 70 car, 70, that should have been started on.
Okay, next up it will be the Classic Touring Car Racing Club with the pre-66 touring cars for their second race of the weekend. Cars are just heading into Park Ferme now, following our first race of the day, and Ian Waterhouse is down on the ground ready to greet them.
And we did hear the rumours that Son may have been driving the intake as he's doing so well. But no, that one, but because it's a major driver.
Well, welcome down Park Ferme. I actually spoke to Josh a little bit earlier before the race as well, before we spoke to him, and he said he was feeling a little bit nervous. He certainly didn't show it. Josh, let's have a quick chat. There is no nerves there, was there?
No, Yeah, I think I'm really happy with that. Just tried to control the race. Yeah, just trying to stay on track.
We sort of things got a little bit disrupted at the start, an extra sort of formation like we had to do. How did that change things for you in your preparation?
I just tried to use it to my advantage really, just try and keep the heat in the tyres and try and get the best start possible.
Well, it worked. Congratulations, mate. Good stuff indeed. Let's move around. Let's grab it. Wilf, it's been a cracking weekend so far for Wilf Butler. A win yesterday and back on the podium again today. How do you feel?
Oh yeah, it feels amazing. I mean, 1, 2, 3 for the team. Couldn't have gone better really.
Look, you still got to do it again a little bit later, but we're going for the hat-trick of podiums, right?
Yeah, try and get another win would be nice, but a podium, any podium would be amazing.
All good for the championship. Well done, Wilf. Great.
Thank you.
Good stuff indeed. Right, so we've got a number of drivers. Luca Maserati coming home in third place. Another double podium for him as well. Let's just move around and grab a quick word. Let's grab a word of our scholarship winner, Martin Wright. Spoke to him yesterday briefly, but 2 races into your fledgling motorsport career here in cars. How's it been?
Yeah, it's been good, except for the first race, didn't have any wipers, but apart from that, that's all right.
And it was wet, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very wet, yeah.
Right, what are you going to expect from, what have you learned actually in your first 2 races that you're going to bring into the 3rd race later this afternoon?
It's quite important to bring the car home. I mean, without a car, you can't keep on going in the races. Yeah, I've learned a lot about car control as well, yeah.
Top man, well done, mate. Thanks for talking to us. Good stuff indeed. There we go. The first race of the day is over. Junior Saloon Car Champion. There is another one coming up later this afternoon. So far, though, it's been a pretty special weekend for Wilf Butler. A win yesterday, 2nd place today. Josh, wow, fantastic for him after the disappointment of that penalty yesterday. Dropped him down the order. He takes the win in race 2. Plenty more coming up. In fact, it's the pre-66s. Pre-66 classic touring cars in greasy conditions. This is going to be something special. Dave, over to you.
Yes, thanks Ian. Getting ready for our first classic touring car race of day 2 here at Donington. It is the Everard pre-66 touring cars. Everything from Mustangs to Minis, Hillman Imps, Ford Lotus Cortinas and a lot more besides, and just about anything could win in these damp and slippery conditions. It will probably favour the smaller cars. Well, we caught up with a few of the drivers just a little earlier on. Cars now heading to the grid. But let's see who we could hear from with Ian earlier on.
Right, hello everybody, welcome back to the assembly area. It's the pre-66s coming up now, and greasy conditions mean this will be an awful lot of fun. Yesterday, of course, we saw Michael Cullen take the win, Oliver Law in 2nd, Peter Mucklow-Smith coming home in 3rd. We've got Anne Astley here. I wonder if we could just have a very quick chat if we can. You can keep the engine going if you like, don't worry, I like listening to it. Bit greasy today, isn't it?
Oh, a little bit greasy, yeah.
How are you feeling? Confident?
No, not really. Well, you know, it is what it's same for everyone, innit? It's just this thing like moves around a lot, you know. Yeah. So, but you know, give it a go.
How nice is it to be back? What's the atmosphere been like in a paddock this weekend?
Yeah, it's been really good. I mean, you know, it was dry yesterday, which was nice. We went out, had a few drinks last night, and yeah, it's all really good to be back.
Motorsport's back. It's good, isn't it? So, man, look, enjoy it. Thanks for talking to us. Do you want me to grab that for you there? Look at that. What a fine-looking machine indeed. Yes, lots. Let's just move down a little bit further, shall we, as well, because I love this Jag down here as well. Let's. I wonder if we could just grab a quick word. We've got Lee Williams down here. Let's just quickly pop the microphone in and say hello. How you doing? Are you watching the live stream? I saw you on your phone. You're watching the live stream.
Oh my, lovely.
Yeah.
Looking forward to this. This morning's greasy track.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to enjoy it. Make the most of it.
Pre-66 cars, wet track. Glorious. Listen, look, I don't know if we can pop the camera in, but I love this dash. It's absolutely amazing, isn't it? Look at the wooden dash. How cool is that? All original?
All original.
Yeah.
My father's car. So he passed it down to me, and we took it out of the garden shed.
Yeah.
And he said, have a go.
Oh, love it. Well, thank you for bringing it out to play. We really appreciate it. Enjoy these conditions as well. Bring it home safely, won't you? Take care, my man. There you go. Look, I'll pass that to you. There we go. Pre-66 is time to go racing, everybody. This has got the recipe to be one of the races of the day. Enjoy.
Well, we certainly are about to enjoy. The cars are just setting off on their green flag laps, so we'll take you through the grid, which is based on the results of race 1 yesterday. It was Lotus Cortinas the 4 on that occasion. Irishman Michael Cullen taking the win, so he's on pole for today alongside Peter Smith in number 712. Second row, Simon Gustafson and Gary Townsend. Row 3, Piers Grange in his Ford Mustang and Barry Syme in his Mini. Row 4, Jake Swan in his Ford Anglia alongside reigning champion Ian Thompson's Cortina. Completing the top 10, the championship sponsor James Everard's Alfa Romeo and Ed Crossley's Mini. Row 6 is Grant Williams in his Jaguar Mark II alongside Mike Davies with his Mini. Row 7 will be Kevin Swan in his Anglia alongside similar machine of Ed Gibbs. On row 8 it's Martin Armstrong's Mini and James Ibbotson in the first of 8 Hillman Imps out there. Row 9 will be Stephen Platts and Adrian Oliver, another pair of Imps. Well, Steve Platts is a Singer Chamois. And on the 10th row, Ant Astley's Mustang, Michael Loveland in his Imp. Row 11 we have number 6 Ed Carter and 41 Jeremy Dias. They're both in Hillman Imps. Again, Jeremy Dias, a Singer badged one. 55 Simon Knight's Imp starts alongside Keith Wright's Lotus Cortina on row 12. Row 13, we just heard from Lee Williams, the Welshman, in his Jaguar Mark I alongside Brendan Rooney's Imp. Row 14, hopefully we'll have Pat Keneally, failed to finish yesterday's race in his Lotus Cortina, and Charles Norris in his little Austin A35, which was also a retirement yesterday. And on row 15 we have Tim Dodwell. He's back out in his Mini, the car that he drives on the road to events and has done since it was new back in the 60s. And alongside him, watch out for fireworks if the number 70 car is there. That car was second yesterday in the hands of Oliver Law, but as his father Justin has taken over the car for today's event, he's had to move to the back of the grid because of a change of driver. Justin Law, very successful in Jaguars, especially Group C Jaguar race cars. You may have seen him at Goodwood over the years. And watch for him coming through from the back of the grid if he's out there. The number 21 Mini, the red car there, I thought that was going to have a change of driver. Mike and John Davies, the brothers, normally share that car, and it's down as Mike driving in both races for this one on the grid sheets. What a magnificent field. And with these damp conditions, the bigger, more powerful cars may struggle. There is Justin Law, he is there, and there is Tim Dodwell. Almost certainly the oldest man on the grid. In the Mini he's owned since new back in the mid-60s. He failed to get away in yesterday's race. Let's hope he gets some laps in here. Michael Cullen on pole then, yesterday's winner in that mint green coloured Lotus Cortina with Peter Smith alongside him. Simon Gustafson, the ex-VW Golf racer, on row 2. And alongside him is Gary Townsend. He's raced just about everything over the years. Watch for Barry Syme, the Scotsman, in the Mini. I reckon he could be a favourite here in these conditions. He's had outright wins in the wet in the past in that car. Green flag waves at the back then. The red lights are on, and the Everard's pre-66 touring cars are underway. Fair bit of wheel spin for one or two cars off the line. It's Michael Cullen gets away well. Syme tucks into the inside. He's got ahead of Piers Grange, who struggled to get the V8 power of the Mustang down off the line. It's Cullen who leads. 3 Lotus Cortinas, 3 wide for second place. Simon Gustafson gets through on the inside into second place. Now, are they all going to make it round? It looks as though they are. Another name to watch in there could well be James Ibbotson in his Imp number 87. Watch for him coming through. What a beautiful sight they make coming down the Craner curves, these 50s and 60s machines. And look at Barry Syme up the inside. He's going for third in the Mini, and also in there is Jake Swan in the Ford Anglia. He's got through into the top 5, so even the Cortinas possibly struggling slightly for grip off the line. Through the old hairpin they come. Good to see Tim Dodwell's got going. He's at the back of the field in his Mini. Up the hill towards McLean's for the first time. It's Cortinas to the fore, but not with the dominance they had yesterday. Barry Syme's up to second. He's got ahead of Simon Gustafson. Peter Smith in fourth, then it's Jake Swan, and then Piers Grange will be out in his Escort later on in the Blue Oval Saloon Series race. And Grant Williams in the dark blue Mark II Jaguars up there as well. Not in the famous Buy1, BUY1 this weekend that he's run at Goodwood in the past, but he is a Mark II Jaguar specialist, Dr. Grant Williams. And watch for him threatening the leaders fairly shortly. Look at Grange in the Mustang. Now he's got the power down. He breezes past the Cortinas up to third. There is a yellow flag being waved at the chicane. Are we going safety car? I think we are. So I think the safety car is being scrambled. Yes, there it is. That's a shame for Barry Syme. Oh my goodness, we've got a Mini upside down. Where is that? That's the number 20, Edward Crossley. The driver's out, he's okay. What has happened there? I think that's at McLean's. Yes, it's up at McLean's. I just took a quick look out of the commentary box window. So Edward Crossley, the man from Claverden in Warwickshire, on his roof. It doesn't appear there's too much damage to that car. So the safety car is out while that machine is moved. That's a shame for another mini pilot, Barry Syme, because he was about to challenge for the lead on the back of Michael Cullen. So it's Ireland leads Scotland. Piers Grange's Mustang, the man from Cheshire, the boss of PRG Trailers, in third place. Well, everybody else has got round the first lap okay. Where is James Ibbotson? He's normally very quick in the damp conditions. He's 12th. He's gained 4 places. Now here's a replay. Watch the Mini. He just slid off all on his own. The car digged in sideways into the gravel and over it goes. Showing a clean set of tyres to all the rest of the field. Great shame for Ed Crossley. And the cream-coloured Mini left on its roof. The field heads past behind the safety car. Now the big mover on the first lap, if we look a little bit further back down the field, behind James Ibbotson, there is Justin Law. He has gained 15 places on that opening lap alone. It won't be long before he's up with the leaders. So once the field has gone past, the telehandler will be brought in to manhandle that Mini out of the way. Looks like Ed Crossley just lost it under braking there, going into McLean's, and the car snapped sideways on him. Well, there's our leader, Michael Cullen. He's got 2 cars here this weekend, has come over from Dublin, and was second yesterday in the combined pre-83, pre-93, pre-03 and Super Touring race behind Ian Bauer in his BMW. Not too much damage, thankfully, to Ed Crossley's Mini. It's just a bit of body damage to the front end, I think. The roll cage and the other safety devices perfectly doing their job, and Ed Crossley is unhurt. Where is Grant Williams? He's just ahead of the reigning champion Ian Thompson. It's a new car for Ian this year, prepared by Andrew Jordan at his workshop in Lichfield. The former British Touring Car champion. He and his father Mike now run a historic race preparation business. We saw Ian Thompson in the red and gold Allen Man Racing replica Cortina, which he won the title in last season. There's Ed Crossley walking away, which is the main thing. Looks like the medic's just heading over to give him a checkup as a precaution. Still behind the safety car at the moment. Once the lights go out on top of the Ford Focus, that means it's coming in on that lap and we'll go racing again. They're still on at the moment. Great to see so many Hillman Imps out in Class E. Of course, cars arranged into classes based on their engine size. Class A for the biggest cars is the Mustangs and the Jaguars. I don't think we have any entries in Class B in this race because there's no Stuart Radford in his Triumph. He was the only entry yesterday, but he's not in this race, sadly. Class C is the Minis and Anglias. Class D, we only had 1 entry this weekend, which was Charles Norris's Austin A35, and that unfortunately broke down yesterday, so a non-starter today. Class E is for the Hillman Imps, and 8 of them here this weekend, and Class F dedicated to Lotus Cortinas. Gary Townsend in the Cortina has been given a penalty for a false start, number 223. 5 seconds it says on the timing screen. So Gary Townsend in Lotus Cortina 223 given a penalty for a false start. He must have jumped the start. lap behind the safety car while that Mini is shifted out of the gravel trap. We've got 8 minutes of the race to go. The clock continues running, of course. Michael Cullen from Barry Syme. Barry, an ex-single-seater racer, and his claim to fame is he once beat a certain Lewis Hamilton in Formula Renault. Before switching to Saloon racing with his father Jimmy in their classic Scottish Blue Mini. Let's have a look again at the starts. Gary Townsend is on the second row on the outside. Now, did he jump the starts? Or did he start out of position, possibly? Grant Williams flying up the outside in the Jaguar. Barry Syme tucking to the inside on Piers Grange, getting ahead of the Mustang, who was struggling to get the power down. And then it was 3 wide. Into the first corner with the 3 Cortinas. So we are back underway under green flag racing here at Donington Park with the Everard's Pre-66 Classic and Historic touring cars, and Barry Syme is indeed challenging for the lead, as I thought he may, on the back of Michael Cullen's Cortina, and Piers Grange able to run with them, making light of the conditions in the big Mustang. Syme has a look to the inside, Cullen cuts him off. Well, what a marvellous little and large battle this is. Cortina, Mustang and Mini, and the Mustang trying to go around the outside at Coppice. Is he going to use the extra brute force here? But the Mini staying with him. This is a great tenacious drive. We've seen this so many times from Barry Syme, but the Mustang's power tells, and he's up into second. It is slightly drier than expected possibly out there. This is playing into the hands of Piers Grange. A bit of a slide there for the Cortina as it completes its 5th lap, just over half a second clear. Fastest lap going to, well, briefly went to the man in 4th place, Jake Swan. It's changing as we look at it. It goes to James Everard, who's down in 13th place in the Alpha. There he is, the yellow fronted car at the back of this group. 3 wide between Ian Thompson, Ed Gibbs and Gary Townsend. Ed Gibbs going well in the grey Ford Anglia, going around the outside there. This is frantic stuff. You can see what a great leveler these damp conditions are. Grant Williams flying through in the Jaguar there, going past Peter Smith's Cortina. There is Ian Thompson. Ed Gibbs hanging the tail out in the Anglia. Then we've got Gary Townsend. I think that's Justin Law up behind him in the number 70 Cortina from the very back of the grid. And behind him is Kevin Swan's Anglia, father of Jake, who's up there in 4th place in the black car. It's certainly chop and change among the leading runners here. There is Ian Thompson, the defending champion, with his new car this year. He debuted that at another event at Silverstone 2 weeks ago, sharing with Luke Stevens, the ex-Caterham champion. Chased now by Ed Gibbs in the 102. Gibbs looking very strong in that Ford Anglia. Confirmation is a 10-second penalty for Gary Townsend for a false start, as James Everard moves up onto the back of James Ibbotson in the Hillman Imp, leading his class, as Kevin Swan is making a move up the order as well. He's got the setup right in the Anglia, making a move on Justin Law, and that's no mean feat. Meanwhile, here are the leaders. Piers Grange still on the back of Michael Cullen with just over 3 minutes to go. Barry Syme side by side with Jake Swan in the Anglia. well, cars of all shapes and sizes, and they're all contenders for victory. And look who's coming up behind these four. Grant Williams in the Mark II Jaguar. Lotus Cortina, Mustang, Mini, Anglia and Jaguar. This is just like it used to be in the British Saloon Car Championship at the start of the 60s. You had the likes of Jim Clark in the Lotus Cortina. Roy Pierpoint had the Mustang. He was champion in the mid-60s in one of those. So John Whitmore and John Love had the Minis. John Fitzpatrick was king of the Anglias. And of course in the early days it was Mike Hawthorne and Roy Salvadori in Jaguars. This is a real time warp. Look at this, 5 of them together now. Well, the Mini may be the least powerful, but it's certainly the most tenacious, I would say. They're lapping Tim Dodwell. Oh, look out, Tim. He gets out to one side just in time there. Just over 2 minutes to go, a couple of laps left. And somehow, Michael Cullen is holding them all off. Now here comes Grant Williams in the Jag up the inside. Takes 4th place away from Jake Swan. Any one of these 5 could still win this. This is brilliant stuff. Ed Gibbs is up to 6th in the Anglia. Justin Law from the back of the grid is 7th. And side by side for 8th, another couple of Cortinas. Peter Smith and Ian Thompson. James Everard rounds out the top 10. Williams has got the fastest lap now, 1:32.672. Thompson ahead of Peter Smith. There's James Everard, the championship sponsor in the orange Alfa Romeo. Here comes the Jaguar specialist Grant Williams, been racing these Mark II and Mark I Jaguars for many, many years now. And he loves to drive them sideways. Is Michael Cullen going to hang on to make it a double though in the Cortina? Jake Swan driving brilliantly. He's only a young gun at the wheel of that Ford Anglia. Debuted that a couple of years ago along with his father. He's further back in the order, Kevin Swan. Barry Syme continues to keep up with them. Cullen, Grange and Syme all leading their respective classes, the top 3. Class E is being led further back by James Ibbotson. No entries in Class B or D, but never mind that because Piers Grange tries to go around the outside into the chicane. He doesn't quite make it stick. They're coming round to start the last lap this time. And still any one of these 5 could win this. Michael Cullen has somehow hung on in front all the way in the Cortina. Piers Grange going for the inside. Cullen tries to move across to block him. He just about manages to do so into Redgate. And still the Cortina leads. Piers Grange flings the Mustang around the outside. It's a big enough beast to tame in the dry, that machine is, never mind these damp conditions. Now Williams on the back of Syme for 3rd place. Can he get past the Mini? What a marvellous race this is. Williams with the new fastest lap that time through, 1:31.651 for the Jag. Through Starkeys, up towards Schwantz Curve. These 5 well ahead of the rest now. Ed Gibbs 3.7 seconds back, heading the next group. Is Piers Grange going to try and surprise Michael Cullen into the chicane for the last time? It's going to be checkered flag this time in the Everard's Pre-66 classic and historic touring cars. What a magnificent pair of races they've had this weekend. Is Piers Grange going to be able to get close enough to Michael Cullen? Syme covering for 3rd place. I don't think Grange is going to do it. It's going to take a special slipstream run out of the chicane, but it's going to be a double for Ireland by the look of things. Michael Cullen comes out of the chicane for the final time. He's somehow hung on in front all the way from pole position. Cullen takes the win. Grange 2nd, and Barry Syme a giant killing 3rd in the Mini. Grant Williams comes through for 4th. Jake Swan is 5th. And Justin Law gets 6th ahead of Ed Gibbs from the very back of the grid. Ian Thompson is 8th. Peter Smith will take 9th. And rounding up the top 10 will be James Everard because Gary Townsend has that penalty. James Ibbotson in 11th place wins Class E for the Hillman Imps. Townsend will be classified 12th. Then it's Ant Astley, Kevin Swan. Then come a couple of Imps, Adrian Oliver and Brendan Rooney. Mike Davies in the Mini. And Steve Platts. But it's a double for Ireland. Michael Cullen, 2 out of 2. He's got another race to go yet before he heads back across the Irish Sea in his BMW a little bit later on. Battles all the way down the order. A couple of the imps together there. Simon Gustafson over the line. He dropped back rather dramatically. Started at the front of the field. Fell to 22nd place. The rest of the field comes home. There's Keith Wright in his Lotus Cortina, the blue and white machine. And last of all, but by no means least, Tim Dodwell. Possibly the ultimate unsung hero of British motorsport is Tim. And 3 different nations in the top 3 places: Ireland, England and Scotland. With Michael Cullen taking the win by 0.63 of a second, and Michael Cullen also got the fastest lap on the very last lap, ahead of Piers Grange and Barry Syme in the Mini. They all win their classes as well. Grant Williams coming through to 4th, ahead of great drive by Jake Swan, and Justin Law from the back of the grid through to 6th. The other class winner further back was James Ibbotson in 11th place. And just the one retirement in that race, of course, we lost Ed Crossley into the gravel at McLean's. I loved every second of that. I'm sure all of you did as well. And next up, we're going to move on to the TCR UK Championship. We'll be over to Andy McEwen and Paul O'Neill to take you through those. Cars are shortly going to be making their way into Park Fermé. I'm sure everybody will have plenty of words to say to Ian Waterhouse about that one, so we'll join him very shortly down in Park Fermé, and then after that it'll be the second TCR UK race of the weekend.
Yeah, welcome to Park Fermé, everybody. I'm getting it's a bit of deja vu actually with Michael Cullen picking up the win yet again. In fact, the top 3 cars here are all 3 different classes as well. Let's let Michael get out, shall we? Just going to shake hands with Piers Grange as well. Fantastic. A real case of deja vu, it really is. We'll let Michael get his helmet off first. In fact, whilst he does that, let's talk to somebody I really wanted to. We'll come back in a minute, Michael. Let's just grab Barry, because I didn't get a chance. I really wanted to speak to you yesterday, Barry. I didn't get a chance, but here we are now. Good day yesterday, better one today.
Yeah, great day, great start to the day yesterday with the qualifying being a little bit like today. So probably the Mini is obviously underpowered and compared to a lot of the Cortinas. But
well, you say that. The top 5 of you lot was just fantastic to watch.
Yeah, if it's much fun for the viewers at home as it was for me, then yeah, it was great. But yeah, a great start to the season. Your 2 class victories. We won the class overall last year, doing 5 out of 6 rounds. So I guess we were continuing where we left off. So yeah, class victories are obviously key. But it's great to mix it with Michael and Piers and some of the big boys and. With the grunt, almost played into our hands. Maybe the safety car just dried the track out a little bit, perhaps. But no, delighted with that. You know, long hard winter, repairing the car or re-repairing it, preparing it even, and you know, a lot of time, money, and effort goes into that. So thanks to everybody who helps, especially my dad, mechanic JJ, and all the sponsors. You know, we brought on Miller's Oils. Great to see companies like Skeletric involved with the championship as well. So
it's awesome,
it's fantastic. You know, like a boyhood dream. You're racing Skeletric cars. That's where we all started really. So yeah, no, terrific, and you know, that's we can polish it up and bring it to Brands Hatch next month. So yeah, great.
Larry, thank you so much, mate. I really appreciate it. Thanks for talking to us. Right, where is Michael? There's Michael. Let's grab a word of him. Michael, come on. We're making a real habit of this, you and me, aren't we? How was it out there? Slightly different conditions to yesterday.
Very tricky, right? It was everywhere. Going, you know, after going around Redgate, all the way down through the Kramers. The car always wanted to oversteer. I was changing up early into 4th gear, and it was still oversteer in 4th gear. It was all a bit crazy. And all I was trying to do was just slow the guys down and get a good exit so I could maintain it. And he very nearly got me on the second last lap. But it was tricky. I thought it was interesting though, isn't it? You know, a Cortina, a Mustang, a Mini and a Jag, all mixing it up. It's
I'll tell you what, it looked brilliant on the TV.
Yeah, it was good fun to drive as well. So, you know, there's a good mix. Great class. It was my first time racing with the club, and great weekend. I'm out again now in 2 races time. So
you better go. Yeah. Well done. Piers Grange coming home in second place on track. But as I said before, the top 3 cars all winning their classes as well. So congratulations to Michael Cullen, of course, Piers Grange and Barry Simon, and all the drivers. Actually, everybody's a winner, aren't they? Right, we've got TCR coming up next. We're just going to hear from a couple of the partners before I hand over to Paul O'Neill.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Well, welcome back to Donington Park, everybody, where we are almost ready to go with our second round of the TCR UK Championship for 2025. And the Donington Park National Circuit has provided a fascinating race yesterday to kick off the new season, while the stage is set perhaps for an even more unpredictable 20 minutes of racing this morning, because First and foremost, the conditions have deteriorated. We had a lot of overnight rain, which has definitely made the track conditions suboptimal, as I think some of the drivers were describing it to me earlier on. And we also now throw in the partially reversed grid. So we take the top 10 finishers from yesterday's race, we invert them, and that gives us the grid for race number 2. So the drivers who were at the front largely yesterday are now at the back of the field. Andy McEwen here in the commentary box to talk you through the action. I will be joined when the race kicks off today by Paul O'Neill. He'll also be with me to go through all of the Miltek Civic Cup action as well. And we believe can actually hear from Paul O'Neill very shortly, because he, unlike me, is braving the slightly inclement conditions. He's heading down onto the grid to have a chat, hopefully, with a few of the drivers who, as we can see, are heading around to him. So let's head down then, shall we, and hear from the most famous Scouser in motor racing. Paul O'Neill is ready and raring to go to chat to some of our TCR drivers.
It's TCR UK, it's a freezing cold Donington, it's patchy damp. This is going to be a very interesting race. Just been watching the cars going out. Looks like some of them on slicks. Some of the front runners is a reversed top 10 grid race. They're actually on wets. So I hope they got the pressures low, and I hope they're going to be looking for that damp all around the track. If we can just turn you around, have a look down there to turn 1. Redgate corner. That to me looks pretty treacherous. If I was on slicks, which a lot of the fast guys are, I'd be really, really, really worried, because there's nowhere to really pick a breaking point. So it's going to be very interesting. But the lads on the wets, I think, may have that little advantage. But this is the time they're going to start crossing the tyres now. So these slick running cars, as you can see, the Laidlaws are the first to get here in front of us. They're going to be running probably 8th and 9th on this reverse top 10 grid. They're going to be changing those tyres front to the rear and making sure that their slicks, I'm assuming that they will be on slicks as they're more experienced, they're going to be really, really up to temperature. But by the time they've sat here for a few minutes, it's going to be hard work. Let me tell you, going down to Redgate, I've done it before in a touring car on slick tyres in wetter conditions in this. It's really, really difficult. So we've got Cedric Block that's just turned up in his number 12 Audi. He's actually on slick tyres by the look of it as well. I mean, if it was me, I'd be looking for the slick tyre and going that way. So let's go and have a quick look at what is going on. So you can see, as you go up to the front of Cedric's car here, those slick tyres are looking like they're getting swapped front to rear. And I would love to know how hot they're actually going to be getting. This is going to be a whirlwind of a race, really is. So this front tyre that you're looking at here has got, literally, that has got about, I would say, 17, 18 minutes, 18 Celsius of pressure in. So come this way. It's a very, very fraught on the grid at the minute. Look at Will Beach, who's actually pole position. Come with me. Let's go and see if we can speak to Will, because Will is actually on wets. And I think he's staying on wets. They're used wets, so not brand new. Best option for him is to probably stay on those used wets, because if you go on brand new wets, the tread block is so big that the tyre will move around and it'll generate too much heat and it will start being really horrible to drive on. So it looks like he's definitely staying on wets, which for me, for some of the guys that maybe are not going to be fighting for the championship, that would be the thing to do. You want to stay out of trouble. Will is probably getting spoken to, but should we have a look around? Let's go and try and speak to him, but just watch where you're going with that camera, Andy, because it'll be a bit flat out. There's a lot going on here. Will Beach on pole. Let's go and have a little word. Will, sticking on the wets, mate. A lot of people around you with slicks on, but you should get the jump. It's probably the right decision, but whether it will be halfway through, I don't know.
Well, yeah, we're just trying to get away from the field and make a gap and see if we can manage it from there.
I think the one thing there will be is probably a safety car with some people on slicks. I think Cedric alongside you's on slicks. Not saying he's going to go off, but there's going to be a safety car, isn't there?
Yeah, there will be a safety car, but we've got to hope there isn't. We've got to take the risk, haven't we, sometimes?
Yeah. Top man, listen, all the very best, mate. Have a good go at it. I'm sure you'll be fine. We're not getting called yet. I would like to have a little word with Cedric, if I can, who's got a great chance here. He's probably trying to get himself all ready to rock and roll, but here's the front row starter. Cedric, sorry, quick one. Looking forward to this on slicks. This should be amazing, mate.
Yeah, it's a bit wetter than expected. So let's see. Let's try and keep it on track.
You'll be absolutely fine, mate. Be like a motorbike race, won't it?
Yeah, let's see. Let's see if I can keep it on.
Top man, you get in the zone, fellow. Catch you in a bit. Excellent. Cedric racing with hand controls as well, so be interested to see how he gets away on his clutch and gets it down to that first corner. This is going to be absolutely epic. No one's asked me who's going to win this, but I'm going to try and figure it out. I'm going to go for Finn Leslie or one of the Laidlaws. There you go. I'm going to go back to you. See what you reckon.
Well, thank you, Paul. It almost sounded like he was going to commit to an answer there, didn't it? And then picked 3 drivers who he thought might win the race. Don't know how much you know about motor racing, Paul, but it doesn't work that way. There can only be one winner. And the winner, I suspect, for this race is going to be the one who survives the conditions the best. Already a fascinating split of strategy then across the front row. Will Beach on pole position on wet tyres. Cedric Block alongside him on slick tyres. I would not want to be out there on slick tyres right now. I can tell you that for nothing. We'll see how Cedric gets on. Jeff Oldham starts third on the grid. He and Cedric Block the top 2 cars in the Gen 1 Cup. Then you've got Greg Saunders alongside Jeff Oldham on row number 2. Jeff was the winner, of course, in the Gen 1 Cup for the older spec cars yesterday. Mark Smith and Rod McGovern together on the third row of the grid. Then one of Paul's picks for the victory, in fact 2 of them, together on row 4, Finn Leslie and Steve Laidlaw, who had that terrific battle in yesterday's race. Steve's son Sam starts 9th on the grid because he was runner-up to Adam Shepherd yesterday, and of course our race winner Adam has to start from the back end of the top 10. Rapid in the dry. What about in these mixed conditions? Has Shepherd got the right setup on the car to go and challenge for another race victory? Then, outside of the top 10, we have some other really quick drivers, because actually lots of the expected podium finishers and potential race winners from yesterday didn't make the checkered flag, so they're all going to be starting behind Adam Shepherd, so he'll actually be pretty pleased with the way this has worked out. The 6th row, Harry Bloor and George Jackson, the last of the Gen 1 contenders, but then behind them on row 7 is where we start to get into some more really quick drivers. So you've got Brad Hutchison and Alistair Camp on row 7, Callum Newsham, who was chasing down Adam Shepherd early doors in yesterday's race before his car unfortunately broke down, we believe, with a power steering issue. He'll start penultimate position on the grid, and hopefully Stuart Lyons' Lincoln Co, with a new engine fitted overnight, should be there on the back of the grid. We'll be able to pick that up for you hopefully once we get off the grid graphic. Just see, yes, there's the Lincoln Co at the back of the field, so Stuart Lyons is out on track. Paul O'Neill has made his way the short hop up into the commentary box, and Paul, this is going to be a fascinating race. Mix of tyres on the front row, probably the same story throughout the field. Slicks are brave, aren't they?
Slicks are brave, but that will win the race.
Yeah?
That will win the race, yeah. It's too... The one thing that won't win the race is the temperature, and it's windy, so that should help with the track surface. But it's the experience. It's an experienced person on slick tyres that should win this, because the wet tyre will work, but it will just get overridden. If a safety car comes in for a long time, the wet might really, really get helped out there. But honestly, this would be an experienced person would be on slicks every day. There will be a safety car. Someone will go off on slick tyres, because I cannot tell you how hard it is to keep the temperature up in the rear tyres of these cars. They're really difficult on slicks.
You can tell Will Beach is on wets because he's not really overworking those tyres on the warm-up laps of the grid, is he?
No, but if I was Will Beach, I'd be driving around at 11 miles an hour, making sure nobody's got heat in the tyres.
True, actually, yeah, a bit of gamesmanship can work well in your favour. Interestingly, Cedric Block not exactly weaving around much either. You'd think he would want to get a bit more heat into the slick tyres in the Audi. We don't really know what anybody else is on further down the order. Hopefully we'll be able to pick that up once the race gets going, although it should be quite quickly obvious, at least in the first lap or so, Paul, who is on the slicks, because those tyres, what you're saying is they might win the race, but they're not going to come in immediately, are they?
No, exactly that. And a safety car will help a wet tyre, but it will also help a slick, because it just gives them, you know, lesser time to have any problems. But honestly, this crane of curves, even Redgate, is going to really worry me. Honestly, I had a little feel of Cedric Block's tyres that had come from the front axle to go on the rear to be warm, and they were literally 17, 18 degrees Celsius. They were really not hot at all. So Will Beach is sitting pretty for the first 8 to 10 minutes of this race. But apart from that, I don't know. Jeff Alden was saying wets, but let's see what happens.
I think he is on wets, but I think a lot of cars behind him are on the slick tyres. This could be interesting then. Rev starting to rise. Round 2 of TCR UK, the reversed grid race here at Donington Park, about to burst into life. The red lights go out, away we go, and the rush towards Redgate Corner begins. It's a good start made by the pole sitter. Cedric Block slow away on those slick tyres, and up the middle there goes, I think that was Greg Saunders, wasn't it, in his Cupra, into third position. Keep an eye on some of the cars further back. Adam Shepherd there carving up the inside of Cedric Block already, and Finn Leslie trying to go with him. There's a bit of leaning, but I think they all got through Redgate in one piece. Down the Craner curves they will go. Decent lead here for Will Beach. He needs to make hay, Paul, on these wet tyres in the first few laps.
There is no way that car that is making its way up to P2, which is Steve Laidlaw, is on slick tyres. The first 3 are on wets, I think, and then Cedric Block, like you say, is definitely on slicks and struggling with the car.
Interesting then, because I think Steve Laidlaw's on slicks. Interesting then that Sam Laidlaw's on slicks. I think Steve might have gone the other way. Here is the battle heading up through the right-hander at McLean's. Jeff Holden under threat from Greg Saunders. Greg making his debut this weekend in TCR UK. They round the right-hander at Coppice Corner, and yeah, you can really see the difference in grip levels, can't you? These cars storming off in the distance early doors. They've got the grip for now, but is that going to be the case in 18.5 minutes time? They barrel down towards the to the Roberts chicane, because we're on the national circuit this time. We'll be on the Grand Prix layout the next time we visit Donington. Now here comes Shepherd, Newsham, Camp, Hutchison and everybody else. They're making good progress. Is that because they're confident on slicks, or because they've got wet tyres?
No, it's confidence on slicks. That is definitely confidence on slicks, but there is no way that Steve Laidlaw is on slicks. If he's on slicks, they've come straight out of a tyre warmer at 1,000 degrees, because you do not go down the Craner curves that fast and have a slick tyre. There's no way. So I'd be interested. I can't see the yellow. It's yellow sidewalls that you're looking for the slick tyre, and you're looking for blue sidewalls as the lead now changes, and he must be on wet. He's got to be.
Yeah, you can see the blue sidewalls on both of these cars. They're side by side. Well, they were side by side into McLean's. The move has been made though, so Steve Laidlaw to the lead. Yeah, I was getting my Laidlaws mixed up, not for the last time, I'm sure. He is on the wets. I think it's Sam I saw with the yellow sidewall, so that's why Sam is down in 10th, and Steve has just stormed through to the race lead, because those two were remarkably evenly matched actually on race pace yesterday. So Steve Laidlaw to the lead then. Will Beach though still running well in second position. We'll keep an eye on sector times and lap times for those on slicks, but Will Beach is going well here.
Will Beach is going well, but not only is Will Beach going well, Will Beach is looking for the damp that I was telling him about in the pit lane. I said, stay on the damp, use your wet tyres you've got, keep the pressures as low as you're allowed to. Mickey from Goodyear will tell you what it is, and let's see what happens. This is all kicking off.
Camp has gained back 4 places on this lap. I think he might be on wet tyres. You can see the cars weaving around. They're the ones on the slicks trying to get the heat into the tyres. This is Adam Shepherd, yesterday's race winner, to the outside of Rod McGovern. This for 6th position. Adam Shepherd, can he find the grid? Yes, he can, but Rod McGovern couldn't. He slithered into the side of him, and that opens the door for Callum Newsham. Newsham picks 2 up in one. Newsham's car all over the place down the hill. So is McGovern's.
Wow.
This is not a situation Adam Shepherd wants to be in.
He really doesn't. Oh no! Harry Blaw's off.
Harry Blaw in the gravel at Redgate. It also looked like Shepherd and McGovern were about to lean on each other again at the bottom of the Craners. Hopefully they survived that. Harry Blaw, though, the second driver this weekend to dig himself out of the Redgate gravel trap.
It is literally, it's like a WRC gravel tyre they must have. I've got to take my hat off to Goodyear. They're making a great tyre to get you on the gravel. Wow. But McGovern, this will be right up his street. These conditions. Has he got a little bit of damage on the left-hand side sill of his car as well, on that black car? Well, there's something scraping there, but this will be right up his street, because he's come from doing a lot of racing at Mondello, and he'll be used to slippery conditions and difficult conditions as well. He's on wets though, because he's not weaving, I would think.
Yeah, I think you are right. Brad Hutchison behind him, we're pretty sure, is on slick tyres. Here, meanwhile, is Alistair Camp going for third position. Campy, we're pretty sure, has the blue sidewall wet tyres on. Yes, I would tend to agree with that. He goes past Greg Saunders into a podium place. So Alistair Camp bouncing back nicely from various issues that took him out of yesterday's race. He didn't look particularly happy when I saw him this morning. This, though, will be putting a smile on his face.
Definitely. This is so fascinating. We've got 5 minutes gone nearly. These tyres are going to drop off a cliff on the wet runners if they don't look after them. If they've got a new tyre on, on new wet tyre, that could be a bit of trouble for them a bit later on as the tyre moves around. You've got to say though, Goodyear make a fantastic set of wet tyres especially, but the slick tyres as well do work amazingly well in these conditions once they're up to temperature.
Which hasn't happened yet. Alistair Camp, fastest lap of the race, 1:15.0. The best of the slick shod cars, we believe Callum Newsham, a 1:18.5, 3.5 seconds slower than the fastest of the wet tyred cars. So Alistair Camp going quickly. He, by the way, was over a second quicker than the race leader Steve Laidlaw last time. So Camp, of the cars that are sort of on an equal footing, all on wet tyres, he is the fastest. Let's see if that changes this time. Laidlaw does a 16.0, Camp a 16.5, but there was an overtake involved there. Now he's in clean air. Camp, he could really start to charge.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really impressed though with the guys that have gone on the wet tyre. They're not overworking them. You can tell he's on slicks. You do not weave wet tyres down the straight. Look how damp it is. That will, if it catches you out on a slick runner, it'll be the rear tyre just snatching on the braking on turning for a corner like Redgate, which is pretty fast, medium speed corner in third or fourth gear.
Yeah, it is indeed. Finn Leslie then coming towards us. Two Hyundais battling here. Rob McGovern and Finn Leslie, 8th position they are scrapping over. And Finn Leslie looks a little bit the quicker of the two. New to TCR Racing, both of these, remember. We've got Stuart Lyons, who's very much not new to TCR Racing, right behind them in the Lincoln Go. Harry Bloor crawling through the chicane. Has he been off again? I think he might have been, because he's not peeling into the pit lane with an issue. So I think Harry's had his second gravelly excursion in relatively quick succession. Comes across the line now, Harry Bloor right at the back of the field, but again, young driver, very inexperienced, probably the most inexperienced driver on the grid, and these are testing conditions for the best of them.
Definitely. Just finish the race, fella, and you'll be absolutely fine. You got away with one, so we'll see what happens. That's Newsham past Alden, and do you know what? I've got to doff my cap to a lot of these drivers. There's only Bloor who I'll let go. He's the only one that I can think of that's actually been off, because look at that. Newsham nearly loses it on a damp part on his slick tyres.
Now Newsham did a 16.8 there. That was a personal best. That was 0.3 quicker than Adam Shepherd. So of the slick tyre cars, Newsham seems to have a bit of an edge. That's interesting, isn't it? Because yesterday, okay, Callum's car only ran for a few laps, but it looked like he had an answer for Shepherd in the dry conditions. That's continuing now in these mixed conditions. They're both on the same tyre, and Callum Newsham, having taken advantage of the little skirmish that Shepherd had with McGovern a few laps ago, is now making good his escape from yesterday's race winner.
Yeah, definitely. And now if I was on wet tyres, I'd be obviously looking for the damp parts of the circuit to keep them tyres cool and not chewing up. The other thing I'll be doing is making sure that I didn't wheel spin out of some of these corners.
I think it has happened though. I think the transition has happened. Callum Newsham a 16.8, Alistair Camp a 21.4, back behind Saunders now, so he's been off the road, but Newsham was the fastest man on the track last time around. That's the first time a slick-tyred car has been quicker than the race leaders on wet. So Callum Newsham at the beginning of the previous lap, well, let's see what the gap is this time. At the end of lap 6, Laidlaw, the leader, does a 17.7, Beach an 18.5, an 18.0 for Saunders, Camp a 17.3, Newsham 16.1, 1.6 seconds quicker than the leader. He is 15.8 seconds off the lead, but Paulie's got nearly 12 minutes to catch him.
Yeah, 12 minutes. If there's a safety car, this is a guaranteed, I think it is actually a guaranteed slick runner win anyway, but it was just staying out of that danger zone and that's what Newsham's done. This is going to be a really interesting, honestly, the last 5 minutes of this race will be crazy.
The trouble is though that the deeper into the race we get now, the bigger that gulf in performance will get between the slicks and the wets. Surely by the time Newsham gets to the race leaders, they won't have anything left to defend with, right?
Only problem is that where you need to overtake, that will be on the damp. So Callum's going to have to go on the damp to overtake as well. How much heat he has in the tyres will then, that will be his saving grace. If there's a lot of heat in the tyres, he'll be able to brake late, but the wet tyre will always be able to brake later if it is on that damp part of the course.
Good point, well made. Newsham, by the way, was 0.3 slower than Adam Shepherd last time, and Shepherd's just put in a purple middle sector, so Adam Shepherd, look, is coming back at Newsham. that could realistically be the fight for the race win. It's one of those topsy-turvy races where actually with just over half of the race to go, it's the cars in 5th and 6th position who could be in the pound seats. Fastest lap of the race, Adam Shepherd, 1:14.2, 4 tenths quicker than the leader, but nearly 3 seconds quicker. Sorry, 4 tenths quicker than Newsham, nearly 3 seconds quicker than Steve Laidlaw out in front. And look, Alistair Camp is closing back in on Greg Saunders as well. This is about to become a 4-way fight for third, but it's the slick tyres coming from behind that clearly have the pace advantage at the moment. Down through the old hairpin they will head, and up towards Starkeys they will go. There is an investigation, by the way, the start of car number 34, Greg Saunders.
I did see that. When I was watching out the comms box, it looked like he was creeping up. There was a bit of clutch. The clutch was engaged. Something was going on. There was a little bit of a creep, to be fair.
Okay, that's a shame for Greg. We'll see what happens. It's going to be investigated after the race, I believe. Here, though, is Newsham. He's caught Alistair Camp, who only a few laps ago was the fastest man on the circuit, but the wet tyres are past their best. The slicks are coming into the window, and here comes Shepherd. Newsham's been delayed by Camp. Adam Shepherd gets a run on the pair of them, and just as Newsham did to him earlier, Shepherd takes advantage of a tangle for Callum Newsham and gains the crucial position. That means that Shepherd is now the highest placed car on the slicks. They both dispatched of Camp, who might have even been heading for the pit lane. Yes, he is. Camp is coming into the pit lane, and now Adam Shepherd perhaps in the best position.
That move could have just won the race for Shepherd, because I was worried about the two slick runners holding each other up, battling, but that's not the case, and it's just how quick he can expose the people in front of him. Shepherd already done round the outside on slicks, but is there enough dry part of the circuit? Look at the car moving around. Brilliant stuff, leaning on that left rear now as he comes through. Done and dusted. Shepherd on a mission.
Newsham needs to get on with this now, doesn't he, and get past Greg Saunders ASAP. He's got to run up the hill, but he will now have to go onto the wet line to make the move stick. They're heading towards McLean's, and still Saunders Cupra is ahead. Newsham's car has looked very twitchy all race long, it must be said. I know he's on slicks on a damp track, but even compared to Shepherd's car, the Hyundai looks the livelier of the two. He's got much more front end grip though through Coppice and nips past Greg Saunders. So Newsham through, but lost a second or so to Adam Shepherd in the process. Even now he is weaving to get heat in the tyres as Will Beach puts up no defence against Adam Shepherd, pulls out of the way, and Shepherd, just like that, is through to second.
Right, this is it, game on. How far is he off? 13? No, it's not even that. It's 12.2 seconds off the lead. This is going to be interesting, especially with the top two.
Well, yes, because Steve Laidlaw was not best pleased after yesterday's race, I think it's fair to say. Worth pointing out, by the way, Brad Hutchison was given a post-race penalty for the collision he had with Steve Laidlaw at the start of yesterday's race. Steve bounced back to a podium. That could well have been a race win, though, had he not been in the gravel at the start of the race. So he'll want this win if possible. Newsham, by the way, has gone past Will Beach and now moves around the outside of the lapped car of Mark Smith. He is into third place, but look at the gap between him and Shepherd. He's going to struggle, I think, to catch Adam here, isn't he? It's one thing Shepherd catching the leader, but whether Newsham will be able to do the same is another matter.
Yeah, let's see what happens then. But this is, I'm just looking at the timing screen, and Shepherd is not making massive inroads in the first sector. It's a 21.4 for Shepherd, and it's a 21.9 for Steve Laidlaw, the leader. So 4 tenths, but then there's a second in Sector 2, so he's up 1.4 seconds already before we finish the lap.
Sector 2 is by far the longest sector, twice as long as the other two, and it takes in the old hairpin, McLean's, Coppice corner, where you really need that front end to be gripping, and that clearly is what's happening for Shepherd. Right, leader does a 16.3, Shepherd a 14.2, so let's call that 2 seconds quicker. He needs another 5 laps to get there, and I reckon that's about what he's got.
Oh my word. Sit tight, look at that, just on cue, all the sector times, and you can see what's going on there. Look at this, lap 8, 9 and 10, proper stuff. This is going to be awesome.
Shepherd purple first sector, 7 tenths faster than the leader. Newsham, by the way, 17.5, because of course he was stuck behind Will Beach for the first part of the previous lap, and so he is not realistically going to be much of a challenge to Adam Shepherd. Now there though is Adam. Yesterday's race victory was his 7th career win in TCR UK. If he can win another race, which I'm sure at some point he will, that'll be 8. That will be tied with Dan Lloyd and Carl Wardley for second on the all-times win list. So he really is becoming one of the names in TCR UK. It is criminal that he hasn't won one of these championships yet. He really feels that this could be his year, and he is looking like the dominant force in TCR UK, at least at the start of the season. There, though, is Steve Laidlaw. Steve Laidlaw completes his 11th lap. To be fair, his pace is fairly consistent, a 16.1, but a 13.4 for Shepherd, 2.7 seconds faster. Newsham also pumping in some purple sectors, but this is going to be tough for Steve to hang on to.
Listen, he can catch him, I have no doubt. Can he pass him? How easy will Steve Laidlaw on your screen just then make it for him? Will Beach is getting involved again. This is a teammate. Oh no, is Will having a problem?
No, I think he just understeered wide, didn't he? He was defending on the way into Redgate from Greg Saunders and then didn't quite meet the apex. So Saunders goes through into 4th. This would be a great result for both of these drivers. These, remember, are the 2 highest placed cars on wet tyres. There are other quicker, potentially more experienced drivers also on the wets, and those 2 are showing them the way.
That's proper effort, really good effort. Finn Leslie up into 6th as well, good stuff from him.
Mark Smith was on the grass then, down the Craner curves. That is not where I'd like to be in these conditions, but I think gathered it together. But yeah, this is a good battle between, as you said, the teammates. Greg Saunders then managing to find his way through into 4th. Finn Leslie doing his best to latch onto these 2, but hasn't quite had the pace in these mixed conditions. Right, 4.5 minutes to go. Another fastest lap of the race by the looks of it for Adam Shepherd. Yes, a 1:12.8. Wow. He's getting quicker. He's getting closer to 3 seconds a lap faster. There is the gap. They've got George Jackson between them. But I think by the end of this lap, Shepherd could be nearly there.
He's gonna win this. He's gonna win this by about 6 seconds, I think. But I mean, it's this first sector which has been the problem. This is the only. He's a 21.1 in the first sector against Steve Laidlaw in the 21.7. So he only gained 6/10 in the first sector, and it's this long sector that you spoke about is where he really pulls it out.
Yeah, I suppose through the Craner curves you've got to be careful on the slicks. Those rear tyres won't be generating the grip that you need, will they? So he's just taking it easy. A measured drive this from Adam Shepherd. If you're Steve Laidlaw then, what are you doing? Are you trying to go as hard as you can to keep him back for as long as you can? Or is it worth just trying to keep a little bit left in those tyres so that when he inevitably gets there, Steve's got something to fight with?
I just think you can't even think that now. It's just going to be a dogfight. At the very end, it'll be a dogfight. But what I would do if I was Laidlaw is make sure that if he is going to pass me, he has to do it around the outside of somewhere fast, and it's got to be damp for Adam Shepherd as well.
It's Rob McGovern lapping Mark Smith, I believe. Yes, McGovern is in 9th position. Then you've got Jeff Olden and Stuart Lyons. That is a battle for position, is it not? Yes, I think it is. In fact, Olden's dropped behind McGovern and Stuart Lyons closing in on both of them.
Yeah, and just to let you know, the leader on that last lap, it's gone quicker. Like, that's his fastest lap, 15.2 for Laidlaw. So he's kind of he's lost a second in the first sector. Sorry, we're not looking at the right thing. That's our fault. But Will Beach, as I say, he's doing a great job. Fair play, and his teammate Gregor. I'm well impressed because Saunders has not done that much at all. And they're not easy cars to drive, the Gen 2 cars, which is proper.
They have been reeled in quite quickly here by Finn Leslie, though. Finn was 2.5 seconds nearly quicker than them on the previous lap. These 3 cars all on wets, we believe, and they're battling for 4th position out of the old hairpin. The lead gap, by the way, continues to come down. We'll check in with those, I'm sure, fairly shortly. This, though, is a pretty interesting battle. There is the change for the lead, and Shepherd's gone through already, so that gap was 2.3 seconds at the start of the lap. By the time they reach the chicane, though, it is the Gen 2 Cupra ahead of the Gen 3 Cupra, and Adam Shepherd, just like that, hits the front with 2 laps still to go. The question now, Paul, is can Laidlaw hang on to second?
That is a very good question, because look how fast Callum Newsham is coming into Redgate, fastest lap. I would say no. I would say Laidlaw will finish 3rd, and the best thing to do is just finish 3rd. But Shepherd, look at the speed he's got now. He needs to just manage that speed. I don't think he should be worried about Newsham in P3 for the win. But this is great stuff. I don't expect anything less, if I'm honest with Shepherd.
Newsham was about 3/10 quicker than him on the previous lap, but that was because Shepherd was busy overtaking Laidlaw, of course. So yeah, I think Adam should be reasonably comfortable now. Callum Newsham with the fastest lap of the race, though, interestingly, so pipping Adam Shepherd's time from earlier in the race by about 3, and in fact on the same lap they both did a PB, but Newsham quite a bit faster. Finn Leslie, meanwhile, well, this has all changed. Wow. They're in completely the opposite order they were last time we saw them, I believe. We've got Leslie up into 4th, Saunders still in the middle in 5th, and Will Beach now down into 6th position. Sam Laidlaw, by the way. Now remember, Sam I thought was on slick tyres when I saw him on the grid, the yellow sidewall Goodyear tyre. He has not got those tyres working as he should have done, really. Certainly not in the same way that Shepherd and Newsham have, but he is slowly now starting to close in on that group as Newsham has a go at Steve Laidlaw.
Yeah, here we go then. That's P2 done and dusted. Even on the damp stuff, it looks like he's gone. He's not laying down Steve, to be fair to him. But that's job done now. And Callum was belting out fastest laps. He was probably not worried about Shepherd, but he just wanted to get the job done on Adrian, which he's done.
Newsham has been faster than Shepherd for most of this race, apart from through the traffic. Shepherd was overtaking those cars on wet tyres a little bit more efficiently than Callum Newsham, but in clean air, almost always it's been the Hyundai quicker than the Cupra, so that's interesting. If it's drive for race 3 later, remember they're both going to be starting towards the sharp end of the grid, and these I think are two drivers, aren't they, Shepherd and Newsham, who most people are looking to be at the centre of this championship battle.
Yeah, definitely. That's the thing you've got to think of, even though this is the first round, you've got to be looking out for your championship. Perfect start, isn't it, for this man?
It is indeed. And the checkered flag awaits for Adam Shepherd then. Win number 2 of the weekend, win number 8 of his TCR UK career. Can anybody stop Adam Shepherd? He wins race 2 at Donington Park. Callum Newsham, though, a charging drive to second, and Steve Laidlaw, third place again, but a very different race to the one that he had yesterday. He is the highest placed car by a long way on the wet tyres, and another podium finish for the Area Motorsport Cupra. Who is going to be 4th is the next question. Will it be Finn Leslie? I believe it will. This is all kicking off though. Will Beach now under pressure from Rod McGovern, so it's all fallen apart really for Will Beach. Maybe didn't quite look after those wet tyres as well as some others were able to. Will he fend off Rod McGovern to the line? Let's see. Leslie comes home 4th, Sam Laidlaw 5th, 6th place will be Greg Saunders, and Will Beach just pips Rod McGovern. The margin between the two of them was 0.2 of a second at the line. It is Will Beach who claims the position. As far as the classes are concerned, by the way, Jeff Alden, the Audi at the back of shot, he will claim the victory in the Gen 1 Cup, a second win of the weekend in Gen 1 for Jeff Alden. George Jackson, in the end, I think was a full lap behind him. George Jackson didn't have a trip to the pit lane, but I wonder whether he maybe had a drama midway through that race. And in the Goodyear Diamond Award, I reckon it's going to be Rod McGovern, isn't it? Rod McGovern in 8th place, I think. Of course, Steve Laidlaw. Steve Laidlaw will get the victory in the Goodyear Diamond Award, as he did yesterday. So, fascinating race. We said it would be, and we have another victory for Adam Shepherd, but he had to really work for that one. Coming through from 10th on the grid was always going to be a challenge, but the fact that he was on the slicks, they really didn't come in until about a third of the way into the race, but once they did, nobody could stop him. Oh, and by the way, he stole the fastest lap back away from Callum Newsham on the final lap of the race, 4/10 quicker in the end than anything Callum could do. It is Adam Shepherd victorious then for the second time this weekend in TCR UK. Callum Newsham just under 6 seconds adrift at the flag, with Steve Laidlaw on the wet tyres in 3rd. Finn Leslie 4th place again, so through it all, Finn Leslie with some consistency across these first 2 races, 4th in both of the events so far. Sam Laidlaw got up to 5th on, we think, slick tyres, with Greg Saunders 6th, Will Beach 7th, and Rod McGovern in 8th position. Stuart Lyons was 9th in the Lincoln Co. Jeff Alden 10th, wins in the Gen 1 Cup ahead of George Jackson, with Mark Smith, Cedric Block and Harry Blore the last of the finishers. Harry had a pit lane visit. We lost, I'm afraid, Alistair Camp and Brad Hutchison. I'm not sure we had a chance to mention that, but Brad Hutchison did not make it beyond the first few laps of that race. That is a real shame. Right, lots to talk about then at the end of that race, and the man to do all of the talking is Paul O'Neill. He is down in Parc Ferme, I believe, ready to catch up with our podium finishers.
Wowzers! TCR UK is back. That was a proper race. Adam Shepherd, double win. Race 2, wins that. Slicks with the right call, but I tell you what, it didn't look it for a while, did it? The temperature was difficult to get into the tyres. I'll let Adam get his helmet off, or give him his winner's cap, but wow, I've got to hand it to not just Adam, but all the drivers on the grid really did well. Slick tyres, stick that on, mate. Slick tyres. Did you get about 4 laps in and think, why did I do this?
Yeah, it was bad. On the rolling up lap, it was drier than I thought, and then it was slippery to the start, and we was a bit lively with the car anyway, how I drive it. Then Callum was quicker than me, and he was getting away, and I was thinking, is he gone higher with the pressures to get it in early? And we didn't. We bet on the longer game. So yeah, the car came to me and it was just like, don't push too hard and make a mistake. I knew from the pit board that I was going to catch him, so no mistakes to the end, and yeah, bring it home. So
I've got to admit, mate, I was watching it and I seen you weaving down the straight and I thought, I would rather be in this comms box than be one of these.
Do you know what? It was probably the best call ever. My dad over the pit wall told me to stop weaving. It was actually making it worse because I was weaving through the damp. So as soon as I stopped weaving and just stayed on the dry stuff, it switched and it came on. So big shout out to Dad, because that was a good call over the wall actually.
Top man. New team, same car, same stuff, but better reliability.
Yeah, brilliant. We cured the fueling issue. It was a fuel tank problem. The team have been fantastic. The car's fast and reliable. Huge thanks to our sponsors, 5G Comms, PBS Brakes, AMR Motors, or everyone else that gets us here. But yeah, fantastic.
Top man. Enjoy, mate. Well done. Sweet. Right, let's go and speak to Callum Newsham. Come with me, Andy. Come on, son. Right. It's a bit noisy round here, and there's loads of old people. Sorry, Dave. Callum, mate, I was just saying to Adam, that looked like the worst decision in the first 3 laps, and then I was like, oh no, this is going to work.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't think it was gonna come true like that. But no, that was horrible. That was really sketchy to drive. But yeah, no, it was the right decision though.
Proper purple sectors, mate. You were so fast. And how difficult was it to overtake on the damp parts? You were weaving to get the temp in. You nearly went off down the straight, mate. That was crazy.
Yeah, no, it's just all over the place. Just trying to get as much temperature as I could. But now I was touching it now, and it's still so cold, that left rear. But yeah, passing on the damp wasn't tricky, but it was tricky. Sorry. But yeah, no, it was good fun.
Top man, well done. Right, let's go and speak. Well done, mate. Let's go and speak to our third place man. Sorry to turn my back on you, Andy. Right, where is he? Where's Steve Laidlaw? Right, let's have a look. He's just catching up with the race winner. Steve, you won't actually recognise Steve. He's lost about 15 stone. Did that help you? You needed the extra weight to get well, not the temperatures in the wet tyres, but it was a great call, mate. I said, I think he's made a blinding call here.
Yeah, like there was no right call or wrong call in that one. The 2 guys that passed me are like world-class drivers. So, yeah, we made the call for. I was on wet, Sam was on slicks. It felt great. I had a massive gap. But after lap 4 or 5, even not pushing, the rear of the car had just started to go, you know, like when they go like chewing gum. So I was just trying to maintain the tyres, and when I saw Adam, I'm like, it's just a lap countdown. And even with Callum at the end, if I'd have been any more defensive, I'd have been hitting him, and that's just not racing, is it? So, but great to be on the podium a second time, and I'd probably make the same decision again, to be honest.
And it was Goodyear Diamond as well, which is fantastic for you. But that's not what it's about. It's a championship tilt, isn't it, for you?
Yeah, 100%. I think we kind of joked about it end of last season. We've spent a lot of time and effort, the whole team, really working hard to come here with intent, and our intention is the championship. So this is it. This is a great points haul. We haven't binned it. No damage on the car. It's great. But yeah, third step is not the one that we're aiming for.
And a little apology to you, mate, because you were that quick down the crane as I assumed you had slicks on. I said, if he's on slicks, then he's got them in 1,000-degree temperature. But obviously you're on wet. We could see the blue sidewalls. Well done, mate.
Thanks so much, Paul. Cheers.
Top man. Right, last person, if we can. Quickly, let's find Jeff Alden. Here he is. Jeff, quickly. Gen 1 Cup. You had a great race. It was super, wasn't it?
It was brilliant. Start was great. I was third for a lap. Result, I'm well chuffed, mate. Thank you. And the wets were a good idea.
Exactly. I wasn't telling many people in the pit lane. Well done, mate. Thank you for sharing your time with us. And I think we're going to hand back up to you guys.
Well, thanks very much to Paul and Andy. Back underway with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Next up then, it's their 4 championships in one. The Shallowell's Pre-83 touring cars, Track Hub UK Pre-93, Bertie Haulage Pre-03 and the Super Tourer series. The Super Tourers will be off the front of the grid. We've got 3 of them out today. We lost a couple of cars yesterday, unfortunately. It's Jim Poplington's Vauxhall Cavalier was the top Super Tourer yesterday, so he starts alongside the BTC Touring Vauxhall Astra Sport Hatch of Roger Stanford, and Rick Kerry's Peugeot 406 Coupe, first time we've seen that out, will be on the second row. Then there's a gap for this rolling start, and it's BMWs to the fore, the Pre-93 BMWs, Ian Bauer and Michael Cullen. We've already seen him take a win today, Will Davison and Kevin Willis. Then it's Jazz Sapra and Sean Morris. Then we'll have the first of the Pre-03 touring cars, the Honda Civic of Joe Dorrington, and the first of the Pre-83s is Jonathan Corker's little Datsun 510. Behind them we've got Harry Hickton in the Opel Kadett and Tom Harvey's Mark 1 Escort. Graham Smith in his Escort will be alongside John Gill driving Mike Seaborn's Jaguar XJS. They've swapped cars for today. Carl Shreve's Triumph Dolomite Sprint will be next on the grid alongside Stuart Kay, the chairman of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club with the XXX Ford Capri. Then we have the very beautiful Mitsubishi Colt Lancer of Neil Philpotts will start alongside Jake Margulies in the Alfa Romeo GTV 6. Jared Knight's Mark II Escort will be alongside Colin Claxton's Triumph Dolomite Sprint. Then James Dunkley in his new Mark 1 Fiesta XR2, the former Blue Oval Saloon Series champion, alongside Simon Mann, the Prio 3 touring car racer in his BMW 328. Peter Bulbick's Ford Capri alongside Phil Waller's Hillman Avenger. Williamson in his Rover SD1 should be towards the back. And then we've got Daniel Gandisha alongside him, who failed to start yesterday's race in his BMW M3. And at the back, hopefully, we've got the very smart Mark 1 Golf GTI of Malcolm Jeffs, another car that failed to start in yesterday's race. It will be a rolling start to this race. There might be one more car at the back. I'm wondering if we've got Oliver Owen's BMW out there, the number 91. He failed to race yesterday and was out in qualifying with the MGs this morning, qualifying out of session to get his requisite 3 laps in. But on pole position, no, it's not John Cleland. It's Jim Pocklington in the 1990 Vauxhall Cavalier, one of the very first Super Touring spec cars ever to be built. Raced in period by the likes of John Cleland in the British Touring Car Championship. 1990, of course, the first year we saw Super Touring cars. And they ran as a class alongside the Group A Ford Sierra Cosworths before Super Touring became the standalone class of the British Touring Car Championship in 1991. We did have a couple more Super Tourers here, but we lost a couple of cars yesterday. Matty Evans in his Cavalier, the Ian Heward car among others, that had some clutch cylinder problems and he's been unable to race. AJ Owens' Ford Mondeo, the Paul Radicic lookalike, was fighting for the lead yesterday until unfortunately suffered a component failure and he's out for the weekend, sadly. And we also had Jason Hughes here with his MG ZS, the BTC Touring era car, the car that Jason raced himself in the British Touring Car Championship in the mid-2000s, but that sadly suffered trouble in qualifying yesterday. Roger Stanford's there, though, in the 2005 spec Vauxhall Astra Sport hatch, likes of Fabrizio Giovanardi raced that car in period, and great to have former BMW man Rick Kerry out there in the Peugeot 406 Coupe from 2002 BTCC. That car raced by a certain Tim Harvey in period. His teammate Dan Eaves was the Independence Cup champion that year. The pre-93 Touring Car Championship is made up almost exclusively of BMWs, with the exception of the Jaguar XJS, which is being shared by Mike Seaborn and Jonathan Gill this weekend. John Gill racing it today. And Mike Seaborn has swapped cars with John. He'll be out in the Classic Thunder race later on in the Peugeot 205 Hot Rod. Pre-83, meanwhile, we don't have the 12 times champion and reigning champion Stephen Primet with his Mark 1 Escort this weekend. So pre-83, a little bit more open between the older cars. Jonathan Corker won yesterday, the little Datsun 510, ahead of Harry Hickton, the young gun in the Opel Kadett, the orange car you can see in centre screen there. Harry, of course, the reigning Mini Challenge Trophy champion, won that right at the end of the season at Brands Hatch last year. Third in pre-83 yesterday was number 3, Tom Harvey, in the half-speed Mark 1 Escort. There is Tom Harvey, the blue and white Escort, just ahead of Graham Smith's yellow machine. Where is John Gill? Because of the change of driver, that car's had to move to the back of the grid. And we have got Oliver Owen out there as well. That's good to see in his BMW, but I don't think Malcolm Jeffs is there with the Golf, sadly. That had some trouble just before the start of yesterday's race. The Super Tour is off in the front then. This is going to be a rolling start. And off we go. Pocklington, Stanford and Rick Kerry lead them away. The red lights go out. And it is Jim Pocklington in the colours of John Cleland who leads them into the first corner. Chased by veteran touring car racer Roger Stanford. Used to race a BMW E30 M3 among other things, and he takes the lead coming into the Craner curves for the first time. Rick Kerry in third place. Now here's the cavalry charge behind. It's BMWs to the fore. Ian Bauer, who won overall in this combined race yesterday, leads them away in the Castrol liveried BMW. There's Stuart Kay in the Ford Capri, the triplex liveried car. It's Bauer who leads this group ahead of Michael Cullen. We saw him out in his Lotus Cortina earlier, now in that beautiful E30 M3 in second place. And the battle for third between Jazz Sapra and Will Davis and the two yellow cars, with Sean Morris in the Bastos liveried car behind them. There goes Rick Kerry. The car got stuck in gear during yesterday's race, which is why he dropped back. Rick Kerry briefly raced in BTCC in the BTC Touring era in a diesel-powered BMW 1 Series. Here come your leaders, Roger Stanford. Good to have him back to racing. Came back midway through last year with the Astra. Had a big accident a couple of years ago at Donington Park in a Lotus Cortina, which kept him out of racing for a while. He leads Jim Pocklington as they complete the opening lap of the race. Now, we should see the leading pre-93 touring car championship cars catch up with the Super Tourers here. New sponsor for pre-93 this year, trackhub.uk. It's the two Vauxhalls of differing eras up front. 2005 leads 1990. The Peugeot dropping back slightly into third. Now here's some of the midfielders. We've got all manner of cars, variety really is the spice of life. We've got Triumph Dolomites, that's the Mitsubishi, the black cars going through in the foreground. Nick Williamson in the big Rover SD1, and coming through the middle, that gorgeous Mark 1 Fiesta XR2. His first race weekend, James Dunkley, Mr. Bacon, as we can see he's nicknamed, runs a food business based in Worcestershire, James Dunkley. Willersey Provisions is the name of his business. And debuting the Mark 1 Fiesta. He used to race a Mark 2 XR2, won the Blue Oval Saloon Championship a couple of years ago in that car. Two Vauxhalls have pulled away. Roger Stanford and Jim Pocklington. 15 years of touring car evolution, racing together. Trying to give you too much of a history lecture on the cars in this race, because we did that yesterday over the course of the 15 minutes. Rick Kerry appears to have dropped back. It's Ian Bauer up into third place. In fact, have we lost the Peugeot somewhere? No, there it is, just ahead of Graham Smith in the yellow Mark 1 Escort and Harry Hickton. I think Rick Kerry is heading for the pits. Unfortunately, yes he is, so problems for the Peugeot. Ian Bauer has set the fastest lap, 1:18.013. It's really dried out there over the last couple of races. Jim Pocklington's not finished yet though, the Cavalier challenging Roger Stanford. Jim Pocklington has raced Vauxhall Cavaliers for many years now. He first raced his Cavalier in a blue livery in the old Formula Saloon Championship in the late 1990s, which was an open series, which was the successor to Thunder Saloons in club racing. You had a variety of machinery in that. So this is the battle of the BMWs further back, and going really outside there, Kevin Willis, he's going well in the number 95 machine, up on the outside of Michael Cullen in that beautiful E30 M3. Willis goes ahead in the newer E36 version, but there's Ian Bauer. He's off to play with the Super Tourers if he can catch them up. He beat them yesterday to win overall, the former pre-93 touring car champion, and could be one of the favourites to win that title this year if Stuart Waite doesn't appear, who's been his main rival over the years. Stuart Waite's not here this weekend. Here's the battle of the Beamers for second in pre-93. Willis, Cullen, Will Davison in the number 17. He used to race an E30 BMW, now chasing one. Behind them, Sean Morris. There's a gap back to number 91, which is Oliver Owen, and he's come through from the back of the grid. He's already up into 8th place. Failed to race yesterday. Did his qualifying laps, as we said this morning. Jonathan Corker still leading the pre-83s. He's in 9th. And Tom Harvey rounding out the top 10. Harry Hickton's dropped back a bit. He's behind Graham Smith now, so down to 4th in pre-83. I wouldn't know where he'd gone. Checking the timing screen. If you want to follow the live timing today, incidentally, tsl-timing.com. TSL Timing is the place to find all the live timing. Ian Bauer's caught the Super Tour. He's in between them now. the chicane. There's a spinner in the background. I think that's Kevin Willis that's gone spinning off. We see in the background there on the inside of Coppice Corner. That's an unusual place to go off. What happened there? It was a yellow BMW. I think it was Willis. The other car he was battling with was Jazz Sapri. Yeah, Kevin Willis falling down the timing string, so he's gone off, exiting Coppice onto the inside of the circuit. Here comes Ian Bauer. He's caught our race leader Jim Pocklington. Now, has Roger Stanford got a problem? He's dropped back quite suddenly there in the Astra Sport Hatch. These Super Tourer and BTC cars, they may be prestigious and quick, but they are fragile. Well, this is the lead battle in Pre-83, the Shell Oils Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars, and young Tom Harvey in the Mark 1 Escort is having a go at Jonathan Corker in the Datsun 510, the only one of its kind racing in the UK. Tom Harvey's number 3, prepared by his father Adrian, or Age Harvey as he's known, team known as Half Speed. The Shell Sport car having a good go here at Jonathan Corker for 8th overall. There'll be yellow flags more than likely at Coppice though, so no passing there because that's where Kevin Willis has gone off. Up they come into Coppice. Yes, the yellow flag will be out there, so Tom Harvey bounced off the curb there, got sideways. Won't be able to pass there because yellow flags for the stranded car of Kevin Willis. And the change for the lead overall, Ian Bauer has taken the lead in the BMW M3 from Jim Pocklington in the Super Touring Cavalier. This is the battle back into the chicane. We're back with the Pre-83s. A bit tricky to follow this, 4 races in one. Walker holds on in the lead ahead of Tom Harvey. Over the line, there you go. Graham Smith behind them in his Escort in 3rd in Pre-83. They're fighting for 8th overall, these 3. The other race, of course, is the Bertie Haulage Pre-03 touring cars. Fortunately, a bit thin on the ground this weekend. Only a couple of entries for Pre-03. Hopefully, the grids will grow as the season goes on. Hope to see Gary Preble back out soon. Never mind that, because Tom Harvey having a real go. That's the old hairpin. He got the nose down the inside there briefly. He slid the car in, more like a rallying Escort there. And Harry Hicton's catching him back up as well. The orange Opel Cadets. Very popular in European competition, the European Touring Car Championship, and also in hill climbing there, very successful as well in Europe. Harry Hicton driving his father David Hicton's Opel. There's still yellow flags out exiting Coppice though on the exhibition straight, so drivers have to take it easy through there. Passing under yellow flags, of course, you'll be penalised. Down into the chicane, 6.5 minutes of this race to go. Jonathan Corker still holds the Pre-83 lead. It's Bauer who leads overall from Pocklington. Roger Stanford has dropped back, but he's still in 3rd place in the Astra. Then Will Davison is in 4th. He's got ahead of Michael Cullen. Sean Morris in the Bastos BMW is in P6. And then Oliver Owen from the back of the grid is up to 7th. Here's our leader. He's got back markers ahead of him. Simon Mann's BMW, which is the 2nd of the 2 Pre-03 Championship cars ahead of him. The Cadbury's liveried car. There's certainly a food theme to this race, isn't there? We've got James Dunkley with his food provisions company. We've got the Cadbury's car, and if Malcolm Jeffs had been in the race, he's sponsored by Juicy Fruit Chewing Gum, his car. Puff of smoke from the Cavalier there. I hope that's just tyre smoke. Jim Pocklington is leading the Super Tourer splits. Leader has lapped James Dunkley's Fiesta there. Next to be lapped will be Colin Claxton, who's got a couple of cars here today. He's out in his Triumph Dolomite Sprint in this race. He'll be out later on in his Mark 1 Escort as well. The main battle is in the Pre-83s. Could be 4 of them together soon. Still Jonathan Corker holds on. Fastest lap of the race overall is Ian Bauer, 1:16.35, and there's the leader of the Pre-03 touring cars. That's Joe Dorrington in his Honda Civic Type R, similar to the car that Gary Preble's won the title in that division in the last couple of years. Hopefully we'll see Gary back out soon. As we say, only a couple of entries in Pre-03 sadly this weekend. I'm sure that grids will increase as the season goes on, and now Tom Harvey is really turning up the pressure on Jonathan Corker. Look at that sideways down the crater curve. He's throwing that Escort around. Goes for the inside. Oh, really close to the old hairpin. Just how Frank Gardner would drive a Mark 1 Escort back in the late 60s, early 70s in British touring cars, or British Saloon Car Championship as it was then. Who else were the great Mark 1 Escort racers? Likes of Mike Crabtree and Norman Abbott in their modified Escorts too. They lap Jonathan Gill there in the Jaguar XJS. A bit different to his Peugeot 205. Was going to a dead stop there going into Coppice to let the quicker runners through. We've got a car slowing down the pit straight. I've just seen out of the commentary box window Simon Mann's BMW has slowed up. 383 leaders coming up to lap Phil Waller in the Hillman Avenger, the Bernard Unex replica. 70s was British Saloon Car Champion. Yes, Simon Mann has pulled over at the exit of the pits. The Cadbury's car out of the race. Maybe off for a cup of hot chocolate to warm up, I would think. Ian Bauer continues to lead overall. 3.5 minutes just under of this race to go for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club's 4 championships. I think Roger Stanford has got a problem because he's dropped back to 7th place now in the Astra. Can Tom Harvey get past? He's got a wheel on the grass there, Tom Harvey. Oh, he's going to get into the gravel. How did he not spin there, Tom Harvey? What a save. I thought that car was going spinning into the gravel, but he's managed to control it. That's a brilliant piece of car control from young Tom Harvey. But he's down to 4th of the pre-83s, and that's left Jonathan Corker in the clear, or has it? Because Graham Smith is going after him now in the number 197. The Burton-on-Trent based driver, so fairly local to Donington. And coming up on Peter Bulbing to lap the Ford Capri now. King of the Capris in the late 70s was, of course, the legendary Gordon Spice. Went on to build Group C cars afterwards for sports car racing. Nick Whiting was a top Capri racer as well, oft controversial figure, shall we say. And Colin Vandervelde as well, raced the Triplex Capri in period. Stuart Kay racing the Triplex car this weekend. Walker up the inside, goes through past the Martin sponsored Capri, it says on the side. And Harry Hickton up the inside trying to take Graham Smith there. There is Roger Stanford. He's dropping back down the order. In fact, he might be caught by the pre-83s soon. Ian Bauer, though, is out on his own. New fastest lap, 1:16.211. He's heading for a second overall victory, and a victory in the pre-93s, sponsored by trackhub.uk. There's the Cavalier, and he's under threat now from Will Davison for second place overall now. So Davison has got ahead of Michael Cullen, that means. We've been concentrating on the pre-83 lead battle, but now Will Davison in the yellow E36 M3 having a go at the John Cleland lookalike Vauxhall of Jim Pocklington. We all remember what happened when a Vauxhall of that livery tangled with an E36 BMW at the end of 1992, don't we? That's Harry Hickton, and he's having a go at Jonathan Corker. Graham Smith must have had him out. Well, Harry Hickton's just taken the lead of the pre-83s. He's got past Jonathan Corker. So Graham Smith's had a moment somewhere. He's dropped right back. He lost about at least 10 seconds on that last lap. So Smith's had a moment somewhere. So you can't take your eye off this battle for a second. So Harry Hickton, who was down in 4th, has come through to lead the pre-83s in the Opel Kadett. Can he take his first pre-83 win? Too sure what happened to Graham Smith there. He's back with Tom Harvey after his mistake at the old hairpin earlier on. Well, there is Harvey. Graham Smith dropped back to him as well. Graham Smith must have a problem. Clock has counted down to 0, and Ian Bauer, the overall leader, locks up. He's heading for victory in the Castrol liveried BMW M3, the lookalike of the cars that raced in the Italian Touring Car Championship in the 90s. Emanuele Naspiti ex-Formula 3000 racer who made it briefly to F1. Mostly a car looking like this in period. Up the hill to Coppice for the last time. Lost another couple of cars into the pits. Jared Knight's Escort and Nick Williamson's Rover SD1 have pulled in. As Ian Bauer's going to defeat the Super Tourers again. Coming up on Daniel Gandesha's M3 as he comes through the chicane for the final time. It's going to be 2 out of 2 in pre-93 touring cars for Ian Bauer. Makes the checkered flag. Joe Dorrington behind him comes across the line. He wins a double in the pre-03 touring cars. In fact, he's the only pre-03 finisher with Simon Mann out of the race. Will Davison will come over in second overall. And completing the podium and winning the Super Tourer class will be Jim Pocklington in the Cavalier. Thumbs up as he crosses the line. Fourth from the back of the grid will be Oliver Owen. Great effort by him. And Sean Morris on the last lap has got past Michael Cullen, who takes 6th in his E30 M3. Next home it should be Roger Stanford. I can see him in the background coming along the exhibition straights. And the pre-83 win, it's been certainly the highlight of this race has been the pre-83 battle, is going to go to young Harry Hickton in the Opel Kadett. Across the line comes Neil Philpotts in the Mitsubishi Colt Lancer. There's Stanford in 7th place, and here comes Harry Hickton. He wins the pre-83s ahead of Jonathan Corker. Just waiting for Tom Harvey to come home. He gets the save of the weekend. And 3rd place. Flashes the lights as he crosses the line. Just a couple more cars to come in now. Well, there's Graham Smith. Not too sure what happened to his Escort there, but he slowed dramatically in the last couple of laps. We seem to have lost Stuart Kay on the last lap as well, the club chairman in his Capri. He hasn't come in. There is Ian Bauer, race winner in car number 441, the man from Southampton, former pre-93 champion. Had quite a collection of E36 BMWs over the years. And he takes the win by nearly 15 seconds over Will Davison, with Jim Pocklington 3rd and winning the Super Tourer splits. Oliver Owen, great drive through the field for 4th place on the back of the grid ahead of Sean Morris. Michael Cullen wins his class in 6th. Roger Stanford wins his subclass in 7th as well. And Harry Hickton wins the pre-83s ahead of Corker and Harvey. Corker of a race it was for them. Daniel Gandesha next home. And Graham Smith, the last man on the lead lap. Joe Dorrington wins the pre-03, excuse me. Other class winners were Jake Margulies in the Alfa Romeo, James Dunkley's Fiesta, and John Gill was a class winner at the wheel of the Jaguar XJS in pre-93 as well, the only non-BMW in that division. We lost Stuart Kay on the last lap. Other retirements: Nick Williamson, Simon Mann, Garrett Knight, Kevin Willis, of course, we saw spin out, and Rick Kerry dropped out as well, so bad luck to all of them. Let's head down to Ian Waterhouse in Parc Fermé.
Oh, welcome back to Parc Fermé, everybody. It's 3 from 3 for Ian Bowyer so far this weekend. Quite something in special. I did ask him for the lottery numbers yesterday. Didn't give them to me, hence the reason I'm back today. 3 from 3. This is sensational.
Yeah, it's a great weekend. Yeah, really great start to the season. Yeah, really happy with the race as well today.
What did you make of the conditions out there? Was it dry line okay?
It was dry when you're online, but if you go offline, it's a bit squiggly. So I was trying hard to stay on the line, but sometimes it's just difficult. You don't want to use the curves that much. But yeah, it was good fun. Loads and loads of fun.
You've got the biggest smile on your face. I love it. Well done, mate. Really mean that. Congratulations. Great stuff indeed. William Davison, of course, coming home in 2nd place, I believe, there as well. Let's just move around. See, I did really wanted to find Roger in the Super Tourers, but he's not there. Joe Dorrington, he's over there. Let's go speak to him because he picked up the win in the 03s. We did speak to him a little bit earlier. I don't think we were able to quite play it, but let's have a quick chat with him. Joe, is everything all right?
No, fuel everywhere.
You can see it dripping. Yeah. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, so not really sure, mate. Yeah, come off the track quite badly, but yeah, it's fuel everywhere. So finish the race, main thing. Car's intact. Hopefully the engine's all right.
Yeah, get it home and get it sorted, mate. Great to see you again. There we go. Good stuff indeed. Let's just keep moving around. Come on, Ian. Come on. Love it indeed. How we do it. Let's move around. Let's go grab Tom for a quick chat again as well. Tom, I know we spoke yesterday, but how was it today?
Yeah, it was a brilliant race. Great race, Ian. I was battling for the lead with John for 3/4 of the race, and then I made a total mess of the old hairpin on one of the laps. Lost it. Lost all the positions I made up. But we got back to third, so I'm bloody over the moon.
Well done, mate. Congratulations. Good stuff indeed. Right, so we are going straight into the racing action. I believe Sigma 135 coming up. But just a few moments ago, I caught up with a couple of drivers at the assembly area. So let's hear from them now. Right, everybody, it's still freezing cold here today at Donington Park, but it's time for the catering graduates Sigma 135 second race of the weekend and final, of course, for them yesterday. Adam Keane taking a 15-second win. That's almost unheard of. We've come a little bit further back. We've got David Polt here. Let's have a quick chat with David. David, did I hear you saying to Paul there, good start's critical?
Yes, yeah, I mean, I think especially with the conditions having changed from yesterday, it's going to be good. I had a pretty poor start in the dry yesterday, so it'll be good to try and rectify that today.
Are you still surprised at how greasy it looks?
Yeah, I was watching the TCRs going round, and there is a dry line, but yeah, going off it looks like it's still going to be a bit of a challenge, to be fair. So they seem to have an indecision as to whether they were on slicks or wet. So yeah, I mean, we don't have that problem, but it's still going to be a challenge nevertheless.
So, man, best of luck, David. Enjoy it, won't you? I appreciate you talking to us. Oh, we've got Alan's literally just pulled up right next to us. He's probably going to hate the fact that he's done that. There goes Neil Warnock, of course. Not the former Sheffield United manager. Alan, how are we feeling ahead of this one? You enjoyed your weekend so far?
Fantastic, really good, and it's been dry for us, so we've been really lucky. in the dry, this is just a fantastic track.
Yeah.
Not so keen in the wet, but I love it in the dry.
I can imagine a catering in the dry, Donington. It's got to be one of the best experiences.
I mean, you're literally 20-25 minutes an inch apart from the guy in front of you, and you know. It's fantastic racing.
And just this between you. I mean, that's pretty flimsy, that.
and David and myself, I guarantee, will be glued to each other.
Yeah.
And he'll be in front and I'll be in front and we'll have a great time.
Brilliant.
Doesn't matter where you are on the grid, you always have a good race.
Alan, thanks for talking to us. Enjoy it, mate. We'll be watching. We'll definitely be watching. Right, here we go. Time to go racing for the Sigma 135. Dave, over to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ian. Now time for our first Caterham race of the day, the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates Championship, the Sigma 135 category, the slightly less powerful of the cars, 135 brake horsepower. Let's have a look at the grid then. Second fastest time in the qualifying session yesterday set the grid. Yesterday's winner, Adam Keane, one of our guest drivers, on pole position in number 188 alongside Luke Waitman in car 96. Now the cars with a yellow number next to them, they're racing for the Caterham Graduates Trophy. And the cars in with blue numbers on our graphics are there contesting the full championship. We'll explain in full after we've been through the grid. Luke Waitman on the front row with Adam Keane. Adam Waitman and Tom McEwing on row 2. Tom, the first of the full championship drivers. Stephen Merritt and Simon Arnold on row 3. Steve Merritt was well in the lead battle. Well, the battle for second place, I should say, yesterday, because Adam Keane just disappeared into the distance. Fourth row, Paul Armitage in the Silk Cut lookalike car alongside Giles Derry. Then Tom Gunter and Simon Martin completing the top 10. Row 6 is Michael Munns. Alongside him is Guy Crossman. Then Neil Warnock and Monty Hind on row 7. The 8th row will be Andrew Sagar and Chris Griffith. Row 9, Neville Sykes and Giles Hanson. Darren Butler and Kevin Turner completing the top 20. Then on row 11, we have got David Jarvis and Ian Fortescue. Ian failed to finish yesterday's race. Sean Cronin and Anthony Nichols will be on row 12. 13th row, Neil Bell and Mark Soden. Then Bali Nijar, who was the other retirement yesterday, alongside Paul Vokes, who's doubling up this weekend. He's got 2 cars here, racing in both classes. Alan Bateman and David Poulter on row 15. The 16th row is Andrew Bergbaum and Simon White. Row 17, Neil Perry and Simon Nicholas. Russell Gunter and Stephen Trinzer on row 18. On the 19th row, Paul Hawker and Michael Kew, and hopefully Alistair Curry is there at the back. He had some engine problems in qualifying yesterday. Failed to set a time, so he'll be at the back of the grid. I've mentioned there's championship drivers and trophy drivers. The idea with the trophy is that if you can't contest, if you can't commit to the full championship for a season in the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, you can nominate just 3 meetings in a year to score points at. You nominate them before the start of your season, 3 rounds that you can definitely do, and so it's like your own mini championship. So you have the trophy championship as well. There will be a new champion in the full championship series this year for the 135 class. It was Paul Goldstein who won it last year. He's moved up to the Sigma 150s for this season. Heading off on their green flag lap. This will be a 25-minute race, one of the longer races this weekend. Thanks to all your comments coming in. We haven't had much chance to read them out, unfortunately, so far, because it's been such a busy programme. Hi to Jeffrey Perry, who says, go Neil Perry. He's out in car number 5, the Marlborough lookalike red and white car in this one. Jeffrey cheering on from Australia. Mum and brother watching, he says. Hi to Paul Rusian. Back of the net 07, Stephen Bryant. The Sensible Streamer, Ethan Dance, and everybody else who's commented so far. Commentator says, some excellent battles in the last race. Loving the Mark 1 Escorts. That's from Joy Goddard. Thanks to everybody else who's watching on today. Do let us know if you're watching and leave a comment on our stream. Give us a like as well. How many likes have we got so far? 139. Let's get it up to... how many races we got? 3 more after this before the lunch break. Let's get it up to 250 likes, if we can, before the next race starts. Caterham's warming up their Toyo tyres. New title sponsor this year, P4 Emergency Lighting. Their managing director Rob Warner racing this weekend. He's in the Sigma 150s. So up onto the grid they come then. 188 Adam Keane won't be scoring points this weekend because he's a guest driver. He's in the grey car. 96 Luke Waitman, the black car with the orange cage alongside him. Adam Waitman, number 98, is in the dark green car with the white wheels and roll cage. And Tom McEwing, the leader of the full championship cars, his car is bright green. One car into the pit lane. Oh, that's number 51, Simon Arnold. And he was among the lead battlers yesterday, the yellow and black car. Is he pulling into the paddock, or is he going to retire? I'm not sure. Is he going to start from the pit lane? No, he's pulling into the paddock, so a non-start for Simon Arnold, unfortunately. He should have been on row 3 alongside Stephen Merritt. That's one of the contenders gone. Back of the field, there's Alistair Curry. Good to see him out there after his engine problems yesterday. Stephen Merritt, the black car with the orange roll cage, on row 3 on his own now on row 3. Paul Armitage in yellow, purple and white, the silk cut colours made famous at Le Mans. And alongside him, Giles Derry, the green car with the gold roll cage. Green flag is waved at the back of the grid, waiting for the red lights to come on. Second race of the weekend for the Sigma 135 class of the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates Racing Championship. Lights are out and they're away. Front row instantly dart across to the left. They're side by side, Luke Waitman and Adam Keane, down towards the first corner at Redgate. Neil Warnock trying to dart through on the inside further back. It's Keane who leads from Waitman. Adam Waitman side by side with Tom McEwing for third position. Now, will they all make it round Redgate for the first time? One car running a little bit wide at the back there. But they've all made it round down the Craner curves for the first time. Caterham's always very close, whether it's the graduates or the factory-supported Caterham Motorsport Championships, where our guest drivers are coming from this weekend. Get their eye in for the season. And lots of slipstreaming down the straights, what we are going to see here. Well, Alistair Curry's already made up one place. He's got ahead of number 74, Paul Hawker, at the back of the field. It's Keane who leads. Luke Waitman in second, Tom McEwing's up to third, Adam Waitman with the white roll cage and wheels in fourth, and Steve Merritt is fifth ahead of Paul Armitage in the 56. He's got Giles Derry up behind him. Giles was third in the championship last year, so could be a contender here. Championship runner-up was Thomas Gunter. He's in the silver number 95 car. He's had a quiet day, a quiet weekend so far. 42 of Neil Warnock nearly makes wheel-to-wheel contact there with Mark Soden in the number 60 car, I think that was, the blue car. File their way through the chicane for the first time. One car's gone out wide there and dropped back. I think that was Adam Wakeman coming out of the chicane, who was third. Yeah, he's dropped away from this lead group. Almost 3 wide into Redgate. That's close. Steve Merritt, Paul Armitage and Giles Derry. Yes, Armitage, Adam Wakeman rather, must have got onto the grass there coming out of the chicane, because he's dropped quite a way down the order. Flinging these cars around, very spectacular indeed, powered by Ford Sigma engines, as their name suggests. As Adam Wakeman's dropped to 13th, he's dropped 10 places there with that error at the chicane. Here come your leaders, Adam Keane from Luke Wakeman, McEwing in third. Then the battle for fourth is Merritt, Armitage and Derrick. Up towards Coppice Corner. So the leading championship runner for the full championship is McEwing, ahead of Armitage and Derry. Luke Wakeman is a trophy driver, only contesting 3-point scoring meetings this year, ahead of Steve Merritt, and 155 Simon Martin is the third of the trophy drivers. Over the line they come, starting to do the snake down the pit straight to break the toe and stop the driver behind from slipstreaming past them. Thomas Gunter having a look up the inside there. He's caught up to the back of the lead group now with Derry and Armitage just ahead of him. Neil Warnock at the head of this group. 5 cars together in there. Monty Hind, I think that is at the back of that little group of 5, as Giles Derry side by side down the cranes. He won't get past Paul Armitage there. Thomas Gunter hanging on behind them in the number 95 car, the man from Reading. Could be a championship contender, I reckon, this year. Disappear up towards Schwantz Curve. Giles Derry, I think, has dropped a little bit of ground as a result of that. Thomas Gunter getting through. His next target is Paul Armitage in the number 56, the Buckinghamshire driver. So Adam Keane leads the way, but he's not getting away to the extent he did yesterday, and Tom McEwing now come through past Luke Wakeman into second place. Now Tom McEwing, a very rapid driver indeed, the man from Yorkshire, as Armitage side by side with Gunter into the chicane. I reckon we're going to see Tom McEwing on the next lap around attack for the lead overall here. Adam Keane starting doing the snake down the straight again, as we call it. Let's try and break the toe from Tom McEwing. Luke Wakeman looking on, just waiting for his chance. Steve Merritt in fourth place. Then this side by side fight for fifth. They're still side by side, they have been since the chicane. Behind them is the 155 of Simon Martin. Still Adam Keane who leads the way, the matte grey car with the white cage. It's more of an army green colour if you look at it closely, rather than matte grey. Livery a bit like a tank, but certainly not handling like one. First 3 beginning to break away. McEwing ahead of Wakeman. Down towards the chicane again. They start to swing across the exhibition straight down towards the chicane. Steve Merritt losing a little bit of ground there in fourth place. Somebody off on the outside of the chicane. Who's that? Is that Tom Gunter that's gone off? It is. A rare mistake for Tom Gunter. He's gone into the recticel barriers on the outside of the chicane. So that could well be a safety car. Tom trying to get the 95 car going again. Giles Derry was near him. So whether there was... well, Paul Armitage, sorry, was near him. So whether there was contact we didn't see. I think Tom Gunter is rejoining as we watch Paul Armitage. Now he's got the 155 attacking him, and yes, 95 Thomas Gunter makes it into the pit lane. The front suspension is bent, so that's race over for him, and there's somebody else off. That's the 104 car in the gravel, Neville Sykes, struggling out of the gravel, just keeping the car surfing along there. That's at the old hairpin, I think, and he gets it going again. Nice recovery by Neville Sykes, the man from Kent. Meantime, there are the leaders. There's a bit of debris there in the middle of the exhibition straight. I don't know who's dropped that. But meantime, Adam Keane is coming under pressure from Tom McEwing. There will be yellow flags out at the chicane, I think, because of that bit of damage to the barriers, possibly. So 3 leaders head down into Redgate. DPR Motorsport car of Adam Keane leads the way. Now, he was disappearing up the road in the more damp conditions yesterday. But this time, Tom McEwing able to stay with him, with Luke Wakeman keeping a watching brief in third. There's Steve Merritt going through rather on his own now in 4th place, and there's quite a gap back, as we can see here, to the fight for 5th, headed up by Armitage, ahead of Martin, and the number 80 is next Guy Crossman, another trophy driver, up into McLean's they go, under the flight path of East Midlands Airport, just next door to Donington Park. Back towards us, out of Coppice. Then immediately start to swing across the straights, doing the rattlesnake shake, we called it at Snetterton last season. Still no change in the order. They're able to just about keep out of the slipstream there. Here we go again down the straight, one way then the other. Still there's some damp patches you can see on the inside there going in towards Redgate. That's why they swing wide coming towards the end of the Wheatcroft straight. Keynes from McEwing and Wakeman. McEwing's got the fastest lap, 1:19.644. These 3 about 2 3/4 seconds clear of Steve Merritt now in 4th position. It's very busy in the midfield still though. There's a battle further back, the 45 and the 46. That's Bali Nijar and David Jarvis. Bali Nijar wants a good finish here because he failed to finish yesterday's race. They're fighting for about 19th place at the moment, those two. Caterham racers will scrap tooth and nail for every position, regardless of how far up the order they are. Down the straight they go again, trying to break that toe is Adam Keane. He wants a second win of the weekend. Slightly longer race this time at 25 minutes. Into the chicane once again. Coming through to complete lap 7. Across the stripe they go, and Keane does a new fastest lap, 1:19.343. These 4 way ahead of the rest. Unusual for Caterham Racing to have such a gap in the field. Yeah, they're 10 seconds up on this frantic fight. Now there's 4 of them together. Paul Armitage under fire from Simon Martin. 4 wide almost. And look who's coming up on the inside. That's Neil Warnock in the number 42 car. Thinks better of attacking Simon Martin there on the inside. Also in there the number 80 car, it's Guy Crossman. This is brilliant stuff for that 5th position. 2 trophy drivers, 2 championship registered drivers. McEwing is clear at the lead of the full championship drivers. Armitage 2nd and Warnock now 3rd. Well, Neil Warnock, as we said earlier, not of football fame, is certainly on the ball here with his attacks for a potential 4th or 5th overall. Adam Keane weaves his way down the exhibition straight. Looks like he's warming his tyres almost, doesn't it? McEwing in 2nd place. The gap is consistent at about half a second. Across the stripe they go once again. Still 14 minutes just over of this race to go. Warnock up the inside. He's taken Simon Martin into the chicane. Guy Crossman will try and get through as well, but Martin blocks coming off the chicane, still allowing Paul Armitage to escape just a little bit into 5th position in the number 56. Warnock up into 6th place. A little further back in the order, there's the 68 of Darren Butler, the Alpha 7 run car. And Paul Vokes up the inside, Neil Perry on the outside. That's the car I mentioned at the start of the race with the Marlborough red and white livery. The McLaren look-alike of old. was car in the Caterham Academy in those colours last season as well. I think it was Megan Bruce races in those colours. Battle behind them, the 74 and 67 cars. Number 74 is Paul Hawker, from towards the back of the grid, the man from South Africa. Scrapping with the 57 of Simon White. As the leaders go over the line, and Tom McEwing has now dropped Luke Waitman. It's just between these two for the lead now, and McEwing is now ready to attack. He's shaken off the threat from behind him. Now he can concentrate on attacking. He's going for the outside into Redgate. Look at this from Tom McEwing. Can he make that stick around the outside on the exit of Redgate into Hollywood? I think he's done it. Excellent move. We saw the junior Saloon cars doing that, but Keane's got the inside line down the Craner curves. They are absolutely side by side down to the old hairpin where Adam Keane is going to have the inside line, and he keeps the lead. Great driving from both of them there down a very scary section of racetrack. Bit of damage there. That's Giles Derry. You can see he's got a front wing hanging off. So he's had some contact somewhere. Giles Derry, he was in the top 10, he's now 25th, so it must have been him who tangled with Thomas Gunter, I would think. Tom McEwing in the slipstream, and now Adam Keane finding it much harder to break the toe because there's only one car behind him rather than two. Through the chicane. Long way to go yet. Weaving starts again. It's almost hypnotic, isn't it? Onto the slightly more damp track on the inside of Redgate, and Tom McEwing's going to try and go around the outside again. Can he make it stick this time? I don't think he will. A little bit of a twitch there from Adam Keane on the inside line. Superb side-by-side lead battling here at Donington Park. Keane holds it as they go into the Craner curves. Down they come into the old hairpin. Over the curve on the inside. Keane actually pulls away a little bit there, coming through Starkey's. Here's a scrap further back in the order. That's David Poulter in the purple car towards the tail end of the field, chasing Simon Nicholas in the orange car. The only retirements so far being well, two potential major players. Simon Arnold failed to take the stars, and of course we lost Thomas Gunter after that spin into the barrier at the chicane. I thought that might bring out the safety car, but he was able to drag the car into the pit lane. There's Paul Armitage, we haven't forgotten him, still in 5th place with Neil Warnock on his tail. The battle for 2nd in the championship split. The trophy is led by Luke Waitman ahead of Steve Merritt. 3rd of the trophy runners is Simon Martin. Train starting to build up behind Paul Armitage now. You can see Guy Crossman towing them along behind the blue car into the chicane. Have to be careful not to hit the tyre stacks there. And once again, McEwing forced to go round the outside, the long way round into the Craner curves. Side by side for 5th position, Armitage and Warnock. This is going to allow Guy Crossman to have a look up the inside in the number 80. Behind Crossman is now Martin, Giles Hansen in there as well. I think the safety car is going to come out. It's just come up on the timing screen. I think we're going to have a safety car. They've got to file into single line if that is the case. Not too clear why at the moment. There's a couple of cars dropping down the timing screen, which are Bali Nijar, number 45, and 117 of Sean Cronin. They've dropped down the timing screen, so it may be that they've gone off somewhere out of our view. And the red flags are coming out, in fact, so the race has been stopped. Okay, the race being stopped We've lost a couple of cars, we think, down on the exit of the old hairpin. The safety car was about to come out, but instead the clerk of the course opting to throw the red flag. There are 9 minutes just under left on the clock, so I suspect we will see a restart. So Adam Keane was your leader, and we'll await confirmation of any restart as soon as we can. So the red flag out for an incident coming out of the old hairpin towards Starkey's Bridge. That's all we know at the moment. A couple of cars that drop down the timing screen. Bali Nijar and Sean Cronin. We don't know if any other cars are involved at the moment. The recovery vehicle's moving into position. And we'll get an update on a restart if there is going to be one. It's just come up as checkered flag on the timing screen, so that may be result declared. But we'll wait and confirm that officially. If result is declared, it will be at the end of lap 10 and will be a win for Adam Keane. But that is provisional at the moment. We will update you further when we receive information. And as we say, red flags coming out due to an incident at the run through Starkey's towards Schwantz Curve.
They've actually given it the checkered flag. Although that might not be the case, they sometimes just show that as they're resetting the times. A bit of luck, there was enough. He said it and then it went very quickly, isn't it? Yeah, I think that would just be where they reset the times. He says with a degree of hopefulness. I almost said a very silly thing that the clock is still ticking away, and then I realised that was the clock and not the time left in the race. So there's two cars down there, there's one being lifted onto case where you're better off having an incident on a race circuit than you are out on the roads, because they're there instantly. Yeah, absolutely. They look after you incredibly well. As a driver, sometimes.
Well, we're under the red flag here at Donington Park. Race stopped following an incident in the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates Championship Sigma 135 race with just under 9 minutes left on the clock. Following an incident at Starkey's. We believe the cars involved were cars 45 and 117, Bali Nijar and Sean Cronin. We believe the drivers are okay. Obviously, as a precaution, they will be checked over by the medical team. And awaiting news on if the race will be restarted. The checkered flag is showing on the timing screen. We'll have full confirmation as soon as we're able. I'm just being told, there will be a restart. According to the TSL timing screen, there will be a restart over 6 minutes. There will be a 6-minute sprint for the line.
And then if you're in a situation, you have a better understanding of not just what they're doing, but why they're doing it. And that tolerance can suddenly increase even in the midst of adrenaline, because you've got a better understanding, you know it. Yeah, absolutely. It's something that we as a club used to do years ago. Unfortunately, we found that you find that those fighting for the championship would begrudgingly go and do it for a day because they wanted the points. They weren't going in the spirit of learning. Anyway, they were going because they felt they had to, because it would affect their championship, rather than going because they wanted to learn and understand. So it didn't quite work the way.
Well, we see the incident there on the just before Schwantz curve. That is Bali Nijar's car. As a precaution, the drivers have been taken to the medical centre for a checkup, and we'll advise you if we know any more information. But thankfully, no serious injuries by the look of it. It will be a restart over 6 minutes for our Caterham graduates. Sigma 135. Another car being taken away there. I think it was the 117 car of Sean Cronin there, possibly. So as soon as Bali Nijar's car is cleared there, we'll get back underway. Quick chance to look ahead to our next live stream on BARC TV. It's in 2 weeks' time. It's a one-day event from the Silverstone International Circuits. It's the first meeting of the year for the new era for the Britcar Endurance Championship. Basically, their old series of endurance and trophy have been combined into one championship. Two 45-minute races with a whole variety of cars available in there. They've also got the British Superkart Racing Club at Silverstone in 2 weeks' time. If you've not seen Superkart racing before, you've got a treat coming up. They can do over 140 miles an hour in a straight line. The Monoposto Racing Club will be there with their variety of single-seaters, everything from Formula 3 downwards, basically. And we've also got the classic 2CV Racing Club. And if you've not seen Citroën 2CV racing before, you've got an enormous treat coming up. That's April the 5th at the Silverstone International Circuit. I'll be back on comms for you at that one. That should be an event to look forward to. 5th of April at Silverstone, our next live stream here on BARC TV. Thank you everyone for your patience at the moment while we're under this red flag, and a 6-minute restart coming up as soon as we're able.
Obviously, we know we're going to have a couple of gaps there, so it's the 117 car. It's 117 and 45, so that is Sean Cronin, 117.
Cars, I can tell you, are starting to grid up. Looking out of my commentary box, and they are in the gridding up in the order that they were in when the race was stopped. This could play into the hands of Neil Warnock, because he was quite a way down the grid, wasn't he, for this race? Just going to grab my grid sheet. Yeah, he was back in 13th on the grid. He's now up to 6th for the restart. So it's going to be Adam Keane and Tom McEwing on the front row. Second row of Luke Waitman and Steve Merritt. Paul Armitage with Neil Warnock on row 3. Row 4 will be Guy Crossman in the number 80 car. And he'll have Simon Martin alongside him. And completing the top 10 will be number 17, Giles Hansen. And 68, which is Darren Butler.
It impresses me how good they are at this. Everybody, the Orange Army, the officials downstairs, that everything has to happen quickly. Right, what was it? Go back and have a look at the red flag. What were the positions?
So we can see that the grid is almost formed up again then. And once again, Adam Keane, he always points his car towards the outside from his grid slot. So he can try and move across to take the outside line towards Redgate. I imagine they'll get a green flag lap though before the restart. Last couple of cars just being brought into line. Behind the top 10, which we've already given you, we've got 176 Monty Hind. Alongside him is Adam Waitman. Of course, he went wide at the end of the first lap coming out of the chicane and dropped about 10 places. Chris Griffith is next in line alongside, I think that's the 49. Uh, 119 is next, I should say, which is Andrew Sagar. Then we've got the 61, which is Kevin Turner. Thanks again for all your likes and comments. We're still not up to 250 likes on the stream. Okay, the green flag is in the air, so thank you again for your patience there while the circuit was cleared up. Well done to the marshals and the recovery crews there. As we say, the drivers involved have been taken to the medical centre for a checkup, but no serious injuries, thankfully. Oh, somebody's pulled over there at Redgate. That's Monty Hind, 176. He's out of it. Another casualty. Bit of a race of attrition, this one. This is going to be pretty entertaining. 6-minute shootouts. So it should be about a 5-lap sprint for the line. Golden against the marshals, getting that car off track. Thanks again to all your comments. A few too many to go through at the moment. Big hello to Dan Proctor, who's got in touch. Avid motor racing fan is Dan. Hello to Dan Bartlett as well, and quick hello to Django Jones as well, who we saw racing in the Caterham Academy last season. He's done a bit of volunteer marshalling as well. He's in Caterham Academy and Road Sports as well. He's watching on, picking up some tips for the new season, perhaps. Okay, cars back into line then. 188 Adam Keane on pole, looking for his double. Tom McEwing alongside him was just getting ready to attack, I think, when the red flag was thrown. Had a couple of stabs around the outside into Redgate. Neil Warnock, I reckon, is going to be one to watch here from row 3. Been come through from 13th on the grid on the initial start. Last couple of cars into line, so it's a sprint for the line then. In the Caterham Graduates Sigma 135, sponsored by P4 Emergency Lighting. Red lights are on, revs are up, and away they go. Adam Keane straight across, he pointed his car diagonally again, it's worked. Trying to charge down the inside with the white nose there, that is Paul Armitage. It's Keane who leads them off. Luke Wakeman trying to come through into second on the inside of Tom McEwing. Steve Merritt side by side with Neil Warnock. One or two cars running out a bit wide. One car onto the gravel there. The number 5 of Neil Perry ran out wide over the curbs as well. Down the Craner curves they come then. It's Adam Keane in the clear ahead of Luke Wakeman. Adam Keane getting exactly the start he wanted. McEwing dives to the inside. He's going to go through in the second place as they come through into the old hairpin. Steve Merritt is 4th ahead of Paul Armitage. All made it round the old hairpin okay so far. One car a bit slow away at the back off the line. Up towards McLean's they go for the first time on this sprint for the line. Keane from McEwing. Going for the inside is Luke Wakeman trying to take second place. Tom McEwing did not get the start he wanted there. He wanted to get away into the lead. Adam Keane doing what he did yesterday here, charging away at the fronts. It won't matter in terms of points because he's a guest driver this weekend. Tom McEwing is the first of the championship drivers, side by side between Luke Wakeman and Steve Merritt. They're battling for trophy points, and Warnock is a championship driver coming up on the outside in the 42 car. He's got ahead of Paul Armitage. Behind them, Simon Martin. Across the stripe they go. Well, Adam Keane's got away in front. Everybody else is in the snake for second place behind. Diving to the outside is Neil Warnock. Is that going to work? Waitman on the inside. Steve Merritt makes it 4 square for second place. Then Paul Armitage and Simon Martin. Tyres squealing as they go through Redgate Corner. Down the Craner curves. Next group is headed up by Guy Crossman. Somehow Luke Waitman has kept his nose in front for second place. Tom McEwing's trying to go around the outside of the old hairpin. Up on the curb is Luke Waitman on the inside. Somehow they've all made it round. This is absolutely frantic. But it's all for second place because Adam Keane's checked out in front. He's away and gone. Up towards McLean's. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 10 or 11 cars in this battle for second place. We said it'd be frantic, this sprint for the line. Steve Merritt trying to chase down Luke Waitman. They're battling for the lead of the trophy splits. Tom McEwing, a championship driver, in front for them ahead of Warnock and Armitage a little further back. There's been a bit of contact there. Luke Waitman's got a flapping bit of bodywork. That's the left front wing as Merritt goes through. That puts him into the lead of the CGRC trophy standings for Sigma 135 in this race. Neil Warnock is next, side by side with Paul Armitage. Then it's Crossman. Steve Merritt with Luke Waitman right on his rear axle there, and on his rear axle in turn is Neil Warnock. Steve Merritt in third place. Tom McEwing's got away slightly now from this long single file draft of cars. 2.5 minutes just over to go. A couple more laps to run after this one. There's McEwing, he's broken away by about 5 car lengths. It's Merritt, Luke Waitman, Warnock, Armitage. Paul Armitage trying to make a move as they go into Coppice. He's not close enough. Guy Crossman is next a few lengths further back. But Adam Keane has checked out. He's nearly 4.5 seconds clear at the end of the previous lap as they start to dance the snake again down the exhibition straights. Warnock up the inside. Oh, I think he just banged wheels there with Paul Armitage. Luke Waitman still with that bit flapping on the front of his car, the left front wing. To bounce up, and I saw one of those come off and get lodged in the driver's roll cage once. He doesn't want that to happen. Forget who that was now. I think it was Brands Hatch. Warnock still moving to hold off Paul Armitage. This is drawing Guy Crossman into their battle, and Simon Martin as well. Into the what I think is the penultimate lap now. Down into the old hairpin. Once again, the absolute edge of adhesion. You can hear the tyres squealing. There is the number 6 of Anthony Nichols. Lovely flame livery on that car, hot rod style. Anthony Nichols, a trophy driver. He's down in 19th place at the moment. Guy Crossman has got ahead of Simon Martin. And he's now having a go at Neil Warnock. Paul Armitage has got clear, so I reckon Warnock ran wide at McLean's there. The battle for third place, Steve Merritt and Luke Waitman. Waitman moves ahead. Merritt back to the outside. Luke Waitman cut across there to take that third place away. And Waitman now leads the trophy standings. We're into the last lap. Adam Keane's away and gone in front. It's all about the battles for the minor placings. Tom McEwing looks safe in second, and he's going to take maximum championship points. Look at this, 3, 4, 5 abreast. Further back in the pack, Giles Hansen, the number 17, getting involved in the light blue car. Adam Waitman's making his way back up as well. Steve Merritt leads the trophy registered drivers. For those on a limited programme this year. Then Paul Armitage, then there's a gap back to the next group, which is Warnock, Crossman, Hansen, Adam Waitman. Simon Martin's dropped back a bit in the 155. And behind him is Darren Butler. Typically frenetic Caterham racing here at Donington for the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates Racing Club, the Sigma 135 category. We've still got the Sigma 150s, the more powerful cars, out later on. But it's going to be a win for Adam Keane for the second time this weekend. He's controlled this Short restart from the off. Comes into the chicane for the final time in the clear. It was close in the early stages before the red flag, but on the restart, Adam Keane has run away from the field, and he comes in to take the checkered flag. Keane wins its second win of the weekend. Tom McEwing will come over in second in the top scoring championship. And these two still side by side, Merritt and Luke Wakeman. I'm going to have to go to the timing screen to find out who got third there. It was a photo finish as they crossed the line. Merritt got it and the trophy win by 0.045 of a second. Everybody else comes home. It was Paul Armitage in fifth. He did get back ahead of Neil Warnock. Then Crossman, Adam Wakeman, Hanson and Martin round out the top 10. My goodness. On the last lap, Adam Keane set the fastest lap as well, 1:18.973. Adam Keane celebrates. The provisional result reads as follows. Adam Keane taking the win and the fastest lap. 6.5 seconds clear of Tom McEwing, the top championship driver. Then Steve Merritt and Luke Wakeman. Paul Armitage and Neil Warnock second and third in the championship classification. Merritt just beats Wakeman for the trophy classification win, with Guy Crossman in third. Giles Derry fighting his way back to 13th after getting, I think he was caught up in Thomas Gunter's off. And the exception of Monty Hind, everybody going the distance on that restart after the red flag. Next up, it's going to be over to Andy and Paul to take you through the Miltek Civic Cup, the first of their two races today, their season opener. We'll shortly be heading down to Park Ferme to hear from our Caterham Graduates racers. Well, the cars are now heading down into Park Ferme following the slowdown lap, and we can hand down to Ian to talk to our race winner.
Yeah, welcome back down to Park Ferme. It really was a sort of a race of two halves, wasn't it? Adam, in the first half of the race, boy oh boy, you and Tom were battling wheel to wheel. It was fantastic stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought you had my number for a while.
He kept trying to go around the outside, but you just cut him off on the inside.
Yeah, he had a couple of goes around the outside of turn one, and then we were side by side going down the Cronus, which is always quite exciting. But then you've got the inside line for the old hairpin, so yeah, if you can hold it just around the first couple of kinks before you get down the hill, then you're okay. But yeah, it was some great stuff, and then they got into a battle after the restart, so thankfully was able to make a bit of a gap. But,
you had a fairly comfortable day yesterday, not today though. But,
no, not today. I was working hard. Yeah, that's it. And it's having someone like Tom just on your six the whole race is you just got to be absolutely inch perfect. And I made a couple of mistakes, but yeah, thankfully came away with it.
Well done, buddy. Congratulations, pair of wins for Adam Keane this week. And Tom, he was just saying he thought you had his number there for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, before the red flag, I could stay with him in his toe. I mean, fair play to Adam, he's been so fast all weekend. But yeah, with the toe, I could stick with him, and I think it would have been really close if that carried on to the checkered flag. But yeah, with the restart, me and Adam both got decent starts, very similar, but I think it was, I don't know if it was Steve or whoever was in P3, got a mega start and just managed to beat me to the first corner. And after that, I was stuck battling and managed to brake and keep P2, but at that point Adam had gone, and with his pace I just wasn't catching without the toe.
Congratulations anyway, well done, top man. Right, let's go have a chat with Steve again, shall we? Steve, eventful race, wasn't it? A race of two halves, really. How's it for you?
Well, the start was quite lonely, to be honest. I after the first lap was out of the way, I was on my own. There was no one around me, which gave me a bit of breathing space, which was nice. All respect to Adam, he's been on a different planet all weekend. He's been so fast. So the guys that were in front, I wouldn't have caught them if it hadn't been for the red flag. And then when they said that there was going to be a restart, I thought, give me an opportunity. Just managed to get Luke. I mean, difficult, but it was, it was a good. The last 6 minutes was more exciting than the other 20, but I still thoroughly enjoyed it.
Top man, Steve David talked to us. Well done as well. There we go. Good stuff from the catering graduates. The Sigma 135s. That's it for them this weekend. Still got the 150 race to come up a little bit later, and of course we have a first for the BARC coming up next. It's the Miltek Civic Cup. So I'll hand over to your commentators.
I can't go on air. Thank you very much, Ian. And yes, the Miltek Civic Cup is on its way very shortly. And the first race of two today is going to be an absolute thriller, I think. 15 minutes the duration. They've got two races today in slightly mixed conditions. This is going to be a fascinating race, I would imagine. Andy McEwen, Paul O'Neill here in the commentary box to talk you through the action, and action aplenty there will be. We've got a big grid of cars, 27 of them hopefully set to take the start, and we've got a really close bunch of them at the very front as well. There's next to nothing covering the top three drivers on the grid. All of them run by the Area Motorsport brigade. In fact, Area Motorsport making up much of the front part of the grid. Harvey Caton fourth on the grid as an Area Motorsport driver, as is Jake Hewlett, the highest placed driver, highest placed newcomer in the series, qualifying a very impressive fifth position. The best of the non-area drivers is Jack Riddell, who was also the Paul Winfield Trophy winner or pole sitter, I should say, after qualifying yesterday. So, cars head out onto their green flag lap, which is moments away from getting the race underway. I will run you through the grid. It's Alistair Camp, former champion, who has the pole position in his FN2. Liam McGill, his Area Motorsport teammate, as I said, starts alongside of him. Very, very little between those two after qualifying earlier on in the weekend. Yesterday morning it was, they were last on track. Lewis Kent, double former TCR UK champion, starts third, ahead of impressive youngster Harvey Caton, who I think is now in his third full season of Civic Cup racing. Jake Hewlett, the top rookie, as I said, another area driver in fifth, with Jack Riddell in sixth position. Adam Parker and Matt Wilkins eighth. Matt Wilkins qualified eighth just before he binned it at the old hairpin and did a lot of damage to that car. They took it back to base overnight to do their best to get the car fixed, and it should be out on track starting from row 4. Aidan Mitchell and Dave Marshall round out the top 10. Dave said there was a lot more time in the car than that lap time would suggest. 84 by... Oh, that's Matt Wilkins. That's a shame. That's Matt Wilkins, who I said the car had been repaired overnight, but there's a little gremlin by the looks of it that looks as though it will take him out of this race. That's a shame. Row 6 then. Jake Renshaw and Charlie Constable start on row 6. Row 7, Josh Bromley and Adam Jackson, with Jamie Petters and Charlotte Birch, an impressive 16th. Here is the grid graphic, that's good news. Sam Nicolau and Francisco Howitt are next. Howitt, teammate at Fitness Sport, alongside Charlotte Birch just ahead, another debutante. And then it is Mark Hughes and William Butt. Mark Hughes, the Goodyear Diamond Award pole sitter for drivers over the age of 40. Graham Ross and Ben Bateman are together on the 11th row of the grid. Row 12, Simon Welch and Harry England. Bateman and Welch both Goodyear Diamond Award challengers. Harry England most definitely isn't. He's a good 20 years away from being a Goodyear Diamond Award driver. Former Fiesta Junior runner there. Wes Swain and Gary Townsend are next. We've already seen Gary Townsend out in his Cortina in the Pre-66 touring car race. He'll be starting from row 13 in a very different machine, and it's Dan Petters at the back, who didn't set a lap time. In fact, nor did Gary Townsend in qualifying, so we'll see whether or not those two make it out. Oh, there's another one now. Ben Bateman has stopped coming out of Redgate corner. I sense a delayed start in our future here, Paul, because Alistair Camp is pulling up into pole position, but we've got a recovery vehicle on track and at least one car that still needs moving. That's a shame, obviously, for the drivers who won't take the start. Does, though, give us a bit more time, presumably, to build up what should be a very competitive race.
Yeah, I think it is going to be very competitive, and I always look forward to this. Civic Cup racing is absolutely spot on, but like you say, I think they're going to get told that they are getting a delayed start, as this car and, like you say, the other one has to be moved. But they're pretty quick here and get it done pretty fast, so hopefully they can get us very soon.
Yeah, fingers crossed. It shouldn't take too long to get that car out the way. Wilkins' car, I think, has been pushed into pit lane already, but yeah, a little bit of a delay here. So, in previous years, we've heard a lot about Area Motorsport versus the other big teams, Pro Alloys Racing, for example, who've raced with us in the past. This year, it looks as though really they are the big team to beat again, aren't they? Top 5 positions locked out in qualifying, but a lot of other drivers behind them are saying that's really because the Area Motorsport drivers are taking a few more liberties over the curbs, taking a few more risks. Over the course of a race distance, they will have to be mindful of that.
Yeah, definitely. You know, you can overtake round here, that's not a problem, but you cannot keep smashing those curbs, especially the brass looking things in the last chicane. That is a difficult, you go over that wrong and you will rip you'll rip something off underneath the suspension as you go from the right to the left. And if you get it wrong, I've done a lot of one make racing round here, and if you drive a road based car like that flat out, you're going to knock a top mount off, or you're going to do some damage. So yeah, can they do it? We'll see. Can you tell them not to do it? No, because they'll all want to beat each other. Will the FN2 be stronger than the EP3 doing it? Well, it's got a rear beam instead of independent suspension against the EP3 with the FN2. So we'll see. Anyway, we're gonna find out, aren't we?
Well, it's an FN2 on pole. Alistair Camp. Good to see him. I won't say returning to form. He was pretty strong last year, wasn't he? But he will definitely be looking to take advantage of the fact that a reigning champion is not on the grid. He is here this weekend. Actually, we were chatting to Max Edmondson before, weren't we? Can't stay away from the Civic Cup. But he's not on the grid, nor is Josh Files, the runner-up last year. Campy, of all people, will really want to capitalise on that, because we know he's a champion. He's a proven quantity in this series. He's got that car, I think, where it needs to be. Championship favourite?
I'd say yes, but I still think that the jury is out on the FN2.
Yeah.
I just think the EP3 is such an amazing car that I just think that over a race distance, that's where it may just have a little bit of a struggle. Comparing it against last year, but let's see, because it's horses for courses, isn't it? But McGill is super quick. I'd love to see him really take the fight. But Lewis Kent as well, a terrible look last year.
Yes.
So he wants to be winning some races as well.
Yeah, McGill was only half a tenth slower than Camp in qualifying. Then there was another 2 tenths back to Lewis Kent, who's looking very relaxed, I have to say. Ever since he stepped away from TCR and into the Civic Cup, he's been a different person. He's really loving his racing again now. Like you said, didn't have the best of luck last year, but 2025 is a clean slate for him. And we know that he, again, has more than what it takes to go and win races. Then you've got Harvey Caton. Could this be the year for Harvey Caton, do you think, to really establish himself as a title contender? He's blown a bit hot and cold in the past, found some consistency, though, towards the end of last year, and he's qualified on the second row for round 1.
Yeah, I'm going to judge him. I shouldn't really do this, but I know how fast he is. I know he's one of the quickest out there. I'm going to judge him after this race. If he goes gung-ho, makes mistakes, and is off and out of the way, then I'm going to be like, you're on the back foot now. But if he can have a good, strong first race, I think we should be counting this guy as someone who can take it to the ones at the front.
And what do you make of some of the newbies coming in as well? Because this, I would imagine, you'll probably have a better idea of this than me, this must be one of the more difficult one-make series to come into as an outsider, and many of them fresh out of karting or 1 year in a junior saloon championship or something. To come into a championship like this, someone like Jake Hewlett, for example, top 5 on his debut in qualifying, that isn't easy to do.
That is unreal. What some of them kids have done is unreal, because these cars, usually the fast people are the experienced drivers, because they're such a bizarre car to drive. They really are, with the differential, with the tyres. You've got to know what you're doing when you drive these cars. These kids have come in from karting and they're literally driving the things on field, and like you say, coming in from the junior saloons as well, that's a completely different car. It's, you know, it's on a tyre that's not as, in my opinion, as rippy as this and as good. But these are high-powered one-make series cars, and it's very impressive. I want to see these young kids do well in this race, because this is going to be a real test for them. The ones that have qualified just behind them with the more experience, they're going to put the pressure on early doors.
definitely the case, and I think a lot of drivers were saying in qualifying yesterday that they were caught out by the tricky track conditions. There was a lot of oil down and the track just didn't have the grip that it had had in testing on Friday, so it's a bit of a jumbled grid in some ways. Yes, the expected names are right at the front, but further back there are a few people a little bit out of position. That's Dave Marshall, certainly one of those from 10th. Josh Bromley you'd expect to move forward as well. William Butt we spoke to earlier on today as well, and he was I think looking forward to the fight from 20th on the grid. Should be a fascinating race, this, definitely. 15 minutes still the distance, as you will see. Whilst we've been chatting away, the cars have been released onto another green flag lap, so the track cleared. Excellent work by the marshals up at Redgate Corner to get that car of Ben Bateman out of the way. So Bateman is going to be a non-starter, as I'm afraid is Matt Wilkins. That's a real shame. I was looking forward to seeing what Matt could do. A very understated guy, Matt Wilkins. I chatted to him yesterday, and I'll confess, I'm not super familiar with Matt. Our paths haven't crossed all that much in recent years. Spoke to him and I kind of got the impression, okay, yeah, he's going to be here for a bit of fun, just put the feelers out. Didn't strike me as someone who was going to be in the top 10. Immediately put it 8th, and that was with only half a session under his belt. So if he gets out for race 2, is going to be a factor, I think. Right, cars lined up then. Campy on pole. Alistair Camp, former champion, lining up alongside Liam McGill. Alistair Camp, the only former champion on the grid as well, so another reason perhaps to have eyes trained on car 45 as a championship favourite, but there are a whole host of other drivers who are keen to knock him off his perch. Camp's got the early advantage with pole position, but in 15 minutes of Miltek Civic Cup racing, anything, and I do mean anything, can happen. And the race about to get underway. The red lights are on. Round number 1 of the Miltek Civic Cup gets underway at Donington Park. It's a good start from Alistair Camp from pole position. McGill, in fairness, away pretty well in second as well, whilst Lewis Kent has got an early challenge from Harvey Caton on the outside line. They tip it into Redgate Corner. Caton trying to go right round the outside of Kent for third, as everybody behind feels out the grip and tries to make sure they've got enough rear tyre temperature. Down the hill they will go. Still side by side for third. Caton with the blue bonnet on our right has the inside for the left-hand part of the Craners. That's the outside for the old hair, but he almost drifts into Lewis Kent, loses some momentum, and Lewis will hang on to third. Dave Marshall's made some ground up as well from the back end of the top 10, but so far so good for Alistair Camp.
Yeah, so far so good for everyone. Impressive stuff this, because it's not easy. Windy, cold, track's still a little bit damp here and there, but yeah, good stuff. Lewis Kent locks a rear. Harvey Caton's going to sense that. This is going to be a real fight. Campy has got a really, really difficult lap ahead of him as well in the lead.
Yeah, Liam McGill almost pushing Camp up towards Coppy's Corner, so nose to tail for the lead, and then Lewis Kent doesn't look super comfortable on cold tyres, does he? He's got Harvey Caton breathing down his neck, and they barrel toward the chicane at the end of the opening lap. I think it is still that area motorsport 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jake Hewlett in 5th position, and then a bit of a gap back to, I think it might be Adam Parker now into 6th. We'll double check that at the end of the opening lap, which is now. The cars come across the timing line. Camp, McGill, Kent, Caton, Hewlett. It actually is still Jack Riddell in 6th position. Then a gap back to Dave Marshall. So Dave Marshall 10th on the grid to 3rd. Dave said to me this morning he's a much better racer than qualifier, and yet again he's proving that to be the case.
Yeah, definitely, and I think Dave will just keep going forward, won't he? But look at this, an array of rainbow colours coming straight at us. And same again, because look at Campy, he's not getting an inch of a rest here, is he? Look at the car, fighting the car into the old hairpin. Locks her rear up again. McGill is in his toe. McGill in the 62 is looking to take this lead off him. This is going to be a lunge, because Kent's coming as well in 3rd.
Oh, side by side then for the lead. McGill not quite late enough on the grid, but still has the overlap, I think. Ooh. So Camp hangs on, momentum on the outside line. Alistair, though, probably wasn't expecting this, but Liam McGill was. When I spoke to him yesterday, he really felt like he would be up on the pace of Campy. He's a bit slow out of Coppice, though. Lewis Kent now closing in, and this is the other thing the drivers said. They said, if you go side by side around this particular track, you'd better get the move made, because otherwise there's a whole queue of cars waiting to take advantage.
Yeah, definitely. This is interesting. This is going to go two ways, this. I think Camp, it looks like he's struggling with a bit of, the car has got too much turn in, but then it starts to understeer. So the car is really good at turning in, but then all of a sudden it just seems to push away from mid-corner to the exit, and it does look like McGill has actually got an understeering car himself now, as I've said that. So understeer has meant that the rear of the car's got too much grip and the front wheels just can't get the nose in. But Campy will be breathing a sigh of relief here, because Kent is now making his job a lot easier.
Yeah, sometimes understeer is setup induced, sometimes it's right foot induced, and I think that's a little bit of what that was with Liam McGill, just carrying a bit too much speed through the middle of Redgate. Just needs to try and build that momentum back up again and see whether or not he can close in on Camp. They head towards McLean's corner where the challenge came a lap ago. Brilliant battles going on up and down the order, as is always the case in the Miltek Civic Cup. We don't always have the chance to give the drivers further back the recognition they deserve, but they're always in the thick of it. At the front though, this is the battle heading down the exhibition straight, and as Lewis Kent got an overlap on Liam McGill, I think he might have, no, not quite, just poking his nose to the inside to try and distract his teammate, and it sort of works. McGill defends on the way into the chicane. That will slow him on the exit and could lead to a challenge from Lewis Kent when they reach Redgate.
Harvey Caton is looking a bit tasty here as well, isn't he? This top four have just gapped. Who's going to lunge? Lewis Kent could have a lunge here because that's on. That is on, and Caton needs to be nearby because these two are going to run wide, and now Caton comes through with about 6k more. Look at this, down the craners then. This is where Kent's going to be alongside. Caton needs to back off, and Caton can get one of these at least. He might be able to get two. He's going to get it done. Lewis can't. Oh, that's a proper tidy move. Look at Caton though. Caton's going to come from nowhere. Oh, bump draft, headbutt. Outside a nightclub in Glasgow. Wow.
Fantastic stuff, and Lewis Kent will be thanking Harvey Caton for that, because Kent has, with that extra momentum that he picked up, moved into second position. Did McGill manage to keep Caton behind? We'll find out in a moment. There is Camp up through Coppice Corner. We wait to see what happens in second position then. It should be Lewis Kent. Yes, it is. And it is Caton third. So that you absolutely read that to perfection. It's almost like you've done this before, Paul, because Caton read that situation. He worked out a way that he could benefit from the battle ahead. And that so often is how you'll get your overtaking done around Donington.
That is a different Harvey Caton. That is brilliant. I can see this now developing into a real hard battle for second place. Caton is absolutely on it, but McGill cannot be counted out in that 62 car. Really, really can't. It'll be a lunge that'll change position. Here comes the lunge. Harvey hasn't seen it. Oh, and McGill's been very kind to him there. Very kind.
Yeah, if that hadn't been his teammate, that could have ended slightly differently. They come out of the corner in the same position. But it was interesting, that whole thing was triggered by a kind of half move by Lewis Kent. Exactly the kind of thing that normally would lose you positions in a race like this, but because he had Harvey Caton, his teammate, behind, it actually worked out pretty well for the pair of them. Jack Riddell, meanwhile, is doing his best to break apart this area motorsport 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's closing in on the newbie Jake Hewlett, who, okay, has dropped away from the leading group, but he's comfortably quicker than people like proven race winners Dave Marshall. Hewlett continuing to impress.
Yeah, Hewlett's doing a great job. This is fantastic stuff, and as we speak about Dave Marshall, there he is in the red FN2, red and white. He's, yeah, we're used to him being a little bit further up, but as you say, Campy, who you can only really judge him against, the leader of this race, he is the home favourite, really, isn't he? But here we go. Caton now has got Lewis Kent in his sights.
Interesting that these two have dropped McGill pretty much instantly, haven't they? So McGill, who was all over Camp at the start, was only half a tenth slower than the pole sitter in qualifying. In race conditions, just can't quite live with the leading three. Personal best lap, no, wasn't actually set by Alistair Camp last time. It was by Lewis Kent, though, who was 3.5 tenths quicker than the race leader. So Lewis Kent, having broken through into second position, he's only 1.3 seconds back, and we've still got over half the race to go. Camp's victory is not yet certain.
It isn't, and the victory for Campy will come because Kent and Caton have either got into each other and slowed each other down, or he loses the win because Caton's got past Kent and then he's caught Camp up. So it's all happening. So Dave Marshall, the 66, good kid is Dave. I've loved covering him in this championship. Really good guy. Always got a smile on his face, even if he's had a terrible day. So yeah, good to see him out there and at the front.
Said he wasn't really feeling Donington Park this morning, which is a bit of a shame, but maybe he's got a slightly better opinion of it now that he's moved up into 7th position, second of the FN2s as well in the sort of unofficial FN2 category. Down the exhibition straight come the leading group, Camp, Kent and Caton. I would say Kent is continuing to close here on the leader. In Sector 1 a tenth quicker, Sector 2 a tenth and a half quicker. So Lewis Kent bridging the gap to Alistair Camp. That gap's going to be down to about a second perhaps at the end of the lap. It is 1.2 and it's a fastest lap for Lewis Kent. Lewis Kent in the end only half a tenth or so quicker though. Camp had a purple final sector, perhaps responding to the pressure incoming from behind.
Yeah, definitely. So just to let you know, black and white flag for car 54, Harvey Caton. That is his final warning for track limits, and that's probably why we've seen him drop off a little bit from the back of Lewis Kent. So we'll keep an eye on that, and he won't want to run too wide. It's probably the first corner, to be fair, Redgate.
Yeah, they're monitoring it. Definitely the old hairpin. I think up at McLean's as well, and possibly Redgate. Ooh. Harry England's car. Sorry, Wes Swain, that is, isn't it? Getting very out of shape into... No, it was Harry England. I was right the first time. Very out of shape into Redgate. Will Butts is behind him, and Gary Townsend. So this is a three-way fight going on for 19th place, but you wouldn't know it. You'd think it was for the lead, given how intensely they're fighting. Up at the front, though, what's happening with this gap? Well, Sector 1, again, 10th quicker for Kent. Sector 2, they're almost identical. Caton being dropped slightly, as you said, maybe a bit mindful of track limits, but Lewis Kent has got the bit between his teeth here to try and apply some pressure to Alistair Camp.
Is McGill coming back into this?
Possibly.
Looks a little bit closer.
Let's have a look. McGill, well, fractionally slower actually than Caton, but he gained 2/10 in the final sector. So yes, at the end of the lap he gained. Dave Marshall, meanwhile, has got a bit of defending to do. We've seen how good a defensive driver he is. Oh, contact down the straight! My word, Charlie Constable onto the grass on the left-hand side of screen, and that will now allow Adam Parker to get alongside as well. That was nearly an enormous accident, Paul. Dave Marshall thought that he had that line covered, but Constable kept on coming.
Wow, yeah, that will wake him up, because now the car will be Larry down this section of the racetrack. That was Larry stuff. He kept his foot in, and the attitude of the car tells me that Constable is trying to get back up with Dave Marshall to have a word with him about that, maybe.
Yeah, I think Constable had a much better run off the chicane. That is the bit of the track that Dave said he was worried about, because he's not carrying the momentum through there that maybe some of the other drivers are, and he was conscious that that would leave him under attack down the main straight. Well, anyway, it's not Constable behind him now. That is Adam Parker. Started 7th. He runs 7th again now, but wants to try and convert that into 6th position. He is closing in on Dave Marshall, but he's just had a graphic illustration there from what he saw in front of him that Dave Marshall won't be an easy man to overtake. Meanwhile, Lewis Kent also now being warned about exceeding track limits, which perhaps is why he's back down. Oh my word, Adam Parker out of nowhere to the inside of Dave Marshall, who has to cut across the gravel. This time Constable will go through. Was that a move, or did Parker miss his braking points?
It looked like the rears locked. The car turned in so fast, and I think Dave Marshall was so worried he just got out of the way. But look what's happened. He's lost 3 places.
Yes, and Jamie Petter's coming through. Jamie Petter started 15th, and that was into 8th position, I believe, now for Jamie. Constable onto the tail of Adam Parker. This for 7th position, as they drop down through the Craner curves. It's all kicking off in this scrap going on at the back end of the top 10. Dave Marshall lucky to still be in this race, to be honest, after the couple of moments that he's had over recent laps. Remember that heroic effort that he had at Thruxton last year, defending the race lead? Well, there was no defence against that move from Adam Parker, and somehow Parker came out of that in front.
Yeah, been really impressed with Parker, I've got to admit. You did a little interview with him for social media this morning, and yeah, love him to bits. Family run team, unbelievable what they've done as a family to run that car so high up the front. If they can finish here, this will be an amazing result.
Yeah, he's the second highest driver in the race who's not in an area motorsport car. Windscreen wipers on there for Constable, interestingly. Is there a little bit of drizzle starting to fall on the Donington circuit?
I think they're broke. Then there's a P2 that's gone. Wow. And that's Harvey Caton getting dispossessed, and Liam McGill he was coming back at him, wasn't he?
Yeah, Caton had to be mindful of the track limits. McGill, I don't think, has been warned about track limits, unlike the 2 drivers ahead. So McGill with a good lunge up the inside into Redgate. Does Caton come back at him with the old hairpin? No, didn't even really think about it, did he? Latches onto the tail of his teammate. Oh, but have a touch on the exit. Caton had, again, a really good drive out of the quick right-hander, but Liam McGill was right in the way, and there was no way through. At the head of the field, by the way, Lewis Kent, I think, has had to admit defeat. He was 7/10 slower than Camp on the previous lap. McGill is wide at McLean's, and he's doing everything he can here to hand this back to Harvey Caton, who I think was content to sit behind his teammate. McGill keeps making mistakes, though. He's defended into Coppice. Caton gets the switch back, and they're side by side down the back straight.
Oh, you could smell that a mile off. McGill will be kicking himself. You have to slow it down on the apex and just hope that the driver competing against you hits the back of you and pushes you forward. But he didn't. Oh, wow.
Backed out of it.
That was as if he'd seen a yellow flag. but maybe he didn't want to go side by side into the chicane. They would have slowed each other up. The one thing just to let you know as well, Lewis Kent in second place, track limits, warning, and McGill won't know about this unless he's seen the board for number 38, Lewis Kent. That's, if I was a driver, I'd be like, we need to crack on and catch him because he ain't going to be pushing hard anymore.
And maybe that's what Harvey Caton's thinking as well. The pace McGill's got, maybe he could drag them both up to Lewis Kent, although they're 3 seconds behind the former TCR UK champion now, with only 2 laps to go. It's been as frenetic as we expected, this opening round of the Miltek Civic Cup. It's not quite over yet. Caton is so good at the old hairpin, carrying speed up the hill once again, as we check in on one of the battles going on a little bit further down the order here. And Graham Ross is this, I think, maybe. Number 90, I beg your pardon, Jake Renshaw on the attack. Renshaw started 11th on the grid, so he's lost a bit of ground from when the race got underway, but he's trying to gain one of those positions back. Sam Nicolau is the driver ahead. This all going on just outside of the top 10. Caton, meanwhile, Caton's in a difficult position here, because I do actually think he's quicker than Liam McGill at this point. Ever since McGill got in front, Caton's looked faster, but he just doesn't want to get too involved, does he, Harvey?
No, when it's his teammate, like you say, and I think I could say I was going to judge him off this. He's made some heroic moves, but he's also made some good decisions, and he's good. It's a long season, this. He really needs to keep it on track. He's fast enough to win this title, but he just needs to pick off the points, and I do rate McGill as one of the championship contenders. Absolutely no doubt.
Yeah, definitely. Liam McGill, I think, will be a bit disappointed with third here, given he was challenging for the lead at the start, but it's good points. Consistency is key. We had this conversation regarding Max Edmondson a lot, didn't we, in the last couple of years, and how he learned that it's not all about going for the wins. You've got to try and bag the points where you can, and that will not be lost on Liam McGill or Harvey Caton. Hewlett still in 5th, Riddell in 6th, and Adam Parker is now 2 seconds clear of Charlie Constable in the fight going on for 6th position. We are on the final lap of the race, an enthralling opening round of the Miltek Civic Cup. It looks as though it's going to be Camp from Kent at the front, and an Area Motorsport 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is in the offing. Now I will stand corrected if probably Rob Baker proves me wrong, but I don't believe they've had a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 before. I think they might have had a 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not convinced Area have locked out the top 5 positions before, but it looks as though that's what they're about to do.
Well, he's going to do it. Alistair Camp, absolutely amazing across the line, and I was just about to say, you'll know if Rob Baker wants to speak to you.
He will definitely let me know. Camp wins, Kent second, and Liam McGill in 3rd position. Harvey Caton with a sensible drive to 4th, and the top debutant, the top rookie, Jake Hewlett, in a very impressive, albeit slightly lonely by the end, 5th position. Jack Riddell was 6th ahead of Adam Parker, and Charlie Constable surviving that scary moment with Dave Marshall. Had a couple of scary moments actually, did Dave Marshall, in that race, but Constable ends up in 8th. 9th for Jamie Petters, brilliant drive that. 6th place is gained in that very competitive midfield scrum. Then Dave Marshall and Wesley Swain behind. Wesley Swain completing it was actually in 11th position, but the 3rd of the FN2s, and actually next in line, albeit 3.5 seconds back, with the number 79 car. That was Adam Jackson, also in an FN2, so 3 FN2s there towards the back of the top half dozen, and Alistair Camp is going to be very, very pleased with that result, obviously. Race 2, by the way, a bit like TCR, a top 10 grid reversal, and so the front row of the grid will look a little bit different for race 2 than it did for race 1, but it's Alistair Camp who converts pole position into a race win. 2.3 seconds the margin back to Lewis Kent in 2nd. Liam McGill, Harvey Caton and Jake Hewlett complete the top 5, and they, as I said, were all run by Area Motorsport. Fantastic performance that for Rob Baker's team. Jack Riddell in 6th ahead of Adam Parker, Charlie Constable and Jamie Petters. Dave Marshall does manage to come home in the end where he started, but he had gained a few places. He was as high as 7th at one point, but Dave Marshall ends up 10th, and that will be pole for race 2, where Swain and Adam Jackson are next, also in FN2s, ahead of another rookie, Francisco Howitt. Good drive. We didn't see a lot of Francisco in that race, but he came through to 13th, having started 18th on the grid. Really good drive from him, and Sam Nicolau came home just behind him in 14th place. 15th was Jake Renshaw, and Jake Renshaw doesn't quite make the top page of our timing screen, but he'll be pretty happy still with the result, I suspect. And Rob Baker already is correcting me. He did have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It was the final round at Silverstone, of course it was. How could I have forgotten? Thank you, Rob. Had a feeling you'd be listening. Yes, Jake. Oh, hang on. Penalties, hang on. So Harvey Caton has been given a 5-second track limits penalty. He's still in the top 5, so Rob, don't worry. The top 5 lockout is still safe, but Harvey Caton drops a position behind Jake Hewlett, so the rookie actually finishes 4th on corrected times. Harvey Caton 5th. Adam Parker was also given a 5-second penalty. That drops him down to 11th, so he falls in the end behind Wesley Swain. This amended result, by the way, has been matched on the screen now, so the result you're seeing on the screen is the amended one. And also Francisco Howard, unfortunately, 15th position. I think he only lost 2 places as a result of that penalty, but that does drop him off the first page of the results screen. So few amendments there at the end due to track limits infringements. We sort of saw those coming, didn't we? But they're applied after the fact because they were all obviously being monitored during the race, but only some of them picked up on. So right, lots to talk about. Paul O'Neill has left the commentary box to get some fresh air and to have a chat with our podium finishers, and I'm sure a very, very happy race winner. Having started on pole position, it's the race victory for Alistair Camp. The trophy will come his way. The big prize, though, is the opportunity to have a chat to Paul O'Neill.
What a Miltek Civic Cup race that was. Absolutely awesome. Loved it. Campy, what an absolute legend. Lewis did a good job as well, but we will speak to Campy first. He's done more racing than, I don't know what, it's like a Le Mans 24 hour for him. He's been racing all weekend, flat out. You got the laps in though, didn't you, lad? Pretty good. Was you thinking this was going to be an interesting one? Because obviously the car's quick over 1 lap, but race runs, not too sure about.
Yeah, we worked a bit on it in the winter and it seems to come stronger and stronger, so I was keep putting fast laps in right towards the end, but first 3, it's just trying to get that heat in the rear still, it's just a nightmare. We need a crossover in Civic Cup, that's what we need.
Is that because the EP3's independent suspension and you've got the beam at the rear on the FN2? What's the score?
Yeah, and I think it's just literally 0 weight on the rear end of these, so it's like you can't get any heat without going for a fast lap. That's why that second green flag, I thought, well, we're going for this now to try to get a bit of heat onto the rears, because I knew that Liam and Lewis would be nipping at my ankles, and obviously down Craners, if you go sideways you lose momentum, which I did, and Liam nearly got up the inside. I was like, yeah, just trying our best. But yeah, once we got in that rhythm and Lewis came into contention with Liam and Harvey, I knew I had that little bit of a gap, and I just managed to get a bit of a gap and maintained it.
Well, they did their best to let you win that one, to be fair. They were all battling with it, but you knew the score. You knew you had to get away.
Yeah, definitely, mate. Like I say, while they're battling, it's got to make it while you can in these. But no, it's really good, mate. It feels amazing now, the car does, obviously, with the little bits we've done over Christmas, like just try to tidy bits up and make it a bit better. But yeah, so much better.
Championship?
We finished the race.
Championship?
Yeah, definitely, 100%. Full season, and then full season the other one as well.
Hasn't even broken a sweat, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone watching at home. Right, let's find Lewis. Lewis Kent was here. Lewis, you look fuming. Come here. Get over here. Look at this lad. This is not this is not the professionalism I expect from you. One, are you okay?
Yes, yeah, no, I'm all good. I'm all good.
I'm a bit annoyed.
No, I'm happy. I'm happy with that. I got a warning for track limits like 6 laps towards the end. I thought, oh, I've got a big enough gap, I'm not going to risk it, so I backed off. Campy was like, I saw you coming. I went, to be honest, I did lift about a second a lap, so he was like, oh okay. So yeah, I've still got a second in the bag. But yeah, every time I went through turn 1, dash come up 2 tenths up, and I was like, perfect, we're quick. A couple of times as I come round to the chicane, I was like, right, cool, it's going to be a 16.5. Got through the chicane, went up to 17.1. Every time I was like, okay, come on, just the last corner. But yeah, no, really happy with that. Really happy with that. Really happy with the points that we've scored then, and hopefully carry on like that through the rest of the year.
Very nice. Well, all the very best to you. Good luck, mate, and we'll let you crack on. Where's Liam McGill gone? Everyone just goes disappearing. Where is he? Oh, here he is. I love this. The drivers just like disappear from their cars. Let's go and find him. He's always a happy man to chat to. Liam, mate, I had you actually for the win, and it looked like the first couple of laps were difficult, and then it just all kicked off from there.
Yeah, Campy's car's quite lively at the start, so I thought I maybe could have had a go at him, but I never quite had the pace, to be honest. And then I just felt after like lap 3-4, the front tyres just starting to go. We're also having brake issues like all weekend, so I had quite a lot of front bias on it, so I was playing around with that to get it set. So I kind of got that set at the end of the race, and I think I started clawing Lewis back in, but it wasn't much at all, to be honest. But I know what changes I need to make for the next one. That's the main thing, really. So yeah.
Top man. Well, listen, you did well.
Yeah.
Win the next one for me, and we'll be sound. We're going to go back to you guys.
Cheers.
Well, thanks to Paul and Andy there. Next race already on its green flag lap, and look at the size of that grid. This is the best grid I've ever seen for our next championship. First of 2 races today for the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. MG's young and old on this grid. We've got potentially 32 cars out there for this one. It's the reigning champion, Steve McDermott, who has taken pole position in his MG ZR, and he's very proud to see his son, Jake McDermott, alongside him. Second row, with a couple of ZRs, Jack Chapman and Lewis Sharp, the youngest of the 3 Sharp brothers who race in this championship. Row 3, Jonathan Candler and young Riley Price. On the 4th row, Matthew Harvey and Darren Leonard. We normally see him in an MG ZS Saloon, but he is in a ZR today. Leading the top 10, very experienced MG racer Adrian Olsen alongside Doug Cole. Row 6 will be Jack Meager, number 95, alongside number 68, Lee Sullivan. A few years since we've seen him out in his ZR. Row 7 is Nick Reynolds alongside Simon Kendrick. He's in an MGF, first of the Class F cars. Row 8 is Jimmy Work and Chris Lawson, 3 members of the Lawson family here this weekend. 9th row, Rob Addison alongside Tony Wigley. First of the Classic MGs, former champion Will Sharp in his MG Midgets on row 10 alongside James Blake. The 11th row is Reese and Connor Lawson in their ZRs, the Lawson family making the move up from grass track racing this season. 12th row, Riaz Kesvani and Eddie Sharp in 23 and 185. Carl Bate in his MGB alongside the only Class B car, the MG Maestro. Yes, there's still some about. Anthony Bates at the wheel of that one. Then it's the man who runs this championship, Jim Bainham, in his famous MGB Roadster alongside Alex Forster, making his debut with his MGF. And then David Amflett's MGB Roadster, former class champion, alongside Gary Puxty on row 15. The final row, Chris Millard and Rob Fisher in their MGBs. An incredible grid of 32 cars. It's certainly a record for the most ZRs on a grid for this championship. This is going to be something very special indeed. The Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship, certainly one of the friendliest championships in UK club racing. Steve McDermott on pole position, number 1, looking for his 5th championship this year. He's won the title 4 times in his ZR in 2019, 21, 22 and 24. Alongside him, number 77, his son Jake. It's an all McDermott front row. Number 18, Jack Chapman, has raced only once with the club in to a 2024 season. The red lights go out and the season gets underway for the MG Owners Club Championship. This huge grid surges down towards Red Gates for the first time. The McDermotts together into the first corner. Jack Chapman in the white car in 3rd place, and Riley Price, the youngest man on the grid, in the pink and blue car. Got 1 car into the gravel there. That's number 431, and that's Chris Lawson. Now he's got experience, as we say, of grass track racing, so he should be able to get out of there okay. Look at the size of this field. I can't believe the numbers that the MG Owners Club has got for this season. It's absolutely fantastic for them as they surge through the old hairpin for the first time. There's the Maestro, the white car in the midfield. We used to get full grids of Maestros and even Montegos back in the 90s in this championship. Anthony Bate, the only one out there this weekend. So it is the McDermotts 1 and 2 then. We saw Jake McDermott in Class B in a less powerful ZR 160 over the last couple of years, I think it was, but ZR 170s in this championship. 170 brake horsepower, 1800cc K-Series engines. It's Steve McDermott, the multiple champion, who leads the way ahead of Jake. Steve McDermott, a car preparer as well. He looks after about 5 or 6 cars in this championship. Jack Chapman in there in 3rd. Then it is Riley Price, made his debut as a 16-year-old in 2023. And in behind him, the green car there, looks like Doug Cole, the number 99 machine, drawing up alongside Riley Price. Now, Doug Cole has won races in the MG Trophy Championship, organised by the MG Car Club. 3 wide there with Price and Chapman in the middle. Cole around the outside. He's going to run wide into the gravel. Goes out sideways. He cuts back in, and a couple of cars have to take avoiding action. Goodness me, that could have been a bit of a disaster. That's shaken up the order in the battle for 3rd place. Riley Price now ahead of a group of about 6 cars. Now, who's this barrelling down the inside? Looks like it could be Lee Sullivan, the 68. I remember seeing him win a race here about nearly 10 years ago in this championship at Donington Park. He's a former MG Maestro racer back in 2005, won the championship way back in 2008. Great to see Lee Sullivan back on the pace. That's the sort of peacock blue coloured car there, ahead of Riley Price in that very lurid pink and blue car. And up behind him now is number 84, which is Jonathan Candler, who I think is a running mate of Steve McDermott. He's raced Peugeots as well as MGs in the past. Jonathan Candler representing the British Army here this weekend. It's the McDermotts 1 and 2 into the chicane for the second time. Everybody else trying to be third. Who's this diving up the inside? That looks like Jimmy Work, the number 19 car. No, it's not, it's the 20 car, sorry. That's Matt Harvey. Races ZRs elsewhere for several years. New to this championship, the man from Wellington. This is absolutely frantic. There's so many ZRs. I still can't believe how many of them there are here this weekend. Doug Cole recovering after his off earlier on. He's got Jack Chapman in behind him. There's the MGF. We just caught a glimpse of the orange car there. That's Simon Kendrick in the Tiger livery. Side by side, Matt Harvey under fire. There's contact, and these two cars are going to go off. The 33 car flies across the gravel. Let's hope he's not going to T-bone anybody as he comes back on. Doug Cole just misses him. That's the number 33 of Lewis Sharp, youngest of the 3 brothers who race with this championship. We've got Will Sharp out there, of course, in his MG Midget further back, and Eddie Sharp in the number 185 ZR. Not to be confused with the Ed Sharp who used to race Aston Martins very successfully. That's a bit of a modification, isn't it, for Lewis Sharp? He's got an air brake on the 33 car after that off. Trying to hold off Matt Harvey, who went off with him, and Jimmy Work making his way up the inside in the number 19, the black and purple car. I wonder if 33 is going to get the black and orange flag because of that boot being open and have to stop in the pits to secure it. Adrian Olsen moving up the inside there in the number 3, the former MG Maestro racer. He first raced in this championship back in 1990. Oh, and somebody does a wheel on the grass. That's the 185. That's Ed Sharp. That's St. Cars scattering. One car going through the gravel there. So Eddie Sharp got a wheel onto the grass there and spun out at the chicane. Is the 33 heading for the pits? Yes, he is. There's some damage on the front of Simon Kendrick's MGF there. That's got the front end stoved in. So did he hit somebody in that melee at the chicane? Simon Kendrick, the favourite for the MG. And there's contact again there. He's been taken out by a ZR. Another one goes off. You can tell it's first day back at school, can't you? There's the Maestro going through. He gets through all of that, makes up a few places. They're still at it down at the old hairpin. The number 3 of Adrian Olsen on the back of the 95 of Jack Meagher, the Oxfordshire driver in the blue ZR there. Right, chance to draw breath then. Here are our leaders. McDermott and Son out in front. It's Jake who's done the fastest lap as well, 124.304. Class Z is for the ZRs and ZSs, obviously. Class B is the Maestro. Class F for MGFs. Class A, incidentally, is A for Abingdon, where the older MGs, the MGBs and the midgets were built. So the order is McDermott and Son in front. It's Lee Sullivan in 3rd place. And after all that mayhem back in the pack, and I interrupt myself because Simon Kendrick's beached himself in the gravel at the old hairpin. That could be a safety car. Jonathan Candler is in 4th place. It's Riley Price 5th, Doug Cole 6th. Number 88, Rob Addison, has come through into 7th. He's another of the ex-Maestro brigade. Started in 1992, and yes, the safety car is coming out. Class A, meanwhile, A for Abingdon, is being led by Jim Basher Bainham in his famous MGB Roadster. It is said that that car has completed more racing miles than any other MGB in the world. That is some achievement. Great to have Jim back racing. We saw young Lewis Saunders in that car last year on occasions. Safety car is going to come out because of Simon Kendrick's car in the gravel at the old hairpin. There's the other MGF in the race, and there is the Class B car, an MG Maestro EFI. It's even in beige, look. The Maestro, a much maligned road car, but yep, back in the 90s, you had full grids of those in this championship, and Montegos as well. They do make decent race cars. We love it for being different. Fair play, Anthony Bate, for bringing that car out. We still see the Golhar family bring their Maestro out on occasions as well, and I think Nick Arden's still got his. Well, there's the cause of the stoppage, the Tiger liveried MGF of Simon Kendrick, which means there's only one other MGF out there. That's Alex Forster, the local lad from Burton-on-Trent. Alex is only 17, and his father Alan used to race in this championship as well in an MG Montego estate. Yes, really. He even liveried it like the Volvo 850 estate in British touring cars. Admittedly, there wasn't much Montego underneath the estate body shell. It was on ZR running gear, Alan's car. So Alex making his debut in the ex-John Copeland MGF today. It's his first ever race, Alex Forster, and now if he finishes this race, he's guaranteed a class win in the MGF class. So Jim Bainham leads Class A ahead of Gary Bates, Carl Bates, number 71 in the MGB GT. And third in Class A is David Amphlett, the former class champion, number 14. We've lost Jack Chapman into the pits. He's pulled off the white ZR. Incredible, 22 ZRs out there. That's a record for the championship. When you consider that with 32 cars at the end of last season, the MG Owners Club were getting half that. Really is fantastic. I'm very pleased indeed to see such a big grid for what is a very entertaining and very friendly championship. Well, it was just no time to draw breath. There was so much action and incident in the early laps of our Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship Race 1 of the year. Big thanks to the marshals once again, just sweeping up some gravel and grass that's been swept onto the circuit there at Redgates with so many cars running wide. A good asset to being a marshal, knowing how to sprint. You've got to be able to move quickly. So there, the McDermott's big advantage has been wiped out by this safety car period. Looks like we're going to do another lap behind it. Lee Sullivan in third in the blue. Black and green machine. Riley Price, Doug Cole. Seventh is Rob Addison, the black and yellow car. We've got number 27, Nick Reynolds in 8th. No relation, incident, to number 27, Martin Reynolds of classic Ford fame. Nick was a former champion in the old Rover Coupe Cup, the Rover Tomcat Turbos several years ago. Still one or two of those cars in existence. Them in line behind the safety car, bit of damage on the front of I think that's one of the Sharp family's cars, possibly Eddie Sharp's blue car. Could be Connor Lawson there with the front stove in fact. Steve McDermott looking to make the perfect start to his season as he goes for his 5th championship. Quite a few former champions out there. Steady behind the safety car, trying to keep their tyres warm. There's Jim Bainham, the MGB leading Class A. The safety cars roof light has gone out, so it'll be about 7.5 minutes, the restart of this race. Are we going to see McDermott and Son clear off into the distance once again? Safety car heads them through the chicane. Get the green flag this time. They can't pass until they cross the start-finish line, of course. Back underway with the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship, and Jake McDermott wants to take the lead of this race from his father, trying to get around the outside there into Redgate. He's got to be mindful that Lee Sullivan is in behind them. Those three have got slightly clear of Jonathan Candler in 4th position. They head towards the Craner curves on the first lap of this restart. The tyres will be slightly cold. Riley Price still there lurking in 5th ahead of Doug Cole. Addison, Reynolds, Leonard and Jimmy Work rounding out the top 10. Lee Sullivan at the inside, side by side with McDermott. Thinks Bedorovic backs out there, out of the hairpin. Bruce Starkey's up towards Schwantz and McLean's. They've all kept clear of each other on this restart. Steve McDermott, the Buckinghamshire driver, leads the way. Racer, car preparer, a builder in his day job. A very successful driver indeed. Jake learning every inch of the way, following his father. Are we looking at a future champion here? First raced in 2022 in Class B. Still looking for his first victory. Bob Addison having a look there at the back of Doug Cole as they go into the chicane. Behind them, number 27 is Nick Reynolds. This line of ZRs come onto the Wheatcroft straights. Jimmy Work has a go at Darren Leonard further back. As we said earlier, we normally see Darren in an MG ZS Saloon car. So switching to a ZR this weekend. Jimmy Work's almost got around the outside of him, the number 19. So Milton Keynes, a tattoo artist by trade. And a big cloud of smoke has just appeared down the pit straight there, just outside my commentary box window. So something's gone up in smoke. We'll try and identify who that was. Oh, it's the 185 car that's gone up in smoke. That's Eddie Sharp. So it's not a good day for the Sharp family. Eddie Sharp's engine lets go. Let's hope he hasn't dropped any oil on the Wheatcroft stage. I just looked up and saw a big cloud of smoke out of the commentary box window. I wondered what had happened there. Leaders heading up into Coppice. We'll find out shortly if there's any oil been dropped on the Wheatcroft straight. 5 minutes of the race to go. This season opener for the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. So Class B is being led by Anthony Bates, who's down in 19th place in Maestro. Class A in 21st place by Jim Bainham. Class F in 26th place by number 94, which is Alex Forster. And Jake McDermott sideways. I think there is some oil down there, possibly. Saw McDermott go sideways. There's tyre squeal everywhere. I think there is some fluid that's been dropped from Eddie Sharp's car there. They're all running wide. Jake McDermott is now under pressure from Lee Sullivan, the former champion, for that 2nd place. He's going to have a look down the inside into the old hairpin, but the door is closed. Jake McDermott, a prodigious talent here up there in 2nd place. His father Steve has now got the fastest lap, 1:23.927. Through McLean's they come. Jonathan Candler still lurking there in 4th place. Riley Price had a moment on the previous lap. He's dropped back to 8th behind Addison, Cole and Reynolds. Oh, we've lost number 66, Will Sharp. We said it wasn't a great day for the Sharp family. Another one has dropped out. Former overall champion William Sharp in the Wayside Adhesives MG Midget is out of the race. Now, that's on the inside of Hollywood, I think, at the top of the Craner curves. He joins the spectators. Good to see quite a few spectators here today at Donington. And here's a busy battle. Adrian Olsen at the front of this group. Number 33 behind him is Lewis Sharp, upholding family honour now with the other two gone. They swing their way out of the chicane. busier and busier in the midfield. 4-3-1 in there is Chris Lawson. Ahead of him is the number 58, which is Tony Wigley. Nice to get the cut back there through Redgate. He leans on the 33 and off into the gravel goes 101 Connor Lawson. And will that be another safety car with Connor Lawson stuck there in the first for Drains car? He's got the novice cross on the back of his car, thumps the steering wheel in frustration. That's him out of the race as Doug Cole makes a move up the inside. He's passed 2 cars there in a single move. I can't keep up with this. Doug Cole must have had an off somewhere because he was in the top 6 and is down to about 17th place on that previous lap. I missed that. And the red flag is coming out. With that car stranded in the gravel at Redgate, the red flag is out. And that will be end of race with just over 2 minutes on the clock. So it will be a win for Steve McDermott, with Jake in second place, a family 1-2, I think, and Lee Sullivan in third. Well, it's fair to say that was absolute madness. A very incident-packed race for the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Red flag's out, and now just as the red flag came out there, Jake McDermott actually pulled into the pits. So whether he's had a problem or whether he came in when he saw the red flags, but the race will not be restarted. There's your provisional winner, Steve McDermott. But Jake pulled into the pits. Whether that was after the red flag or before, I didn't quite see. So Jake provisionally will be second on countback and Lee Sullivan third, but we'll await confirmation officially of that later on. In terms of class winners, Anthony Bate will win Class B. Alex Forster Class F, and Class A will be Jim Bainham. Okay, provisional classification only then for the moment. Steve and Jake McDermott take a 1-2 for the family, with Lee Sullivan on his return to the championship in third. Jonathan Candler in fourth, Rob Addison coming through for fifth, ahead of Nick Reynolds, and Riley Price, a late moment dropping him to seventh. Jimmy Work in eighth place, then Matt Harvey and Darren Leonard round out the top 10. And Meager, Olsen, Blake and Wigley. All of the top 17 cars in that race were ZRs. Anthony Bate wins Class B in 18th place. Jim Bainham in 21st wins Class A ahead of David Amphlett, and third in that class was Chris Millard. And Alex Forster takes Class F in 24th as the only finisher. As I say, that is provisional at the moment until there's any countback because of the red flag. And we can head down to Ian Waterhouse in Park Fermac.
Right, Jake, come have a chat with us. Here we are with Jake. His old man's gone and done a victory lap, hasn't he? But you said there's a lot of oil up at Redgate.
Yeah, it was just a big trail. As soon as you come past the start-finish, it's just, you can see it, and I hit it. And I've done a full Tokyo Drift 180, but managed to save it and stay in second. So I'm real pleased.
You come in looking pretty pumped, I've got to be honest. How excited was that race?
It was just brilliant. I knew I could just stay behind him and just wait my turn. My turn didn't come, but second race I'm on pole, so that's my turn. So
that's the battle. That's the battle we want to see, isn't it? It really is.
That's my turn. And I thought I could do him a few times. There was a few moments where he was a bit slower, I was a bit quicker. But I just thought, he told me to just wait. I've waited over the years. I've been listening to what he says. So all good, mate.
Top man, I think he might be coming in actually as well. So let's get his reaction as he comes in. He's going to take the first spot here as well. There he is, the number one spot. No stranger to it as well, of course. Steve McDermott. He ticks up a lot of first place spots, and he's waving as well. I thought we'd lost him. Look, it's Jake there, just making sure he's got it. Let's go have a word with him. Let's just jump in. I thought we'd lost you, Steve.
Oi, oi, oi. That was a good one, wasn't it?
It was. I was just saying to Jake, I thought we lost you.
Oh, no. I'm still there.
You're just taking the crowd in, yeah?
Yeah, I didn't realise. Oh.
You've got a big smile on your face, but Jake's feeling a little bit racy in race 2. He's on pole and he thinks he's going to get you. You're not going to let him, are you?
Well, no, you don't give anything to anyone, but if he earns it, then happy days.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know what I mean? He's my boy, and I want him to win, but I also want to win. Yeah. So it's a bit of a double-edged flipping sword, really.
Double-painted. Well done, Stephen. I'll let you get out. Anyway, congratulations. Let's just jump in here as well, P3. An eventful race, eh?
Yeah, it's good, yeah.
I'll let you get your helmet. You get your helmet off. In fact, no, I'll let you crack on anyway, because I can see a lot of people. We've got Riley Price here, kind of actually had a solid race, didn't he? We spoke to Sharpie a little bit earlier too. I think he went a little bit backward, Lewis Sharp, in his first race. Riley, how was that?
To be honest, quite disappointing. I took a hit coming into the final chicane, and something's gone wrong on this rear end, on this front end here. So when I'm turning the wheel to the right, it's just bouncing and hotching, and I won't be able to get any power down. But it is what it is. We'll get it sorted, and we go again.
That's a sailor. That's here you go. Need a new one of them.
Yeah, that's all right. We've got plenty of them back in the van.
Top man, well done. Right, more racing action coming up. It is the classic and historic Thunders coming up now. So ramp up the volume. We're going to hand over to commentator Dave to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Thanks, Ian. And well, before we get this next race underway, there is a bit of a clean-up needed, as you can see, with the oil that was down the pit straight and into Redgates needing to be treated by the marshals. They're just putting some powder down on it now, as we can see. Full credit to the Orange family once again. But yes, we are going to be thunderstruck next, with the PRG Trailers Classic Thunder Saloons and the Ricky Can Aston Martin Specialist Historic Thunder Saloons on a combined grid coming up next. And while we have this pause, Ian caught up with some of the drivers a little earlier.
Right, everybody, welcome back. The assembly area, the place, one of my favourite places to be, of course, and you can see why. Look at this plethora of cars. A classic touring car racing club, classic and historic Thunder Saloon. Final race of the weekend. Sam, don't disappear. So I've come all the way down here to have a look at your car, and as soon as I wanted to talk, you ran away. How's your weekend going?
Yeah, it's going pretty well, to be fair. We're sort of having a good start to the year, so hopefully it continues.
Now, obviously, first weekend of the year, as you just said there. How much work do you do on the car? Here's the car, by the way. Let's get a look at it. How much work do you do over the winter, or do you not?
To be fair, it's always a labour of love with that. It's there's a lot of work goes into it to make it work and do what we want it to do.
What can you do in this race?
I think we're going to go backwards. Being honest,
I appreciate the honesty.
There's a lot of faster cars that actually suffered in the wet yesterday that will be coming forward, I'm sure.
Yeah, so it's different conditions today, isn't it?
Yeah, totally different.
Anyway, Sam, I'll let you go and talk to whoever you wanted to go talk to. Ian Bowyer is right up there as well. He's looking to make it 4 wins from 4 this weekend. Quite unbelievable stuff alongside him. Colin Voice up there as well. It's going to be an absolute cracker race. It's going to be loud. Turn the volume up. Here we go. Time to go racing for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. It's the Historic and Thunder Saloons. Let's go racing!
So thanks to Ian for that quick insert with Sam Daffin and his rear-wheel drive Fiesta. He's back on row 5 of the grid. The grid for this race, based on the result of race 1 yesterday for the PRG Traders Classic Thunder and Ricky Can Aston Martin Specialist Historic Thunder Saloon. Certainly the most powerful cars we will see here today. The rain arrived during the race yesterday. Andy Robinson led the early stages in his Ford Falcon V8 supercar, the Shell Helix livery Dick Johnson Racing car. But eventually he was caught up by the rain and ended up spinning out, so failed to finish. And it was Ian Bauer, who we saw win the Pre-93 touring cars earlier on, who took his second win of the 3 he's taken so far this weekend. So he's going for 4 out of 4 and he'll be on pole. But for much of the way, the race was led by Colin Voice in the historic Thunder Ford Escort Mark 1. until Ian Bauer reeled him in and passed him when Colin decided to back off a bit because of the conditions. Didn't want to risk damaging his car. So they'll be the front row for this one. One car we are missing for this race is the car that finished 4th yesterday, which is Mike Manning in his Ford Sierra Cosworth, the Texaco Eggenberger lookalike. That car will not be out in this race, sadly. And one car we failed to mention yesterday, sadly we lost in qualifying yesterday, is Clive Hainsford with the Racing Beat Europe Mazda RX-8s, the former Hot Rod and Thunder Saloon racer Clive Hainsford. Sadly his gearbox went in qualifying yesterday, which is a great shame for Clive, because I know he was very fired up ahead of this weekend, and I'm disappointed not to be seeing the Mazda out there for this one, because we love its flame spitting from the exhaust, but we won't see any flame sadly from the Mazda, the gearbox having blown in qualifying yesterday, and he's out for the weekend. Still, a whole plethora of awesome machinery in classic and historic Thunder, of course. The old Thunder Saloon series of the 1990s, still very fondly remembered. Likes of John Cleland in the incredible Vauxhall Carlton with its 6-litre V8 in it. Many Sierras were out there. There was the Peugeot 309, which was a sports car chassis underneath, and many others in the days of the Thunder Saloons. And that's what we evoke memories of with the classic and historic Thunder Saloons. So while we have this pause before our next race, we'll have the lunch break after this race. Maybe a little bit shorter than planned with the couple of delays. The TCR UK Championship will be back out after lunch. Andy and Paul will take you through that one. Then we have the more powerful Caterhams in the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates. The Sigma 150s. Will Stillwell going for a double in that championship. Third race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon cars. And then we have the second race for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. The Miltek Civic Cup with their second race. Alistair Camp going for his double there. We'll be back over to Andy and Paul for that one. And then we close out with the second race of the championship that I think copped the worst of the weather yesterday at the end of the day. The CTCRC Boss Championship. That stands for Blue Oval Saloon Series. If you've not seen it before, and as the name suggests, it's for everything Ford. Andy Robinson mastered the monsoon to take the win yesterday. Certainly, that's Ford Falcon he's got is a difficult car to master in the dry, never mind in the soaking wet. Quite a few retirements, and also a good drive through the field by Piers Grange, the former champion in his Escort in Boss yesterday. Piers Grange, the owner of PRG Trailers, who are the sponsors of the Classic Thunder Saloons as well. A new sponsor this season, and also a new sponsor for the separate Historic Thunder split, which is Ricky Can, Aston Martin specialist, and Ricky is out in this one in his gargantuan Aston Martin V8. I said yesterday, it's not until you stand next to that car you realise how big it is. He's out in Historic Thunder. And out there with him we're going to see the Group 44 Bob Tullius replica Jaguar XJS of Melvin Hooker. Absolutely stunning car that one is. Paul Eaton, father of Abby Eaton, one of Britain's leading female racing drivers, the Grand Tour test driver and former W Series champion. And Paul's racing the Holden VH Commodore in Marlborough colours. Colin Voice will be out in Historic Thunder, as will Martin Reynolds. Initially he was listed as racing his Ford Anglia this weekend, but he's out in his Escort Mark II. And in Classic Thunder there's a lot of BMWs. We've got the Ford Falcon we mentioned. We've got Neil Wade's BMW Mini Cooper S with a Saab turbo engine in it. Yes, really, it's the next rallycross car, that one. Good to have Neil back out after a few years away. Sam Daffin's Fiesta. A couple of Honda Civic Type Rs. Ross Craig had a strong run yesterday as well in his Civic Type R. And Mike Seaborn will be on the grid for this one, but not in his Jaguar XJS. As we mentioned earlier, he has swapped cars with Jonathan Gill today. Jonathan raced the XJS earlier. Mike Seaborn is going to be in the Carl Baldley Motorsport prepared Peugeot 205 GTI based, with body shape anyway. It's effectively like a short oval National Hot Rod, that car, and it is absolutely beautiful. Clear up continuing on the pit straight at the moment, just sweeping up the oil from Eddie Sharp ZR. If you've ever considered becoming a marshal, joining the Orange family, then look on the BARC website, barc.net, or you can look online for the British Motorsport Marshals Club, marshals.co.uk. You can attend a taster day at your local circuits around the UK if you want to look into becoming a marshal, or maybe finding another role as a motorsport official around the UK.
Just driving down the oil line, I think that bends it back in again.
Thanks again for all your comments on the stream today. It's a Mark Waller to Talon, Kelvin Fagan. Let's have a look at the grid then. Just about to come through to us for the classic and historic Thunder Saloons. Front row is Ian Bauer in the BMW M3 and Colin Voice in the Mark 1 Escorts. This grid based on the results of yesterday. So the second row, another pair of M3s, Mike Cutt and Ian Craig. Martin Reynolds, not as listed in his Ford Anglia, he's in his Escort, I think, for this race. Starts alongside John Cockerton's BMW. In the fourth row, another pair of BMWs, Sean Morris and Anton Martin. Completing the top 10, Sam Daffin in the rear-wheel drive Fiesta we just saw in the assembly area a few minutes ago, alongside Philip Wright. Good to have Phil back out in the Castrol liveried Honda Civic, all the way from Torquay in Devon. The sixth row of the grid will be 129 Tommy Grout in his Vorsteiner Beer liveried BMW. And alongside him will be Ricky Cann in the big Aston Martin V8 Vantage. Row 7 is Paul Eaton's Holden Commodore, alongside Ross Craig, son of Ian, in his Honda Civic Type R. The eighth row will see Joe Collier, failed to make much progress in yesterday's race. Will start alongside Daniel Gandesha's BMW M3. The ninth row will be Adrian Bradley in number 1612. I've never seen 4-digit car numbers before. We've got two here this weekend. Stuart Kay's running that this weekend as well. With so many combined championships, it's the only way around it. Adrian Bradley is joined by Neil Wade. Then on row 10, it's Melvin Hooker's XJS and Kevin Denwood's BMW Compact. Row 11 will be Andy Robinson. Watch for him coming through in the Ford Falcon V8 Supercar after failing to finish yesterday alongside David Jefferson's BMW. Then on row 12, Alan Breck's BMW. He's got two cars here this weekend. Will be out later on in his V8 engine Ford Capri. Mike Seaborn in the Peugeot 205 Hot Rod. And at the back of the field is Jazz Sapra, the man who races BMWs anywhere they're eligible. He races in something every weekend. Jazz does in his collection of M3s, and he will join the back of the grid for an extra race for this one. Cars, I think, are on their way out from the assembly area. This will be a 15-minute race. There are some stunning cars on this grid, and this time it looks like the weather, fingers crossed, will be a bit kinder to them. It's confirmation Martin Reynolds just appearing outside my commentary box in his Mark II Escort. A whole collection of classic Fords over his base here in Norfolk near Wisbeach. They've split this year as well, of course, into classic and historic Thunder Saloons, a new historic championship for the older cars this year, which Colin Voice was the top man in yesterday in the Mark 1 Escort. This will be a rolling start with the safety car in position as the pace car this time. Castrol BMW and the white, red and blue Escort on the front of the grid. The red M3 on the second row is Mike Cutt from the north of England, a regular previously in the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship, which is mainly based up at Croft. And Ian Craig alongside him in his BMW M3, the white and black car. Martin Reynolds in yellow and white in the Escort, and then alongside him John Cockerton. Has quite a collection of BMWs and Porsches in his stable. This is the silver M3 with the red and blue stripes. Sean Morris in the red and blue Bastos Fina colours, made famous in events like the Spa 24 Hours. And alongside him is Anton Martin, previously an old school Ford fan, now switched to his BMW, the bright blue car. Sam Daffin in the familiar Golf colours, the blue and orange, in the Fiesta. And alongside him in the Castrol colours is Phil Wright. They get underway then for the rolling start, although one car struggling to get going. John Cockerton's BMW hasn't moved. Now it has. I reckon Andy Robinson's going to be one to watch here from the back of the field. There is an extra car on the back of the grid, which is number 91, the red BMW you can see at the top of the shot there. That's Oliver Owen. Failed to run yesterday, so has been added to the back of the grid. A couple of cars, yeah. John Cockerton's definitely got problems with the BMW there. You can see him dropping back down the order. So is John not going to take the start? Or is he going to start from the back? There is the number 10. All is not well, sadly, with John's BMW there. JMC Racing, the race car hire company for track days and race days. There's Andy Robinson, the Shell Helix liveried Ford Falcon V8 supercar. Watch for that big Australian beast blasting through the field. Cockerton's back up to pace now. I think he'll have to start from the back. Form up 2 by 2 then. Bauer and Voice to lead them away. Then Mike Cutt in the red car, Ian Craig in the white and black BMW, Martin Reynolds in the Escort. Gap where John Cockerton should have been. Anton Martin next on the outside in the blue BMW. Get ready to be thunderstruck then. As they get underway. Red lights on at the moment. When they go out, the pack will be unleashed. Just listen to this. Stunning sound of this mixture of different engines, and a flying start by Colin Voice in the Escort. He'll lead the way into that first corner at Redgates. Taking a few seconds pause just to listen to them as they come out of Redgate. Their Voice has already taken off into the lead. Mike Cutt in the red BMW second, Ian Bauer from pole position down to third. Then it's Ian Craig. Martin Reynolds rounds out the top 5 ahead of Anton Martin and Sean Morris. Then we've got Sam Daffin. Now watch for the Ford Falcon. It's already made up a few places from the back of the grid. Now you'll be able to tell where Andy Robinson is by his bright yellow headlamps. There he is, already up in the midfield. He's already ahead of Ricky Can in the Aston Martin, and he started 12th. He's going to pick off a few more cars by the end of the lap, I reckon, and that's fearsome fire-breathing V8 Falcon. There's Paul Eaton up the inside attacking Phil Wright in the Honda Civic. Here's the battle between the two Beamers. Colin Voice is away and gone already. This is the battle for second. 3 BMWs, then the Ford, then a couple more Beamers, and then the Ford Fiesta of Sam Daffin, the rear-wheel drive Fiesta. Behind him is Tommy Grant, so it's Ford and BMW all the way at the front of the field. But how long before the Australian Ford's in there as well? Let's see where Andy Robinson is up to as they complete the opening lap. Colin Voice leading by over 3 seconds already. There's Robinson. Look, he's just swathing his way through the field. It's the tail of Adrian Bradley now in the red M3 there. Robinson crossed the line. He was already up to 12th. He gained 9 places on that opening lap. John Cockerton is still going down towards the tail end of the field. Voice leads from Cutt and Bauer. Paul Eaton slowing down in the Holden Commodore. Looks like he's got a problem. John Cockerton's back up to pace. He goes past Ricky Can in the big Aston Martin. So Voice leads ahead of Mike Cutt, who leads the Classic Thunder splits. And Ian Bauer might have his work cut out here if he's going to make it 4 wins out of 4 this weekend. There's John Cockerton, he's back up to speed after his problems at the start. Rumble there of one of the V8s in the background, it's incredible. Huge Aston Martin. There's our second place battle. Mike cut ahead of Ian Bauer. Ian Craig is 4th. And quite a gap back to Martin Reynolds in the yellow and white Escort in 5th. Sean Morris in 6th in the Bastos car. Then it's Anton Martin. Adrian Bradley, we didn't see much of him in yesterday's race. Moving past Martin. Now he switches back to the inside. But Adrian Bradley's flying in these drier conditions than yesterday. He's carving through the field. Voice has the fastest lap at 1:15.082. Adrian Bradley's going to be one to watch here in his M3, the E46 M3. He's having a go at Martin Reynolds now. He's going to go round the outside of him at the old hairpin. Now that's something you don't see very often. There's Robinson though. He's up into the top 10 now. Can ahead of Ross Craig's Honda. There's the other Honda of Phil Wright. He's got, that's David Jefferson's BMW, the grey car behind him. Cockerton moving up on Sam Daffin in his Fiesta. Still your leader is Colin Voice, looking to hang on for an overall win this time. He was second and won the historic Thunder Split yesterday. John Cockerton attacks Sam Daffin. Picks up the place, that's up into 11th place. Adrian Bradley pulling away from Sean Morris now, and here comes Robinson, those yellow headlights menacing up behind Anton Martin and Tommy Grant's BMWs. Past Martin, ZF Racing BMW. It flew off there. Where did that come off? That came off Anton Martin's car, whatever that bit of debris was. Somebody's pulled over on the right-hand side of the course there, at the top of the Crater curve. I think that's it's Oliver Owen. So problems returning in his BMW, and John Cockerton has been given a 10-second penalty for an out-of-position start. Here's a replay, and this might be what happened to Oliver Owen, and that's where the debris came from. Oliver Owen apparently smashed into the back of Neil Wade's BMW Mini. That's why Oliver Owen was out of the race and why there was debris on the road. A collision with Neil Wade. As you were just saying there, John Cockerton, because he didn't start at the back after his problems on the rolling lap, he's been given a 10-second penalty for starting out of position. He's 11th at the moment. It's a battle between Tommy Grout and Sean Morris. Andy Robinson monstering up behind them. How far up the order is the Falcon going to get? Can he threaten the leaders? It's past Morris. Next target is Tommy Grout's Vorsteiner livery car, the gold car. Well, Paul Eaton's out of the race. The Holden Commodore has pulled into the pits. Car going slowly is 223. That's BMW of Joe Collier from Derbyshire. Looks like he could be heading pitwards. Cut is still the leading Classic Thunder car in second overall behind Colin Voice, but he's behind him by 1.7 seconds. He could be catching the Escort as Andy Robinson flies past another BMW. But the man who's on the move is Adrian Bradley. He's just taken Ian Craig for 4th place. There he is, and he's just in the fastest lap of the race, 1:13.54 for Adrian Bradley. Robinson's up to 6th now. Cockerton is up to 9th. He's taken Anton Martin. He's got that penalty pending at the end of the race. The lead gap is down to 1.7 seconds. Mike Cutt is catching our leader, Colin Voice. It might be a repeat of yesterday where Voice cleared off in the early stages and then the BMWs reeled him in later on. It's Morris, he's 8th, Cockerton 9th. Martin behind him in 10th. There behind them is Mike Seaborn at the wheel of the Peugeot 205. He's normally used to the big Jaguar, but Mike Seaborn is loving this at the wheel of the National Hot Rod style machine. Takes me back to my youth at Hensford Raceway, that 205. I was watching cars like that in the National Hot Rods, along with Toyota Starlets and Fiestas. There's Ian Bauer. We haven't seen much of him. He's in third place, leading his class. Chasing him is now Adrian Bradley. There he is, the red and black M3. The gap is 1.4 seconds now, so Mike Cutt is slowly reeling Colin Voice's escort in. Meanwhile, Adrian Bradley is about to attack for third place. Ian Bauer is seeing his chance of a fourth win of the weekend slipping away. Through the old hairpin leg. There's our leader. We've not seen much of Colin Voice since the opening lap. As he cleared off in front. Flash of flame from the exhaust. That's what we like to see. We like flames. And now he's being reeled in. There is Mike Cutt. He certainly cut down the lead held by Colin Voice, hasn't he? Colin Voice from Billericay in Essex. Mike Cutt in the BMW comes from York. The gap is going to be less than a second this time through. It's 1.01 seconds actually, so just over. Here's the third place battle. So Adrian Bradley has now taken Bauer for third position. Ian Craig still fifth. And further back behind Craig is Andy Robinson in sixth place. Now, has he reached the ceiling here? Will he catch the BMWs ahead? Colin Voice continues to lead. This escort for many, many years in various championships. Mike Cutt, the ex-Northern Saloon and sports car man, in second. Cutt ahead of Bradley by over 7 seconds. There's Adrian Bradley in third. They're in back marker traffic now, lapping one of the BMWs. I think it was Alan Breck who went to lap down. Switch to his Capri for the Blue Oval Saloon Series later on. It will be less than a second this time through, and look, Mike Cutt's got his headlights on to try and intimidate Colin Voice. Colin's got a lot of experience. Across the stripe they come once again. The gap's down to 0.64 now. Adrian Bradley still with the fastest lap of the race. It's under 5 minutes of this race to go for the PRG Traders Classic Thunder Saloons and the Mickey Can Aston Martin Specialist Historic Thunder Saloons. Where is Mickey Can? He's in 12th overall. He's been told that Joe Collier has pulled off into the pits in his BMW, so he's out of the race. There he is. Leaders come up to lap Melvin Hooker's XJS, and now Cutt is almost right with Colin Voice for the lead. Drew McLean's BMW up alongside the escort. He could make a move here with a bit of luck. No, you don't, says Colin Voice. Moves across to take the line for Coppice. Maybe he'll be able to slipstream him into the chicane with a bit of luck. Here they come down to the Roberts chicane. Can Mike Cutt take the lead away in his more modern BMW M3? One escort holds it at the moment. Right, the left to the Wheatcroft Straight. Less than 4 minutes to go from Mike Cutt for everything he's got at Colin Voice for the lead. Further back in third, there's Adrian Bradley. He's got the fastest lap of the race still, 1:13.54, but he's not really reeling these two in. Last lap was a bit quicker, but he may run out of time to catch these two, I think. Wait and see, though. Anything can happen in motorsports, and here at Donington it usually does. There's Mike Seaborn at the wheel of John Gill's stunning 205. He's moving up to take John Cockerton now. Seaborn moves up into 7th place. Cockerson 8th on the road, but he's got that penalty pending at the end of the race. Behind him, Tommy Grouts and Sean Morris. Here come your leaders, lapping one of the BMW. That's Kevin Deadwood. Goes to the outside. He knows there's a back marker there. Neil Wade's BMW Mini. 2.5 minutes to go. Neil Wade moves to the left out of the way, and Voice actually pulls away a little bit there down the straights. The back marker in between the two of them now. Mike dropped away by quite a few car lengths there. Did he miss a gear coming out of the chicane? I wonder. He was right up with him at the end of the lap. Colin Voice has pulled away again, or has Mike Cutt got a problem? Mike Cutt's very suddenly dropped away there, so whether he's got an issue with the BMW, I'm not sure. Pick that up in a moment. There's Ricky Can's Aston Martin ahead of David Jefferson's BMW. Really great sounding cars. They're menacing looking, aren't they, some of these Thunder Saloons? Mike Cutt, he didn't have a problem. He's back up with Colin Voice now. It's been just a momentary miss of gear or something for Mike Cutt, because he's back up with Colin Voice as they come towards the chicane this time. And now he's ready to attack again, so I don't know why he dropped back slightly. Over the line they go, and they are being reeled in by Adrian Bradley, who's just another fastest lap, 112.6. Superb. That's a second and a half quicker than the two leaders. He might just run out of time though. There's only a minute left on the clock, so I think we are on our last lap now. We may get one more in, only just. It was a tight squeak as they crossed the line as to where they were on time. Mike Cutt knows he's got to go all out now in the BMW to try and attack for the lead. He has a quick look at the old hairpin. He's almost underneath the Escort's rear wing there, but the Escort seems to have the straight line speed. They're coming up on back markers. Daniel Gadesha's BMW, I think, is about to be lapped, the orange car. Up towards Coppice. Now, will they get one more lap? You see the Escort pull away there in a straight line. Daniel Gadesha goes a lap down. It's going to be tight. They're coming up to lap Phil Wright's Civic as well. And Bradley's right with them now as they're dealing with the back markers. Look at Adrian Bradley. He's moved up on that. If there's one more lap to go, Bradley could do this. Is it going to be checkered flag as they come over the line? It's going to be very close. The clock counts to 0 just as they come up towards it. And the checkered flag does go out, and that saves Colin Voice's bacon. He takes the win. The two BMWs cross the line together. 0.8 of a second cover the top three. What a cracking finish. Well, if there'd been one more lap there, I think Adrian Bradley would have got through and won that. As it was, Colin Voice just hangs on to win. Mike Cutt wins the Classic Thunder split with a 0.6 of a second apart, and Bradley was just less than 0.2 of a second back in third place with the fastest lap. Ian Bauer was fourth. Andy Robinson made it through to fifth, and there's a spinner on the last corner. Look out! Goodness me. That was Alan Breck who spun, and Melvin Hooker and John Cockerton just missed him. He's lost the front bumper there, Alan Breck. That was a scary moment because you can't fully see the outside there as you come out of the chicane. Alan Breck crosses the line minus a bit of bodywork only. But with the penalty applied, John Cockerton drops to 13th place. We'll confirm the result in a moment. Andy Robinson through to 5th from towards the back, and full credit to Mike Seaborn. Started at the back in the Peugeot that he'd not raced before this weekend, and he made it through to 7th. Won his class as well. A breathless race there for the PRG Trailers Classic Thunder and Ricky Can Aston Martin Historic Thunder Saloons. And well done Colin Voice hanging on ahead of those pair of menacing BMWs to take the win. He was relieved to see the checkered flag go out that time through, because if there'd been one more lap, I think Adrian Bradley would have been through to take the win there. But as it is, Voice wins it. Less than a second covering the top three. Mike Cutt, the Classic Thunder split winner. Colin Voice wins the Historic Thunder Saloons, and Adrian Bradley coming through for third. Ian Bauer and Andy Robinson fourth and fifth. They win their classes. Ian Bauer's winning streak brought to an end. Robinson through from the back to fifth. It's Ian Craig, Mike Seaborn from the back in the Peugeot for 7th and a class win, then Tommy Grout, Sean Morris, Ricky Can wins his class, then David Jefferson, Anton Martin, John Cockerton dropped back by the penalty. Ross Craig has a class win as well. Any other class winners further back? I don't think so. No, that's all our class winners. There were just 3 retirements. They were Oliver Owen, Paul Eaton and Joe Collier. Yes, break for lunch definitely needed after that. The cars will be on their way into Parc Ferme, and it will be over to Ian shortly to talk to some of the drivers. I need to get my breath back. Okay, I'm going to head off for my lunch break now. I'll see you after lunch, and we'll head down to Ian in Parc Ferme.
I'm down in a very happy Parc Ferme. Colin Voice, absolutely delighted. Mike Cutt as well. He has been revving that Beamer. He is so happy. Colin, yesterday you backed off a bit to protect the car, but you didn't need to in these dry conditions, although Mike did run you close, didn't he?
Oh God, yeah, my left rear, you know, they're second-hand tyres, but my left rear was just, I was fighting with it in the end.
Yeah.
But I was just so determined after yesterday to get that #1 spot.
Well, you know what? You got it. How does it feel?
Yeah, yes. You know, I know the car so well.
Yeah.
And
you can get your helmet off if you want, Colin.
It's just great to drive.
Yeah. I'll let you crack on. Well done, mate. Congratulations. I'm desperate to go speak to Mike over here as well. He came in revving that engine. Let's grab a word of him. Didn't get the chance to speak to him yesterday. Sorry, guys, can I just jump in? Oh my. You are a very happy man. You came in revving the engine here. You almost had him at the end as well.
I'll take that. Only just. Adrian nearly had me. I was expecting to come because I knew when I caught up Colin, and I knew we were going to catch him eventually, that he'd hold me up because we're fast in different periods. I've got so much more corner speed, he's got a bit more straight line speed, and he was just hampering my lap time a little bit, maybe a couple of seconds, and I knew Adrian was coming. I knew he was coming. I could see him. I was trying to judge it. Only just judged it right, but what a race. Colin, take me off to him. What a bloody race, excuse my language. What an absolute corking race.
It was so good to watch. I can't even imagine what it was like behind the wheel.
There was plenty of grip. The circuit felt great. There was no really sketchy places. We could really have a good ding dong, and I was happy with that. I'll take that all day.
Great way to end the weekend.
Right? Thank you very much to BARC and to the Classic Touring Car Club for a great weekend.
Always putting a good show.
Thank you very much.
And
thank
to you for turning up, Mike. Brilliant stuff. Well done indeed. Let's grab Mr. Bradley over here as well. It was. How was it for you? That was quite an exciting race, wasn't it?
I just had to start 17th and then work my way through. Bad day yesterday.
You make it sound like it's just casual, start 17th, just come through.
Came out the trailer yesterday with a broken windscreen,
Yeah.
so missed qualifying and had to start at the back. Then first race got stuck in 4th gear for the whole race.
Yeah.
So bad day yesterday, but got better today.
How nice is it to be back racing?
Yeah, great. It is great. Yeah, I've done a bit already, but one more lap's all I wanted.
Next round, maybe. Next round. Well done anyway. Good stuff indeed. We are going into the lunch break now, so you can probably stick around with us for a little bit longer. Let's go find let's go grab. Oh, Jas and Anton are here as well. I thought Jas was trying to avoid me the whole weekend, Jas, but I've managed to catch up with you.
Yeah.
You got a big year ahead, haven't you?
Yeah, we're going brick car, I think.
Yeah.
In a couple of weeks' time.
Fantastic. How's today's race?
A bit of a power steering failure. That's why I didn't go out for the other one. I've just put a bigger steering wheel on there and just carried on. So, let me on the back of the grid. So, yeah. It was alright, enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Tommy.
It's good to see you again, mate. You take care, yeah? Nice one. There we go. We've got, we're missing the front bumper here as well. Right. Stay with me if that's alright. I just want to go grab a chat with Mike Seaborn over here. He's running away from it. Mike, where are you going? Where's he going? Let's talk to Martin. Oh no, he's right there. I'll leave him because I think he's doing something official. So let's grab Martin for a chat as well. Sam, how was it? All right?
Yeah, it was all right. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I was watching your race out there. It looked eventful.
It was a little bit eventful at the end, but we got there in one piece.
Martin.
Hello,
Hey,
mate. How you
Good
doing?
to see you.
Yeah,
You
good,
all right?
thank you. Yeah.
I thought you'd been hiding from me as well. Everybody seems to be hiding from me.
No,
this
I've not been hiding from you. Not been doing very well today. I had a misfire with this one, so never mind. Shame. Got off well.
Yeah.
And then misfire came in.
On,
there you go.
On to the next one, eh?
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to BARC again. You know, different car.
Yeah.
So a bit quicker than this one. So yeah, good news.
We'll probably be chatting later then.
Yeah, well, hopefully.
See you later. See you, Mike Seaborn is over there. He doesn't look too happy, so I think we'll just leave him to it. Ross, how was it out there?
It was right. It's just when you got a little slow car competing against all the quick cars, it's good fun. But yeah, Dad had another good run in his M3, so yeah, we're well happy as a family and got 2 cars going home in one piece, 4 finishes across the weekend, and yeah, it's a few weeks to prep before Brands now.
What's your expectation for the season? Are you doing every round as well?
Yeah, we're going to try and do the whole championship. Yeah, that's the plan. We've got the weekends booked off. We've got the evenings and weekends planned to build some cars and get some cars ready, and yeah, we'll go from there.
Top man, nice one. Thank you for talking to us. Appreciate it very much. Right, so we're going into the lunch break now, but we have a bonus race for you coming up very, very shortly. Perhaps not quite the vehicles you might be expecting. You won't want to miss it. We've got TCR drivers, Civic Cup drivers, JRC drivers involved as well. So don't go too far. You do have time to go get yourself a nice sandwich or a cup of tea or coffee or something. We've got to go get ourselves into position for it. I believe we might possibly hear from some of our partners. I'm not too sure, but if we do, fantastic. We're going to go get ourselves off into position. Go make yourself a nice cup of tea or coffee. Don't go too far. You're not going to want to miss this. Later on today as well, we still have another Civic Cup race, another TCR race. We've got so much action still to come, so don't go far.
Let it go.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Right, everybody, here we go. It's an extra special race for you here at Donington Park, and something quite special as well. I've enlisted the help of some drivers and team members here for this weekend. We're going to have a race. It's a sprint race, it's a drag race. Josh here on, what do you think your chances are on this?
Not great, to be honest with you.
We might have to handicap this. This is pretty nippy, this, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not bad. It's a bit restricted, but yeah, it'll be quick.
Maybe we should give you like a 5-second time penalty or something. You boys could be in trouble here, couldn't you?
I think so. If we can get going, that'd be a start. But
contact, great. I might not come last. We've got Josh over here as well. You're on a electric bike.
Yeah, Cannondale Matera. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to take part in this race as well. I'm going to go on my feet. The race is quite simple. It's a drag race. You see the 21 marker up there. That's the final grid position here at the assembly area on the Melbourne Loop. It's a sprint race. It's a drag race. That is it. First there is the winner. It's that simple. We could have done with one of those people down here actually to wave us off. Maybe if I very kindly ask. In fact, I'll just shout it in. I'll hold this mic and race with this mic as well. So we are going to get underway very, very shortly. Andy's going to go up to the finish line now. So we'll be lining up in a second. Don't go anywhere. Okay, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me up there as well. I'm racing as well. I'm on my feet. These boys are having an issue, which is great for us. Comment in this section who is going to win this race. I'm a little bit worried over here. We'll just give them a second, see if they can figure out. But get your comment in as well. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Who is going to win? Guys, are you? They're out. They've retired already. They've accepted their fate. So it's just us four. Okay, on my call. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go! Third place. Congratulations, we have a winner. Did you stall it at the start on purpose?
Someone decided to turn the key off, but we had the aerial waft, so we come back through. We're behind.
How does it feel knowing you are the first ever Donington Derby winner?
Brilliant. Very good.
Congratulations. Josh, you were pretty slow there, mate.
Yeah, I even turned the quad off for him and he still beat me.
Is this how you?
I got it at the start. But that's as good as it gets with this, I think.
Well, 4th place out of 5. Oh, look, they're coming. They're finally coming, look. Here they come. Better late than never. Josh, you were pretty quick on that.
Yeah, it was like launch control for start, to be honest. But yeah, just got done on the end.
Here they come, look, finally. Here they are. Let's watch them come over the line. 5th place. Well done. Top 5 finish for the boys. Guys, thank you so much for taking part. Congratulations, our Donington Derby winner. Josh, thank you very much. Good luck this afternoon in your JSCC race. I'm absolutely exhausted. Plenty more action coming up throughout the rest of the day. Just going to have a little bit of a lie down. Great stuff. Don't go far. We'll be back for the next TCR race soon. Good night.
it go.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Is going to begin pretty soon. We're just waiting in the pit lane, and we are. Oh, I think we're struggling a bit with sound. Hopefully, you can hear me all out there. But as you can see, the cars are all ready and waiting to go, and we are going to be racing pretty soon. So this is the third race of the weekend for the TCR cars, and as you can see here, a little bit of a flashing light, but also look at all this damage here. Actually, I might ask Ben Sharp if I can find him. He's just talking to Stuart Lyons. But Mark Smith's car, I know why the lights are flashing. I think it's because he's pressed the buttons by accident in there. But a lot of these cars now, Generation 2 cars, fantastic. The Lincoln Co of Stuart Lyons is also the promoter of the championship, doing an okay job. He's had a bit of a problem. I think he might have knocked the sump on this car earlier on yesterday, so having a few issues there. Hopefully he can get out for this race. It was a bit of a problem for him in the first race of today in the TCR UK Championship. He was on the slick tyre and just struggled a little bit. I'm sure he's going to get a lot better than this. Also, we've got George Jackson here. He's one of the Gen 1 Cup drivers. Lovely car, the Golf. I've done a lot with the Golf myself. Fantastic car and goes very, very well. Next on to the championship leader, Adam Shepherd in the 5G Communications backed car. This is a fantastic car, and Williams Motor Company and Capture Motorsport running this car for them. They're running 3 cars as it is now, and we've also got the third car here is Will Beach, and he's the team owner. He's got a bit of a damage as well, hasn't he? I'm just going to point at that as well. So that's nice, and we'll be, if we give him a bang on here. What have you done to this? Terrible. Yeah, he knows he's done badly. So Will Beach will be looking for a result. These two cars, actually, Will Beach and Greg Saunders, they are going to be starting at the back with a 10-second penalty, and that was a technical infringement during qualifying. So they've left it to race 3. I think there's been a bit of a dispute on when they should actually be taking the penalty, so there's a few things that have gone on there, but that's going to be back of the grid plus 10 seconds. Let's wait and see where they start. We don't know if they're going to start the back of the grid. They may start from the pit lane, but we will find out. Callum Newsham, he's got his weekend back on track with that podium position in the second race and the first of the TCR races today. And somebody else I want to be speaking to a bit later on is this man in the number 8, McGovern. He's a proper fella. Rob McGovern, a lot of racing in Ireland, and this car, love it, just in plain black, yellow wheels, and I might try and catch him when we're on the grid. We will see in a bit. Finn Leslie, he's one of the guys I've been really looking out for. Youngster, come from the Fiestas, he's been rapid, and this man Gaz that's in front of his car, he used to be my mechanic at Vauxhall back in the day. This kid's quick, isn't he?
He's good, he is good. He's got some good promise.
I've got some things to say about him on the grid, but I've got to say, one of the fastest youngsters I've ever seen come through. The buzzer's going, Gaz. I'm going to let you go. They're going to let these cars go. We'll catch you in a bit, mate. So we'll let the cars go. These guys are super quick, and especially Finn Leslie. Definitely one to watch out for. But there's so many different drivers in this championship that have got points to prove. And it's going to be probably proven in the next half an hour. We will see. Callum Newsham has got a bit of a problem by the looks of it. So his Dave Newsham, his dad, is telling him what to try and do. They've shut the car off by the looks of it as you're watching Greg Saunders go down the pit lane. All the other cars trying to get down the pit lane. Callum Newsham here in the number 16 car is struggling to get the car in gear by the sounds of it. This could be a big talking point, big problem, as you see the rest of the field go down the pit lane. And I wonder what has gone on with Callum Newsham. This is terrible. Sounds like they're trying to do a master reset on the car, and it may be a problem with the gearbox. I don't really want to go and ask the guys straight away because they are doing some kind of reset. I can see the buttons being pressed, but I'm sure they've got it done now. Into gear, and he's got going. I'll just quickly ask Dave, actually. Dave, just quickly, is that a problem or reset?
He can't get his window up.
Oh,
the window's not going up.
Oh, could be.
It's going to be cold.
It's going to be cold. Could be worse. I thought it was a gearbox problem.
No.
I should always ask first, shouldn't I? Amazing. Right, let's go and head on the grid then. Follow me, Andy. As I say, these cars will go for their warm-up, and get those tyres all warm at the front, and then the front tyres will be put onto the rear, and I'm sure we're going to have a cracking race. We'll get on the grid. We'll go and speak to a few people. Speak to some drivers, but I want to talk actually to some team members as well, because the team members always let on a bit too much, and it always makes me laugh because they don't ever think you're going to speak to them. So we'll go and have a little chat, we'll go and have a little look and see what's going on. Actually, we'll just quickly, while nobody's here, let's just speak to Jack Finland 1 sec. Mate, you've been on camera more times than I care to admit. Championship's going good. We needed a good race this morning. That's what we got. Mixed conditions, no safety car. Drivers did well.
No, yeah, 100%, and it was just exciting when you've got that tyre choice and it's a bit of mixed conditions, isn't it? And I thought it was a great drive from Adam and Callum on slicks to get there in the end, so yeah, well driven.
Also, mate, it's not wet, but some of the spaces on the grid have got little bits of damp on them, so there is going to be a bit of there's a bit of an oil patch right down the middle as well, so it's going to be interesting seeing how everybody gets off the grid. But this is how we would see the grid normally, isn't it, with the drivers up the front where they usually are?
Yeah, I think everyone's there or thereabouts, and the sharp end is how it's going to look, I think, for the season. So I think we've got a good championship fight on our hands, even coming out of only the first round. I think it's going to shape up well, so looking forward to it. And let's not talk about the damp grid boxes. Let's just get them down to Redgate and away.
Send them down to Redgate and away, eh? No problem. Right then, let's go and have a look and see who we can go and chat to. Josh Faz, all he ever does is have to talk to me. What's going on? How's it looking? The boys are rapid, looking very quick, and finishing races in difficult conditions.
Yeah, doing well. The nice thing is they're about the same speed, Sam and Steve, so obviously we get to split strategy in conditions like this morning, so did that. Obviously Steve's was the right way, but didn't quite get that win. But no, they're doing really well. I mean, you've got to remember they started racing last June, and it's March, so 9 months, and they've gone from sort of wanting to get a trophy in like a gentleman's cup to trying to win races and winning races. So they're doing a mega job.
And I can see they're coming up now, mate. I'll leave you to do your thing, no problem. Looks like a pirate, that one. Old Sam's car with one headlight missing. Lovely. Very nice, mate. Anyway, I think we can get away with saying stuff like that. So the rest of the cars are coming up and down the grid. Just be careful, and you don't get run over, mate. You'll be sound. Campy's just getting a quick change with his tyres. I wouldn't mind grabbing a quick word with him. A lot of the cars, as I say, they're all just trying to get their stuff together. Rob Baker's just doing a little thing here. Right, we're gonna leave Campy to it. Campy's just putting his grid markings on. If you come this way, Andy, you can have a quick look. So that is Campy saying, I want my marker to be just there so I can line my wing mirror up when I actually get here so he doesn't jump the box. So I know what it's like as a driver. We're going to leave them to it there. Let's go and see if we can get a quick word with Finn Leslie, because honestly, I do think this kid is somebody we've got to look out for in the future. So he'll definitely be one to talk to. Just be careful of this tyre cross because there's a lot going on. I'll just open the door quickly here. Finn, how are you, mate?
I'm good, thank you.
You, my friend, are one of the quickest kids I've ever seen, and to pick this car up and drive it round, because they're not easy to drive, these Hyundais. They're pretty special, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, I only did one day prior to the season start because I can't afford to keep throwing money at the test days, you know. So it was difficult to jump in the car, but you know, I seem to, you know, take it really well. We've had 2 fourth places, puts me third in the championship, you know. So we're fighting for the podium in this one.
That's what we like to hear, Finn. Well, listen, good luck, mate, and you're one of my tips to do well. Good lad. Have a good one, fella. What a top kid. It's so good to see kids who are just actually not arrogant, just saying what they want, know what they want, and they know that they can get the job done if they've got the right car underneath them. Talking about the right car underneath them, quick word with Brad. Brad, not where you want to start. It's been a bit of a difficult start for the weekend, but this is your time now, innit?
Yeah, it's been a difficult weekend, really, hasn't it? But yeah, no, I think this is the race where we need to just claw back some points. There's no reason we can't be on the podium, so that's the target, and we'll see what happens.
Top man, listen, your dad and everyone's flat out trying to get your tyres warm. We will leave you to it. Good luck to Brad Hutchison and everyone else. I'm getting called to go off the grid. Back to you guys. This is going to be epic.
Thanks, Paul. I agree with that. I think it is going to be epic. This should be a really fascinating race. I had a quick chat with Adam Shepherd, actually, during the pit walk a little bit earlier on. And I said to him, I think it'd be quite nice if it stays dry. You've got all the quick guys towards the front. We might, if they all make it to the end in one piece, really start to get an idea now for what the genuine pace difference is between the top group of drivers. Because I genuinely believe the top 6 or 7 drivers on this grid, at least, are all capable of running at pretty much the same pace. That certainly is what we saw in qualifying yesterday. Speaking of grids, this is the way in which they're going to line up for this third race of the weekend. With TCR UK, the third race grid is based upon the second fastest lap times from qualifying. So it's Adam Shepherd back on pole position once again, and Sam Laidlaw starting alongside him. This pole position, by the way, for Adam Shepherd is a career 7th pole position. That is a record breaker. He now has more pole positions based upon qualifying times than any other driver in championship history. Alistair Camp and Callum Newsham share the second row of the grid in their pair of Hyundai i30N TCRs. Camp has had a plethora of issues so far this weekend. Really hoping now that they get to the bottom of that. It's something in the fuel system that is causing him issues. It's something that they believe he can drive around if it strikes again, but obviously it's going to slow him down if it does. Newsham alongside, having still not got that window up, I notice. We'll discuss that more in a moment or two. Row 3, Steve Laidlaw, who's had 2 third-place finishes despite having had, well, he's been in every position, I think, pretty much at one point or another this weekend. From first all the way down to last, he starts 5th for this one alongside the rapid youngster Finn Leslie. Brad Hutchison, disappointing start to the season. No points scored. In fact, he's on negative points after a penalty yesterday. Really needs to get his championship campaign off to a good start in this race. Rod McGovern, the Irishman, is alongside. Then Harry Blur and Mark Smith will complete the top 10 on the grid. 6th row is where we will find George Jackson and Cedric Block. Now they are the top 2 Gen 1 Cup drivers. George Jackson, who started the weekend so confident that he was going to be up there winning the Gen 1 category. It hasn't quite worked out for him. He's had some issues in both races. All things being equal, though, he feels he's quick enough to win this one. Cedric Block starts alongside, and then the 3rd Gen 1 Cup driver, Jeff Olden, is on the 7th row alongside championship promoter Stuart Lyons in the Lincoln Co. Then, as Paul was mentioning quite rightly earlier on, Will Beach and Greg Saunders, they've got penalties from yesterday that are now being served in race 3, so they will start from the back of the grid with a 10-second delay. So essentially everybody else will leave as the red lights go out. 10 seconds later, there's normally someone marching with a flag or something to wave off the 2 drivers at the back, and that will put them very much on the back foot already, which is a shame because those 2 went really well in the race earlier on today, didn't they? Greg Saunders and Will Beach, and really was hoping that we were going to see more of that from them this afternoon. They may be able to work their way up the order. How far they get will depend very much, I suspect, on whether we get a safety car or not. Well, Paul, the stage is set, as I was saying as you were coming upstairs. The stage is set here for a fascinating race because finally we've got pretty decent track conditions. It's largely dry out there, I'd say. You've got all the quick drivers at the front. Barring any issues for any of them, we should now get a proper idea of how they all compare to each other on raw, dry pace.
Yeah, definitely. And I think what will happen is, because this is completely dry, they're going to now be flat out instead of taking it easy on a slick or a wet tyre in changeable track conditions. So let's see what happens. Like you say, the cream always rises to the top. Most of it is at the top now, so let's see who's the person to really go for it. Finn Leslie, though, he's sounding like he wanted to have a real good go at this, isn't he?
Interesting. Well, he's up there, isn't he? Out-qualified Brad Hutchison for this race. Brad was the vice champion last year, so that's a bit of a feather in Finn's cap, isn't it? Adam Shepherd then, a record-breaking 7th pole position, more pole positions now than any driver in TCR UK history. I suspect we're going to see a few more records go his way over the course of the year. One thing he doesn't have anymore, which he did for a while, is the Donington Park lap record. Jensen Brickley beat him to that a couple of years ago. 108.9. Now in yesterday's race, in slightly warmer conditions, they were doing 109.1s, only a couple of tenths off that. These are good conditions for fast lap times, I think, aren't they?
They are. It's good for engines being this cold, especially turbocharged engines, which TCR UK are. The only thing is, I think the ambient temperature is not going to help the tyre. So I think in the brake zones and the traction zones, you're going to lose a little bit of grip. And laterally, you will lose grip in fast corners as well.
Well, let's see how they get on. It's going to be an interesting race, that's for sure. A quick race, potentially. But is it going to be a hat-trick of race victories for Adam Shepherd? I don't recall a driver winning all 3 races in a weekend before. If it has happened, it was a while ago, and Phil Kinch will have to correct me, but I'm pretty sure we've not seen it. One car into the pit lane, that was Greg Saunders, I think. And I don't see Will Beach at the back of the grid either, so we might be missing the 2 Cupras. Both in the pit lane, we're hearing. Yes, so those 2 unfortunately not taking the start. Everyone else is there. Adam Shepherd on pole, Sam Laidlaw alongside. Race 3 of the weekend at Donington Park bursts into life, and it's a good start made by Shepherd. McGovern's gone nowhere from the back of the field. Shepherd holds on to the lead. Here comes Callum Newsham, though. Newsham to the inside of Sam Laidlaw. It will be Shepherd from Newsham, as it was yesterday at the front of the field. Stephen Laidlaw there at the inside of Alistair Camp, and that was Shepherd a bit wide, was it? Newsham right on his rear bumper as they drop through Hollywood and the crane occurs for the first time, and Newsham knows if he's going to get this move done, now is his best opportunity. Into the old hairpin, he's up the inside. Newsham to the lead at the bottom of the hill. Spectacular move on cold tyres. Callum Newsham up for the fight, Paul.
Brave stuff. Callum Newsham now cannot do anything about the attack again of Adam Shepherd. Is down the outside. Oh, is that contact and off?
Shepherd off into the gravel trap. The double race winner is out. Surely we've seen drivers dig their way out of the gravel this weekend, but I don't think that car's going anywhere. And Adam Shepherd, after a dream start to the season, is off. Was it contact, Paul? That is the million-dollar question. Shepherd will have an opinion on that. He was certainly coming back at Newsham, and it is difficult up there on cold tyres. Through the braking zone into McLean's, you're turning left. Easy to get a bit of a slide on.
It is, but you're flat out. Even on cold tyres, you would only have a little lift, and maybe... Oh, big sideways. That was Sam Laidlaw that just went off screen. Did he rotate?
I think he has. He didn't come past me. Yes, there he is, Sam Laidlaw from second place. You mentioned cold rear tyres, and Sam Laidlaw just lost it coming out of the final chicane. It is all kicked off in race number 3. Callum Newsham leads by 1.3 seconds over Steve Laidlaw second, and Alistair Camp into third. Finn Leslie back in his favourite position of fourth. He's finished fourth, remember, in the first two races this weekend. Absolute drama. Two of the favourites, the two front row starters, both in trouble right at the start of the race. There's a slow Audi, that's Jeff Alden, being overtaken by Stuart Lyons and Rob McGovern. McGovern's car has looked very loose all weekend long. Wow, I did not see any of that coming, Paul. You mentioned cold tyres already. It's caught at least one, maybe two of our front runners out.
Yeah, the problem you've got is some of the slick runners have been driving at 90% because it's been damp, and then as soon as it looks like a dry track, they've gone absolutely flat out, and it's still cold. So safety car is apparently on track. So Callum Newsham's lead of 1.36 seconds, which is probably a lot more than that now, to Steve Laidlaw, is going to evaporate.
Adam Shepherd's in the pit lane, by the way, so it's not his car that is the reason for the safety car, it's Sam Laidlaw's.
Who's that off?
Oh, there's another car. Is that Camp? I think that's Camp, isn't it? Because he's not come through. So Alistair Camp's car is off at the chicane as well.
What is going on?
Dropping like flies, aren't they, Paul? This is remarkable. Shepherd dug his car out of the gravel trap, but it's back in the pit lane. So the reason for that, I don't know. Maybe damage, maybe it's gravel, but we've got two other cars, a Hyundai and a Cupra, that need moving from the final stretch of racetrack. And there's Camp's went in the tyres.
That'll be on turning, I would assume, unless someone's tagged him. That's big damage, that, to move a tyre stack that big. Camp will have a look at that, and he will be like, that's expensive. So he's hit the front. So is that the first set of tyres? It's a red flag because of the tyre stack, I would say. In the middle of the track, you'd need a JCB to get that out.
Because it's so heavy, and that's why it's done so much damage to the front of the Hyundai. I think it's the left-hand part. I think it's the second part of the chicane. We've seen this happen before, haven't we? If you go through there side by side and you get squeezed out, you've got to make that decision, a bit like Dave Marshall did in the Civic race before, to bail out. Otherwise, you're going to go straight into that tyre stack. Not sure if that's what's happened. Either way, heartbreak for Camp.
Like you say, but there's no way it can be that first set of tyres, you're right, because to move that far, he'd be on top of it probably. But let's not speculate. Let's see. We'll find out what's gone on, and we'll make sure we give you the news of that.
Now, I'm going to test you here, and Phil Kinch likely will be the one to give us the answer. They've completed 2 laps, but there is a red flag. Does that mean we go back to original grid positions?
I thought it was.
I think so too.
I think it is, because you've got to have done more than 3.
I think it's 3. Next question, does that benefit Adam Shepherd? And does the fact that he wasn't running at the time of the red flag matter? He got going again, was in the pit lane at the time of the red. That doesn't necessarily mean he'd retired from the race, of course. What I'm getting at here is if that car isn't damaged, there's a chance here that Adam Shepherd ends up back on pole position again for the restart.
Yes. There's a lot of questions to be answered. The one thing I will say is, though, there was marshals pushing Adam Shepherd's car. So we don't know. I only seen them. Didn't see them pushing it, as in getting the car out of the gravel. We don't know how that's happened, but let's find out and see what's gone on.
Yep, okay, well, we'll wait for official news on that. What we can tell you is the race has been stopped, and we will get a restart, no doubt about that. We'd only completed 2 laps, so we will get a restart to the race, and so much to unpack after a dramatic couple of laps there. Callum Newsham, though, I mean, even before it all went wrong, he was showing that he is going to take the fight to Adam Shepherd. Didn't get the chance to do that yesterday, really, with his car hitting mechanical issues early, and he was definitely on his toes at the start of the race. Replays here then, Paul. What are we going to see? This is, I suspect, yes, the moment Shepherd couldn't tell for definite if there was contact, but they were certainly close to each other.
They were, but I honestly, just looking at that, it just looks like he's, unless there was contact before that, but that left kink is absolutely flat chat through there. So that, oh, look at that, he nearly held that, but then he gives up. Oh, he's not. Oh, he has. I was going to say, that didn't look like there was any damage on that. He is a lucky boy, because any further, and that would have been the front destroyed on that car on the wall. He's just turned with too much aggression. Oh, he's bounced off that dip in the curb. That is a great near enough save, and his dad Steve could have finished him off there, couldn't he?
Easily so. And it's that right rear tyre, Paul. That's the tyre that takes the longest to get up to temperature around a clockwise circuit like this one, and leaning on it early on is obviously caught him out.
But the both instances we've seen have been right rear tyre related. So fast left kink up to McLean's, and that was Shepherd gone, and then through the through the chicane there, the right rear again is the one that's supporting the car that's given up on Sam Laidlaw. Shame that.
Real shame. That kink at McLean's as well, I know this from my time on the sim yesterday evening. You are braking kind of as you come out of that kink, aren't you? So you are leaning on that right-hand side of the car again.
Only if you're rubbish.
Well, that probably explains why I kept binning it at McLean's then, doesn't it?
No, usually you are in a straight line and on the brakes, but early in the race...
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like speculating, but one thing I will say is you might find that it's the first lap, and if you are coming out of the throttle and then starting to brake as you've got a little bit of left steering lock on, it's so easy to snatch your right rear because they're just not up to temperature.
No.
Like, literally, they're just not.
No, exactly. Whatever happened, Shepherd, quite lucky really that he got the car going, admittedly with some outside assistance, we think, but he got the car going and apparently largely undamaged. Sam Laidlaw, very lucky his car's not written off as well, having gone nose first into the barriers. And we look ahead now to what's going to be a fascinating restart over, by the looks of it, 15 minutes. It's going to be a 15-minute restart based on the information we've got on the timing screen. It's going to take a while though to get this sorted because I mean the cars, they're easy enough to move out of the way. As you said, it's that tyre stack at the chicane. Mind you, having said that, I think the marshals have already largely gotten out of the way, the gravel being swept, and hopefully it won't take too much longer.
Depends whether Camp's car needs a lift.
True.
Because that front right, we haven't seen it yet, but it looks like it's a bit ski whiff, and if he's hit it as hard as we think he's hit it, it'll have made the drivetrain completely inept. So it might not be a push, that it might be a lift.
Good point. Such a shame for Alistair. He was saying to me earlier in the weekend, you know, his continuing in TCR UK depends entirely on budget. Makes no secret of that. There are drivers in this championship who are doing this on a smaller budget than others. Alistair is one of them, especially trying to fit it in alongside his Civic Cup campaign as well. And I really, really hope that this doesn't derail his TCR challenge, because this is a man who is a proven front runner, proven race winner, let's not forget, in TCR. Alistair Camp won a race last year, I seem to recall. And so we know that he's quick. We know that he's got the potential to do really well. 2023, here at Donington in this equivalent race, and so it'd be a real shame if he wasn't able to carry on. Drama here, Paul, for the other Laidlaw.
That's Steve Laidlaw's front right being looked at. So what are they doing there? Something has he had contact earlier on, or what are they changing? There's washers going in, so maybe something's gone loose. They wouldn't do anything setup wise now. That is got to be some kind of problem. I don't know whether that front headlight as well looked like it was a bit out of joint there. So interesting that is, but there you go. It's had damage. Yeah, he's maybe hit tyres maybe, but like that's caused a bit of damage. Maybe he's caught the wishbone or something on there has been caught, hasn't it? So now he's going to struggle, isn't he, to get to where he needs to be as well.
Well, exactly. Now he has bailed for the pit lane after the red flag flew, so I guess if he does take the restart, we'll have to wait and see where it is, but the team at least have some time to work on this. Weekend of what could have been, I think, for Steve Laidlaw, really. He's had race-winning pace, I think, across all three races. For one reason or another, it hasn't quite panned out. The contact with Brad Hutchison yesterday, the tyre choice in race 2, and now this in the third race. He's going to be a factor this year, though, isn't he? I think both Laidlaws will be.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you don't run up that far up the front and not be a factor. It was just a shame for Sam as well when we've seen his incident. I mean, that was another 1 mile an hour less into the chicane, and it just would have been a sideways and a straighten up, and away we go. So we'll see. But I think there's going to be a few people who are going to be maybe starting from the pit lane if they can get that car out, especially.
Wheels back on. I presume that is the same wheel that came off it, so you can see that the Goodyear has been scuffed off completely, so he's definitely had a bit of contact on that corner. They're taping up the bodywork as well, because the last thing you want, having fixed the suspension or whatever it is internally that's damaged, is to then be black and orange flagged for loose bodywork. Whilst they've got the time to fix it, they'll get that done now and hopefully get that car back on its way.
Was Camp in front of Laidlaw?
Well, this is what I'm trying to remember. They were... I think Camp was ahead of him.
Because...
I think. Let me double check that for you, but I think he might have been the next car ahead.
Because he may have hit them tyres that were put in the middle of the track, maybe. I don't know. Sometimes it's a bit unsighted because, there's such when you're in a race car, we sit so low that you can't actually see through the first set of tyres. But to be fair, those tyres were right in the middle of the track. But I have seen it before where people have not seen that.
Camp was third, Laidlaw was fourth on the run into the chicane that lap. So yeah, that would make sense, as you say.
Maybe unsighted.
Or yeah, and that is easily done because you're not expecting it to be there. Obviously, you've fully committed into that chicane. It's one of the good things about that final chicane, actually, when they reprofiled it probably 15 years ago now, I think it was. They made it quite a bit faster than it used to be. It's actually, some drivers have told me, not an unpleasant chicane to drive. It's got a nice flow to it because you do need to commit to it fully.
15 years? Really?
I think so. 2010, I want to say.
No. Oh, no, actually. I think you're right.
Yes,
yeah,
because that's when they were redoing the track for the failed F1 bid, wasn't it? That's
wow.
when they did it. I know. We're old, Paul.
Oh, mate, I was going to say it was about 4 years ago because I raced here. And I remember going through it the first time thinking, it was actually quite nice.
Yes. Wow. It was definitely a while ago. In fact, I remember, not to talk about British touring cars too much, but I do remember a Jason Plato incident at the chicane on that first weekend, and that was, they didn't have a tyre stat there. They had a big wreck to sell thing. You might have even been in that race, Paul.
I was in front of all that carnage.
Of course you were.
No, it wasn't, mate. I remember seeing it as I went past. About a minute later. There you go. So they got a lift on Campy's car. It's an awful sight, that. Yeah. I'm really with you on that because Campy has really, really tried to get this deal together and race, and that's awful, isn't it? Awful. But anyway, I think we're going to see the first part of the race, aren't we?
Yes, because it was an interesting start anyway, wasn't it? A good start made by Callum Newsham, and interestingly, Sam Laidlaw, I've been saying all weekend how quickly those Gen 3 Cupras get off the line. Sam Laidlaw didn't get a great jump from the outside of row 1. Hard to tell from this angle exactly why that was, but you can definitely see, Paul, that Callum Newsham got a jump on the second place man.
Yeah, he did. He got a proper jump, didn't he? And his stall was set out early doors. That car is so nervous. This Hyundai's are so nervous. Look, and the other thing I was going to tell you about, Callum Newsham couldn't get his winder up, and he's still got it down there, which it causes a bit of an aero defect. But this was absolutely proper stuff. I mean, to do this against Adam Shepherd, big late lunge on the brakes. Shepherd didn't even really see it coming, and I thought, go on then, mate. He probably knew that he's got a little bit more straight line speed and he might be able to do something about it. Gets the overlap, there's a squeeze, then the side by side completely. There could have been contact earlier than what we've just seen, but I tell you what, there's no marks on the car. If it was any contact, it would have been minimal. So be interesting to see what happens about that, or what is said about that, because up to there it looked like it was a nice little race. The other thing I was going to say is the two cars that started in the pit lane, that was Gregory Saunders, wasn't it, and Will Beach. And they come in the pits and didn't have to take that 10-second penalty, I'm assuming, because they've actually, look at that big sideways there that resulted in Sam's demise. But yeah, so there you go. Sam was out. I didn't even think he touched the wall. There was no damage on the front of that car. But yeah, the two guys that started in the pit lane, they actually made an interesting decision. By not starting at the back of the grid, they would have had to wait 10 seconds until the lights had gone green. But as it was, they ended up just starting from the pit lane and not having to take that 10-second penalty. But you just have to wait for the last car to go, which was a very slow one actually. But this was quite good, wasn't it? Oh, Rob McGovern doesn't care, does he? He's absolutely flat out in that Hyundai. And Stuart Lyons was telling me he was pretty scared of him in that earlier race. He said he'd just seen him coming. They're on different tyres, but he was like, this guy's never right in the head, which is always makes a great racer in these tin-top race cars.
Yeah, Stuart's been having fun, I think, hasn't he, out there in this Lincoln Co. He's raving about the Lincoln Co. Says it's a great car to drive. One of the few TCR cars I think you haven't actually been behind the wheel of yet, but it looks cool.
Yeah, I was nearly drove Ryan Bensley's Lincoln Co., which we will see later on in the year.
Next round, I believe.
Next round here, actually, yeah, the GP. So, yeah, it's do you know what? I haven't driven it, but I know who's built them, obviously, and I know what they're built from. So they're very much an older, well, not an older, but a touring car that I used to race, a Chevrolet Cruze. It's very much made up of those parts, which is a very good race car.
Well, yes, that was a very successful touring car, wasn't it? Paul's just demolishing the commentary box around
that
us.
me?
One of us, either that or we're haunted in here, which is possible, I suppose.
I think it was your new Puma Sambas. Or whatever you've got on.
Do you like them?
Mate, not really. No.
Very grippy. They're my wet weather shoes, these.
Why don't you tell everyone while we're on this stream what happened to you with your brand new trainers on when you slid tackled that 80-year-old woman in the airport on purpose?
Much as I'd love to, Paul, the cars are regridding, and I think we should probably.
No, we got plenty of time. Come on, mate. What happened?
May have had a little bit of an incident at Manchester Airport a few weeks ago. I've been limping around with a bad back, which is just my excuse to get out doing any work. I mean, you know what I'm like, Paul. Never stood up working for a second longer than I have to be. Anyway, cars gridding up, which means the track's more or less clear, and we are not a million miles away from a restart. Now, cars are gridding up not in original grid order, interestingly. We've got 2 Hyundais on the front row. Callum Newsham, not unexpected. Finn Leslie must be absolutely licking his lips at the prospect of starting on the front row of the grid. This is a really good chance for him to finally break into those podium places.
This is a very good opportunity. He needs to get his head down and not be too perturbed about the people who are around him, because this is it's not a great opportunity to win a race, it's a great opportunity to finish on the podium, and as long as he has that framed in his mind, he will be fine. He is, honestly, that kid has been so impressive, and he's just a nice lad as well, and that helps in this job.
Another driver who will see this as a good opportunity to get his weekend back on track is Brad Hutchison. He's starting 3rd now on this restarted race. Brad hasn't scored a point. He's actually on negative points because he was docked points in race 1, a race he didn't even finish. So he is, I'm pretty sure he said this is the 2nd year in a row where he started on negative points. Still bounced back to nearly be the champion last year, so he won't be too concerned about that. And he's got Mark Smith alongside in the number 77 car. It's like another reverse grid, this, Paul.
This is. I've got to admit, it just shows you the difference between Generation 1 cars and the newer generation cars. Mark Smith, no disrespect, he has been a different driver in the newer car. He's looked like he is having it.
Yeah.
Fair play to him.
Experienced tin top racer, Mark. Had a stint in the British Touring Car Championship a while ago, didn't he? That was probably more than 15 years ago as well. But he is starting 4th alongside George Jackson. George, another driver with a point to prove. As I was touching on earlier on, hasn't actually won the Gen 1 Cup yet. Jeff Alden's been stealing his glory. Jeff will start right behind him in the number 19 Audi. So the top 2 Gen 1 Cup cars close together. Cedric Block, I think, is a few rows further back, but the real battle is going to be the one at the front, isn't it? Callum Newsham versus Finn Leslie. That's the ex-Bruce Winfield Hyundai, so we know that's a quick car. Bruce, I believe, won a race in that car. Certainly had podiums anyway.
Snetterton, he won the first round.
Sorry?
Won the first round at Snet?
Yes, I think he did, didn't he? That would have been 2023, because again, time is going by quicker than I care to remember. Yes, he beat Josh Files, didn't he, in the Elantra in the very first round of the 2023 championship. So it's a race-winning car. Stuart Lyons has had a stint driving it in the meantime, but I'm sure it's still got some pace left in it, and Finn Leslie is going to be keen to try and unlock that potential. If he could get a podium finish on his debut weekend, that would be immensely impressive.
I tell you what, looking at that grid, there's so many people. There's Jeff Alden. There's just a lot of people who can get a podium here.
Yes.
There really is.
Yes, and crucially, no Adam Shepherd, so it looks as though he's either not able to or not allowed to take the restart here. So Adam Shepherd is not going to be on track anyway. He might be able to do a pit lane start. We'll wait and see. If he can, I still wouldn't count him out of a good result, the pace that he's had up to this point. So, green flag lap begins. 15 minutes the restart distance. Harry Blaw's gone nowhere, has he, Paul?
No, he's not gone anywhere. He's going to get going. There we go.
Adam Shepherd and Steve Laidlaw and somebody else.
That's Steve and Sam.
Well, that must be Sam, yeah. It has to be. So, those 3 are going to take the restart from the pit lane. As I just said earlier, Paul, I would not bet against those 3 being in podium contention by the end of the race. We know they're quick. The cars are undamaged. This could be tasty.
15 minutes for them 3 to come through the field. Are they going to battle against each other?
Well, that's a good point. Yes, there they are. Look, they're not going to get a green flag lap, so they'll have ice-cold tyres. That's not going to help their cause.
Yes and no. I mean, to be fair, out of those guys, Adam Shepherd can warm a set of tyres up in about 5 metres. The other thing as well, the lights will go green when the last car passes. The last car passes the pit lane exit. 15 minutes isn't a long time, but I would expect one of them to break the top 6 definitely.
Yes, I agree with
and
that.
if a safety car turns up,
which there could be, because we've now got a lot of drivers at the front of the grid who probably weren't expecting to be at the front of the grid, and they're going to want to try and maximise that opportunity, aren't they? So this could be a really interesting rerun of round number 3 of the TCR UK Championship. And Callum Newsham, out of all of this, just needs to try and get his head down. You do feel, really, don't you, that if Callum could get away... Oh, that was Cedric Block, was it?
Cedric Block into the wall.
Lost it on cold tyres. That's a lot of damage to the Audi. And, well, he's certainly not the first driver I've seen do that on a warm-up lap.
Absolutely not. I've spun on a warm-up lap as well, but not hit the wall. That was so unfortunate. So unfortunate, because that is... You start off with short, sharp bursts of left to right, and as it gets quicker, you have to be careful doing that, and you have to go longer with your side to side. That's going to be a delayed start, unless they can just cover that off with a yellow. I don't know if they will live snatch, maybe. I don't know what they'll do with that. What disaster.
I suspect delayed start, but we'll await official confirmation of that. But Cedric Block, that is a real shame. Here's the replay. I was looking away actually when it happened. You can see Cedric about to appear into sight in the Audi. There it goes.
Wow, it went fast, that, didn't it? That's quite a big hit, you know.
Didn't look like the car was moving at first, and then, of course, as soon as it goes onto the grass, it almost feels like it accelerates and hit the wall, really, at the worst possible angle, didn't he? Head on, that'll do the radiator, and possibly more.
Yeah, unfortunately, with Cedric's condition as well, they might have to do something different with the start, because it will take a little bit more care to get him out of the car, obviously, with his condition he has.
Yes, indeed so. So the cars are arriving on the grid. I'd be surprised if we get a race start. We shall wait and see. But the Callum Newsham car lines up on pole, and yeah, marshals are there, I suspect, passing the message on that this is going to be a delayed start. They might now have to take a few more minutes off the race distance. We'll wait and see. There is the recovery crew, and this is not necessarily anything to panic about. As Paul was saying, Cedric Block, a paraplegic driver, so obviously we'll need more assistance getting out of the car than most drivers would, and yeah, this will just take a few minutes, I think, to make sure he's okay, because at the end of the day, he might not have been going very quickly, but he did go headfirst into a concrete wall. That is not a pleasant experience, but then also to make sure that all of the care possible is given to getting him out of the car. So, small delay again, and unfortunately we've lost another car.
Isn't it great, not great to see this, but isn't it fantastic that we can have Cedric racing, started well up the front today, and being able to have such fantastic cover if something does go wrong.
Yes.
Knowing that when he's in the car, he knows that he will be treated, differently, but with all the respect of trying to get him out the car from having an accident. So I think it's great that people like Cedric can go racing and compete with able-bodied people, but also have that special care if it's needed, just to get out the car if it's even if it's a retirement of a mechanical nature.
Indeed so. So yeah, recovery crews and marshals will be working hard on that. Then of course we have to get the car out of the way, and then we'll need another green flag lap, because they obviously will not have any tyre temperature left now after that. The cars have sat on the grid for 5-10 minutes maybe. So we'll wait and see, but there you can see, the recovery truck is there to tow the car away. There is an opening behind the barrier just where the truck is now, that tractor heading up towards him. So once they've got him out of the car, they should be able to pull the car behind the barrier, and then good to go. In the meantime, whilst this is going on, we'll step aside for a few minutes. We're going to hear from a few of our sponsors. We'll be back, hopefully with a restart of TCR UK Round 3 in just a few minutes.
Let it go.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Welcome back to Donington Park. Recovery operation ongoing up at the sort of between Starkeys and Schwantz curve here at Donington after Cedric Bloxout. He needed recovery from a spin on the green flag lap, but as we said, many a driver across all disciplines, right up to the very top. We've seen Formula 1 drivers do this on green flag laps. Paul, you've had plenty of experience of driving slick-shod front-wheel drive touring cars. When we say the cars are difficult on cold tyres, it's hard, I think, to put that into terms that the people watching at home will fully understand. When we say they've got no grip, they've got no grip at all.
Absolutely no grip. So the only way I can explain it, Andy, and there'll be people at home, probably, I don't know, 30% of people... Actually, no, let's rephrase it. There'll be 99% of the people at home that'll know, because what I'm going to say is it's like going to McDonald's. Don't do this, by the way.
Where's this going?
Stick under the McDonald's trays under your rear wheels, which I used to do in my Saxo, and then it becomes a horrendously hard car to drive. It's literally... It's like somebody has put ice circles on the back of your car, and the car will go sideways, and then you'll apply power to try and pull you out of the slide, but the fronts are not up to temperature either, but they're a bit hotter than the rears, so you get like a bit of grip but not enough, and it just keeps going and it just spins. I can't tell you how hard today must be for these drivers. Like I said to you before, I was so impressed with everyone who finished that race on the TCR race that I was watching and commentating on. It is so difficult to get any heat because you really need to weave, but if you weave too hard, you end up having a bit of an issue. So yes, it's just so difficult. Unless you're in the car, you would never believe how much grip it hasn't got.
And it's interesting, isn't it, that you made the prediction before race 2. We're going to have a safety car. We've got to have a safety car, right? We've got people on slicks. It's damp. We've got a mix of tyres. Perfectly clean race. Now it's actually dry and they're all on slicks. Carnage, because as you touched on before, they had to drive within themselves before, and of course now in their mind they're thinking, well, it's dry, we can push.
Yeah, exactly. And what you don't realise is the circuit probably hasn't changed temperature that much, but there's just no damp patches. So in your brain, you're like, well, there's no things that are going to trip me up. It's just a case of let's get on with it, and you push on, and it catches you out. What it is the cars, the tyre that sits on the car doesn't stand up very straight like a normal road car, so the contact patch of the tyre is 60 or 70%. When you turn into the corner, you've got loads of grip because you're on that 60 to 70% that's been on the tarmac a lot. But then when it gets to the edges where the car kind of like pushes the tyre onto its outer edge, which hasn't been on the tarmac yet, that's why you see cars spinning when they're turning. It's not the fact that the tyres are all cold across the whole tyre. That is the problem, is that last bit of tyre that you ask to give you grip is the bit that you usually go in high speed on, and it goes, oh, okay, good luck, and just spins you off.
Something that catches motorcycle races out quite a lot for the same reason, isn't it? Because they lean on the side of the tyre, it's not warmed up, and it's something that maybe drivers don't necessarily think about. And this, I think, is where, and I'm guilty of not necessarily having the best understanding of the kind of thing that you've just explained, but it's where I think drivers really should try and delve into how the car's set up, how the geometry of the car works, and not just saying, well, I need more oversteer, I need more understeer, but actually figuring out why the change the team have made has affected the way the car handles, because then you're better prepared to deal with situations like that.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why you see, people go on about the fastest driver won. Most of the time, in conditions like this, it's the most experienced driver knowing what the the tyre underneath the car is actually doing and what it will do better if you do A, B or C. So, you know, people like Finn Leslie on your right of your screen, he will probably drive on the seat of his pants and drive to all his natural talent, whereas maybe someone like Callum Newsham, who used to drive like that but has loads more experience, will be more calculated and maybe do this or do that differently because he knows from experience this will warm the tyre better, or this won't work if I do that. So it's experience at the end of the day, but like you say, geometry and damping and everything like that is such a big thing, and you just pick that up with experience.
Right then, take 3. Let's try this again. The car's released onto their green flag lap. 15 minutes still the planned duration of this restarted third round of the championship, and Callum Newsham leads the field around as they weave vigorously. It's a catch-22, isn't it? You've got to weave the car aggressively like this to get the heat in the tyres, but in doing so you're asking a lot of those very cold Goodyear tyres that produce a lot of grip, but when they're ice cold you've got to be on a little bit of a knife edge.
I was just going to say, I was just pointing at the screen, I wasn't pointing at anyone in particular, but what I do want to say is I was always told in my first ever front wheel drive race to get the tyres up to temperature, and I didn't have any power steering back then, but you should be out of breath by the time you get to the grid. And honestly, that was the best advice I was ever given. My heart rate was, it was a BBC grandstand feature, and my heart rate was at 165 beats per minute at the grid, and that wasn't anxiety and pressure, that was full on. As you weave harder, the tyres get more grippier, the steering's harder to turn, and that is how you have to get these things. You'll see like Adam Shepherd and people like that, when they're warming the tyres up, they'll nearly be crashing. You've seen F1 when they used to, back in the day, they don't do it so much now, but they used to come up to the grid like, they just, you'd think they were putting a show on, but that's how you've got to warm some tyres up. But you've got to be careful you don't rip the top of the tyre as well, because that causes problems later on in the race.
Yes, it is a balancing act. It's a real art actually to getting heat into the tyres in the right way. Speaking of Adam Shepherd, he's on track. So are the Laidlaws. They've released them from the pit lane this time. Now, I think that's sensible. We've had so many issues with cold tyres. They've been sat at the end of the pit lane there for 20 minutes or so. No temp in the tyres whatsoever. So they've been released onto the track for the green flag lap. Now, whether they're allowed to take the start from the pit lane or the grid, we'll wait and see, but at least they'll have some heat in the tyres.
Yeah, that is a good shout. We'll see. If they go straight back in the pits, but they'll have been told by the pit marshals at the bottom what they're supposed to be doing. So unless the last green flag lap has counted as a green flag lap, which means they would be able to go to the back of the grid, I think. But let's see. They may go into the pit lane, but that would be a good call if someone has made that, because we just need a clean start.
Yeah, exactly. Callum Newsham then almost crawling along. Look at that full compression of the suspension as he puts the weight into the left front and then the right front tyre to make sure that those tyres are gripping up, and it's not just weaving but braking hard. That generates temperature, immense temperature through the brakes, and that then dissipates out into the rubber as well. Really warms the core of the tyre, that, which is something else you need to do. And Callum Newsham now brings, I'm very happy to say, a full quota of TCR UK cars around to the grid, minus Cedric Block, and hopefully set to get this race underway. Bit of pressure on Callum here, and Brad Hutchison, you've got to say as well. Those are the two at the front of the grid who really want to try and get the most points-wise out of this race, while Shepherd and the Laidlaws are at the back. They've got to try and get the job done here, haven't they? Because we have to assume those three cars are going to come through from the back of the field.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think those two cars that come out the pit lane can actually get to the pits now, can they?
No. Well, mind you, indicator of the Shepherd, so he is coming in, bringing the Laidlaws with him, so
that's fair.
They've got just about enough time, I suppose, to get to the end of the pit lane, and as you said, they won't be released from the pit lane when the race starts. It's when the field have gone past. That should just give them time to get there. Right, fingers crossed, everybody. Let's get a race under our belt, shall we? Green flag waved at the back of the grid. The third round of the TCR UK Championship for 2025 is back underway. Stuart Lyons immediately pulls out of line further back. Again, not a great start from Finn Leslie or indeed Will Beach at the back. It is Newsham from Hutchison. Here comes Mark Smith. Mark Smith up the inside of Finn Leslie for third, but Leslie is later on the brakes, and the Hyundai will stay ahead. Stuart Lyons into fourth, getting a nosebleed, and then runs a bit wide over the exit curb. He may well lose that place to Mark Smith. Yes, he does. It is Newsham, though, who got the job done off the start, and if we look in the background, we might see, yes, there, Adam Shepherd leading the train of cars out of the pit lane. It's single file down through the old hairpin until you get to Harry Blore, who's putting a move on Jeff Holden. Nicely done from the youngster, but keep an eye on those 3 cars from the back. That is where the action will be.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be getting spiced up by the cars that are starting at the back, but it's going to take them a while to eat into that 10-second, not 10-second penalty, but the time they've lost. And talking of time lost, Rob McGovern right in the action, as per usual. George Jackson trying to get round the outside of him. It's got all the ingredients, this one. This will be interesting. But look at that, the lead is already getting built up, isn't it?
Yeah, Newsham looking strong, although Hutchison trying to go with him, and we don't really know what pace Brad Hutchison's got, because he was in the wars from the very start of yesterday's race. We never really saw him in race 2. He may well have an answer for Newsham here as the race goes on. It is Callum who leads, Hutchison second, third place Finn Leslie, fourth Mark Smith, and Stuart Lyons in fifth. Then Rob McGovern. McGovern looks pretty racy at the moment, doesn't he? And look at the top of shot, Shepherd is already nearly with Will Beach, so it took them a lap to catch the back of the train. They've got 13.5 minutes now, those 3, to start gaining positions.
Here we go then. This is going to be foot down and flying. Stuart Lyons is really showing the pace of that Lincoln Co as well, isn't he? But Rob McGovern, I bet Stuart was funny before. He said, I've never been so scared in my life, that Rob McGovern. All I could see was his eyes coming at me flat out. He's got an open face helmet on.
Well, that's a sight he'll be seeing again now in his mirrors, isn't it, as those two get themselves together. Notice that Adam Shepherd's gone past Will Beach, by the way. Steve Laidlaw, I think, was about to do the same, as McGovern pulls up alongside Stuart Lyons. Harry Blore is there as well. Harry looking more competitive now than we've seen so far. McGovern goes through, and Stuart Lyons drops down into 6th position. Harry Blore not yet able to follow his fellow Hyundai driver through, but will look surely now to make a move as they head towards the final chicane. Stuart sort of jinks to the middle of the road to defend, but then moves back over onto the racing line and pinches the Lincoln Co, which was a winner, remember, in the hands of Victor Anderson last year at Brands Hatch. Not this exact car, but a Lincoln Co. Stuart Lyons now looking to try and fend off one of the youngest drivers on the grid. In the background, another place being gained by Adam Shepherd, and also just ahead of them, the Gen 1 Cup lead battle. Jeff Holden around the outside of George Jackson. Jeff Holden, I don't know what he's been doing this weekend for pre-race prep, but it's clearly working. That was a great move, and he takes the class lead away from George Jackson.
Are you okay, Jeff? Wow. Love Jeff. Jeff flying, to be fair, isn't he? Stuart Lyons, though, I think Rob McGovern just scared him and into submission, didn't he? As Shepherd now is starting to pick up the pace.
Adam Shepherd neat and tidy through the old hairpin, nips to the inside of Jackson. He should get past Jeff Holden pretty quickly. In fact, Jeff, I think, pretty much moved out of his way, and so Adam Shepherd then is up now into 8th position, I reckon. He's cleared the Gen 1 drivers, he's cleared the bulk of the sort of Goodyear Diamond Award drivers as well. Now things will start getting a little bit tougher. Look at the gap he's put over the Laidlaws, though. Shepherd is in a league of his own.
That's cold tyres, that's Shepherd for you, isn't it? But still, we talk about cold tyres, he's still not happy with the temperature of those tyres.
No, not at all. Weaving vigorously down the back straight. He's got that Stuart Lyons and Harry Blore battle to try and negotiate next. I suppose you can't blame Sam Laidlaw for taking it easy on cold tyres after what happened to him, but he's tailing his father, actually, as they both move up now to attack Greg Saunders. Steve Laidlaw to the outside into Redgate corner. This is for 9th position. Steve was fractionally ahead of the line. He'll clear the Gen 2 Cooper into Redgate and brings his son Sam with him, so both of them move through, but Shepherd is about 5 seconds further up the road from those two, and about to latch onto the back of this battle. Harry Blore to the inside of Stuart Lyons into the old hairpin. Good move. Stuart thought about turning in, but Harry was there.
That was a great move by Harry, that. A really good move, especially in a car like that that's very nervous and wants to turn at any occasion possible and bring the rear with it. So that's a fantastic move by the youngster.
I said that Stuart Lyons looked like he had a good start. It was too good. He's been given a penalty for jumping it, so I'm afraid, as Mark Smith. So both of them being given a penalty for jumping the start, and that's a real shame. It's a 10-second penalty, 10 seconds to be added on to their time at the end of the race. So Lyonsy and Mark Smith, who up to this point had been really putting in some giant killing performances, well, they are sadly now going to be given a 10-second penalty apiece. Shepherd then, already past Lyons, now moves up behind Harry Blore. This is for 6th position from the pit lane, and we've only done 5 minutes of racing, Paul. He is 17.2 seconds off the lead. He's about 12 seconds behind Brad Hutchison for second, although Harry Bloor is not letting him go, actually. He hung Shepherd out to dry. He's now back to the inside of the Hyundai, should make the move, stick down through the old hairpin, but Shepherd 10 seconds or so off the podium. That's doable.
Yeah, it's doable, and he didn't need that though, did he? But to be fair, I'd have done the same. You can't just be letting people pass for the sake of it. You've got to battle for your position and give it at least one battle, and then you can just follow the faster car through. So we'll see with Harry. He's doing a great job though in that Hyundai, because they're really not easy cars to drive there.
No, they are pretty edgy, aren't they? Adam Shepherd knows that well, of course. He used to drive one of those i30Ns in TCR UK, picked up a few race wins at the wheel of one. Right, his next target is Rod McGovern and then Mark Smith, but Mark Smith has this time penalty, remember, so in a way Shepherd's already ahead of him on corrected tyres, but realistically needs to try and find a way through on track to be able to then go on and challenge for a podium. Across the line he goes. The leader, Newsham, in clean air, remember, does a 1 minute 9.7, a couple of tenths off his previous best, and the fastest lap of the race. Shepherd does a 1 minute 10.3 in traffic mode for Shepherd, so we know he's got more pace available to him than that. Steve Laidlaw, interestingly, did the outright fastest first sector on the previous lap. The Laidlaws are quick, they're just not getting through the traffic quite as efficiently.
Yeah, looks it, doesn't it? So I wonder how Rod McGovern will go against Adam Shepherd, because it's going to happen pretty much now for Adam Shepherd, because as they get up to McLean, they'll expect him to have an overlap at least. So I think Shepherd's going to have a place extra, or he's going to have a bit of a squeeze somewhere, I reckon. Let's see.
He's got him already, I think. Yes, he has. They were side by side through Schwantz, and Adam Shepherd goes through, so that was good. That didn't really lose him too much time. Did most of that work up the hill under acceleration. Needs to try and clear Mark Smith equally as quickly. Mark, penalty aside, putting in a really good drive here, actually, but I think Adam Shepherd's going to size him up for a move, maybe even under braking into the chicane. He is desperately late on the brakes, but Shepherd makes the corner, gets the place, and again, that'll lose him a few tenths of a second, but now he's released into clean air. Now he can really start to push. The tyres, I was about to say, should be back in the window. He's still weaving around, but Adam Shepherd is now unleashed into clean air, and he's already into fourth place.
Wow, so he's got 11.5 seconds until he gets onto the back of Leslie. So it's nice to see Finn get a podium, but I think he's going to have to work hard for it, because the boy's quick, isn't he? But I think Leslie should have the speed to fend him off, I think.
Well, certainly we know that if Shepherd can get there, Finn Leslie isn't going to make it easy for him. We saw that from his battle with Steve Laidlaw yesterday. Steve and Sam, by the way, both ahead of Stuart Lyons now. And that is Mark Smith under threat from Rob McGovern and Harry Bloor. So a good three-way fight here developing. I seem to recall these three being close yesterday. And on the inside goes McGovern. Brilliant move. Harry Bloor following him through. Mark Smith already behind them with the penalty applied, but still enjoying a good wheel-to-wheel battle. Both Hyundais, though, able to move by in the end.
Yeah. You see the Laidlaws are catching up to the back of this train as well. So this is going to be this is where it gets a bit tricky. Mark Smith having a look down the inside of Bloor, try and get him back. He's done it. Good racing by these two. You don't need to just turn into people and smash all the side of the car in. So really good to see that they're giving each other respect. Talking about respect, here's the Laidlaws, and this is going to be two of them round the outside of Bloor, maybe.
Steve tries it. Sam also follows him by. Careful of track limits, Sam. Well, sort of. And he will have good momentum off the corner and manages to clear Harry Bloor. Outright fastest first sector, Adam Shepherd, by the way. His last lap was 109.7. The leader at 109.6. But Shepherd is quite comfortably quicker than Brad Hutchison and Finn Leslie. Finn, actually, on the previous couple of laps has been slightly quicker than Hutchison. Laidlaw clears Mark Smith, brings that's Stephen Laidlaw, brings Sam Laidlaw with him as well, and through will go Sam into McLean's. But yeah, the front of the field is tightening up anyway for second place, and of course Shepherd is gaining on the pair of them as Callum Newsham sets a new fastest lap, a 1 minute 9.2. That is rapid, almost as quick I think as anything we've seen so far this weekend.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, shout out to Rob and the area crew for getting those two cars that were both damaged. Damaged quite badly, like one's been in the wall, one's got a front right problem. So to get them back out there is and to battle for top six is pretty impressive. But Callum Newsham will be freezing to death with that window stuck open.
Does that have any aero effect in something like a touring car, slowing him down maybe a tiny bit?
Oh, it will do, yeah. I mean, they're not the quickest of cars down the straight anyway, the Hyundais, but I do think that honestly, the noise it creates, and then sometimes you can try and fire the back window out, because you're doing 130 mile an hour around here in some places. If you ever been down the motorway and put your hand out the window at 70 mile an hour as a kid and annoyed your dad or your mum or whoever's driving, it's that forceful. So imagine that, but double speed.
Well, yeah, they're going quite a bit quicker than that. Brad Hutchison slow. Brad Hutchison slow. The Laidlaw's going through. Hutchison, something's broken again, I think. This time left rear, maybe. Yeah. He had damage in the race earlier on today. A damper that broke over the curbs at the chicane. And now Brad Hutchison surely is destined for another non-finish, his third of the weekend. That is heartbreaking.
Absolutely, it is. It must be a toe link on the left rear or something from that earlier fix that you were saying about. We'll find out about that, but that car looks like it's crabbing, doesn't it?
It was right front, I think, in race 2 that he damaged over the curbs at the chicane. This looks like the other corner, doesn't it? But anyway, he'll be heading for the pit lane, that's for sure. Now, this could be a good battle. Rod McGovern, 4th position now, Rod McGovern. He's got both the Laidlaws ganging up on him, but he's not going to move out of their way. Steve Laidlaw weaving around, trying to find an opening, but an opening is not going to be provided by Rod McGovern. They are going to have to work for this.
This guy is ace. I love Rod McGovern. I don't even know him, but I love him. Look at him, he's just giving it the big, and that car is not quick in a straight line, so be careful, don't squeeze. Can they get 2 round the outside? I think he's going to get proper done here, isn't he, into McLean's?
Looks like it. Stephen Laidlaw likely has gone through already. Yes, he has. He brings Sam with him too. And Rod McGovern, by defending into the old hairpin, was then slow on the exit, and through went the 2 Gen 3 Cupras. Fastest lap potentially incoming here for Adam Shepherd. 2 purple sectors. He's within 9 seconds already of Finn Leslie. Let's see what the lap time is at the end of it. Shepherd should be the next car across the line, and he goes through. Yes, a 109.111. That is the fastest race lap of the weekend, and Adam Shepherd on that particular lap alone 1.4 seconds quicker than Finn Leslie. We are watching Mark Smith and Harry Bloor, who are still doing battle on track at the moment over 7th position. But remember, Smith has those 10 seconds to be added because of the false start. Is Harry going to launch to the inside at Redgate? No, because Smith defends, and so Harry takes the wide line in, looks for the switchback on the exit, and they may well be absolutely together when they reach the old hairpin.
Yeah. They've come through the field well, haven't they, to be fair to them. Shepherd is in another class, to be fair. I think his prowess on cold tyres just got him that edge. And talking about the edge, oh my word, Harry Blake, he doesn't really care, does he? He gets down the inside, and he doesn't just show a nose, he gets the whole car down the inside, and that's what you got to do, because if you only go down with 50% commitment, you'll get 50% written off.
And this is exactly the kind of performance, really, that he needed after a disappointing race 2 in those mixed conditions, very challenging conditions, as we discussed at the time. But now he's showing everyone what he can do. That is 7th place on merit, and making some good moves as he goes. There is Brad Hutchison, back underway. Now, if something had broken in the rear suspension, Paul, that car wouldn't be back out on track this short.
Was it a puncture then?
Could have been. Could have been. Maybe it was as simple as a puncture. Bit of debris, bit of gravel out on the road, maybe a curb strike, but well, at least he's going. He'll score some points potentially. Well, 13, so not many points up for grabs for Brad Hutchison, but might just get him out of the negative points maybe.
How has Shepherd been in the gravel trap, been fired back out the gravel trap, and is now in 3rd place? That does not make any sense.
Well, that's twice now we've seen that this weekend. Steve Laidlaw did it yesterday, didn't he? So really impressive stuff. I'm not actually convinced he's going to catch Finn Leslie, though. The gap was 5.7 seconds with only 2 laps to go. They are now beginning the final lap of the race. Callum Newsham looks as though he's being harassed by Brad Hutchison. Brad would wish that were the case, but there's a lap between them now. In fact, 2 laps between them after Brad's visit to the pit lane. Callum Newsham, though, disappointment earlier in the weekend. He's bounced back nicely. Drop scores will save him a little bit, and this is going to put him right up there with Adam Shepherd on the points. There's also this little Laidlaw family battle to be resolved. I'm not convinced Sam will be too happy to follow his father home.
No, but you know, I mean, he had a great qualifying yesterday. I mean, that was pretty special from Sam. But they do seem to be battling hard. There's not much in between them. But this kid has been a superstar. This is a proper. You would think there was a very experienced mid to late 30s driver that had been on the podium before. This is proper stuff from Finn Leslie.
Do you know who he's reminding me of? Alex Lee. Alex Lee came into the championship, a relative unknown youngster, fresh out of junior racing, and and after a couple of rounds he was winning races, and I can totally see that happening with Finn Leslie. 2 4th places already this weekend, and now on course, it would seem, for 2nd position. Callum Newsham, though, is on course for the win. He stops the Shepherd steamroller, and he will claim victory in race number 3 at Donington Park. Finn Leslie, on his debut weekend in TCR UK, will come home to claim a magnificent, and I'd imagine fairly popular, 2nd place, and Adam Shepherd charges through from the gravel trap to finish in 3rd position. What a recovery drive that was. Stephen Laidlaw will be in 4th, Sam Laidlaw in 5th, so Steve keeps his son Sam behind him, but both of them, again, that was a bit of a Lazarus drive. They both had damage at the start, they came back from that, and they managed to finish inside the top 5. Harry Bloor, 6th, that'll be his best finish, I think, of the weekend as well, ahead of Rod McGovern and then Mark Smith. And this, the battle actually for 9th, Greg Saunders and Will Beach, almost side by side, sorry, for 8th actually, almost side by side at the line, because of course Mark Smith, who was just ahead of them on the road, picked up a 10-second penalty for a jump start, and so finishes behind them on corrected tyres. That, meanwhile, was the battle for the Gen 1 Cup. Now, we didn't see a lot of it, apart from the crucial move, I suppose, that Jeff Oldham made against George Jackson, but he managed to fend off George until the flag and claims a hat-trick of Gen 1 Cup victories. That is very impressive for Jeff Oldham. Have to consult with the TCR Oracle himself, Phil Kinch, to figure out whether anyone's ever done the hat-trick in the Gen 1 Cup before. I suspect maybe that's happened, but Callum Newsham prevented Adam Shepherd from doing that in the overall running order. Adam with 2 victories, hoping to become the first driver in history to win all 3 races in the weekend. And sadly, that opportunity passed him by, and he won't now have a chance to do that again for a little while, because the next round of the TCR UK Championship here at Donington Park is a double header only. It's not a triple header next time, when they will join the British GT package once again. Callum Newsham then, by 14 seconds, claims the race victory. That is a very sizable margin. In fact, I can tell you, for those of you interested in nerdy stats, it is, I believe, the 7th biggest winning margin in championship history. Finn Leslie is the man who comes home in 2nd position, though. A podium finish in only his 3rd race in the championship. Adam Shepherd in 3rd from the gravel trap on lap 1 to 3rd position by the flag. Then Steve and Sam Laidlaw complete the top 5 ahead of the impressive youngster Harry Bloor. Rod McGovern, very much in the thick of the battles there, came home 7th ahead of Greg Saunders and Will Beach, who were separated by only a couple of tenths at the flag. Mark Smith was 10th, he was 8th on the road, but a 10-second jump start penalty put him down to 10th, whilst Jeff Oldham's margin of victory in the Gen 1 Cup was only 7/10 of a second over George Jackson. Those two will have really enjoyed that battle, I'm sure. Stuart Lyons, I believe, had a trip into the pit lane. He also had a 10-second jump start penalty, so he comes home 13th, with Brad Hutchison 14th after a mystery trip to the pit lane, and Cedric Block, as we saw, not able to take the restart well. A fantastic opening weekend for TCR UK. Lots of talking points once again after that 3rd race of the weekend, and we will now be able to catch up with our podium finishers alongside Paul O'Neill.
We'll ask him, let's get him over, is how cold is your left hand, mate? Because I thought you had a gearbox problem in the pit lane, and then your dad said we can't get the window open. Yeah. Was it a big problem?
I was getting a bit chilly, but it wasn't too bad. But no, I'm happy with that. Really good.
What was that like for you, mate? Because you must have, what happened to Adam Shepherd at the start?
I made a move on him into old hairpin, and at the top there, I think he just lost the rear on cold tyres and just spun off.
We did say in comms, I don't like to speculate, but it did look like he, from what we've seen, it just looked like he actually got round the corner and lost it on his own cold tyres.
Unless he got tapped from the rear, I'm not sure, but it looked like he lost it on cold tyres.
Made up with that though, mate. A good end to the weekend.
Yeah, mega. Car was mega, so yeah, can't be happy. Can't not be happy with that.
Top man, well done, mate, because that would have annoyed me with the window open, so fair play to you. Well done. Right, let's go and see our 2nd place man, Finn Leslie. This guy is my new hero. Come here, mate. That is an awesome result. You said you wanted it on the grid. I've got to say, I did speak to the BARC press earlier in the week, and I said you'd be one to look out for. I honestly didn't think you'd do this well early on, mate. Talk me through. Was it good?
Yeah, it was good. You know, I just managed to avoid the carnage around me. yeah, just hold a position. You know, I was catching Brad. He pulled a gap at the start on the restart. You know, I was catching him, and he might have pushed too hard, and that's what caused the puncture. But just kept it steady from there, and just P2.
Did you look in your mirror and go, "Oh no, it's Adam Shepherd"?
I saw him, but I knew he wasn't catching fast enough, so I knew I was all right.
Good man. Well, listen, enjoy this one, mate, because you never know when that race win's going to come. It'd be awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Top man. Right, let's go and see Adam Shepherd. Follow me, Andy. Adam, sorry to interrupt you guys. Firstly, you're like Houdini. I can't believe you got back out the gravel trap.
Yeah.
But what actually happened? Was that cold tyres or a bump from the rear or what?
I think there was fluid down. I didn't realise it at the time. On the green flag lap, I see a damp patch, and I kind of forgot about it. And then in the race, I went up there, and it just snatched really, really bad on the rear. I thought something had broke, which is why I pulled in, and nothing has broken. So I don't think it was a cold rear. It was too much of a snatch. So I think it was maybe fluid, but we'll have to look at the video and see, really.
It did look like it went round pretty fast, mate. We only seen the last bit of it, but we didn't want to speculate and say it might have been Callum Newsham, but it obviously wasn't.
No contact as far as I'm aware. It was just a real weird snap, so we'll have to have a look. But
cool. All right, mate. Well, at least you finished anyway, so well done. Let's quickly go and see Jeff Alden, because he's come home in the Gen 1 Cup. Jeff, quick one. Mega, mate. Pleased with that?
Yeah. George kept me honest today. That was hard work.
You've done good, mate, and fair play to you.
We had a good day, and the car went brilliantly, and Jack and the boys done a cracking job, so I can't complain. Brilliant fun.
Excellent. That's what we're here for, isn't it, fella?
Definitely. Thank you. Yeah,
top man. Good. Have a good rest of the day. Right. Thank you, mate. Last one. Actually, no, we're not. We've got cars on track, so unfortunately we can't talk to the next person, but here we go. Let's have another race.
Yes, thanks very much, Paul. We'll see you back for the Civic Cup a little bit later on. It's now time for the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates Championship, the Sigma 150 category. These are the more powerful cars. Again, it's championship and trophy categories in this one. On the front row is reigning Sigma 135 champion Paul Goldstein. This grid based on the second fastest times from yesterday's qualifying session. Harry Kramer will start alongside him. Second row, Max Haynes and Stuart Bell, one of our guest drivers this weekend. Stephen Clark and Will Stillwell, yesterday's winner and runner-up on row 3. Stillwell taking the spoils yesterday in very wet conditions. And James McCall and Stephen Lancaster, who had a couple of offs in yesterday's race on row 4. Row 5 is Ben Lopez Appleton and Andrew Whitten. And on the 6th row, it's Ben Winrow and Peter Hughes. James Sibbett and David Reed on row 7. Row 8 is Rob Warner, the championship sponsor, and Bren Maud. Stefan O'Mara and Christopher Kim Raymond on row 9. Row 10, Barry White, the former champion, and Charles Elliott. 11th row, Miles Clarkson and Paul Vokes. Row 12 is David Hewitt and Edward Benton. Row 13, Jonathan Alpine and John Evans, and Graham Ewings and Rob Appleton will start at the back of this 28-car grid. Well, it was very wet for yesterday's Sigma 150 race indeed. It was Will Stillwell who took the victory. He's the black car with the yellow roll cage starting on row 3, but it's the all-gold car of Paul Goldstein, who is really the hot property in Caterham racing at the moment. He was the Caterham 270R champion last year, as well as the Sigma 135 champion in the graduates, going for the Sigma 150 title this year. Starts alongside Harry Kramer, who dropped back down the order in the wet yesterday. He's usually strong in the dry here at Donington. Second row, Max Haynes, an accomplished sim racer as well as a Caterham racer. He's in the black car, and alongside him is the number 30 of Stuart Bell, the black and white car with the red cage. Row 3, the red and blue car, ex-superkart racer number 3, Stephen Clark, and there's Will Stillwell with the yellow roll cage alongside him. Row 4 is James McCall in the turquoise car alongside the turquoise and white car, the Dutch Barn Vodka liveried car of Stephen Lancaster. Green flag is displayed at the back of the field. This will be a 25-minute race for the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates Racing Club Sigma 150s. The red lights go out now, and away they go. Decent getaway by Max Haynes from the outside of the front row. Not a great start for Paul Goldstein, and Haynes will pull across behind Harry Kramer to try and snatch the lead into Redgate for the first time, and he's done so. Max Haynes into the lead around Redgate for the first time ahead of Harry Kramer. Goldstein is in third place. Will Stillwell trying to cut his way through into fourth position. Let's move Stuart Bell out wide very slightly there as they make their way down the Craner curves for the first time. It's Max Haynes who leads the way in car number 99. He's from London. He's in the trophy category. explained earlier, the trophy category is for those on a limited season. You nominate 3 meetings during the season to score points at. Harry Kramer in second place. He is a championship registered driver, as is Paul Goldstein. Behind them, Will Stillwell as a trophy category driver. He won the trophy in the Sigma 150 category last year in the DPR Motorsport car. Up to 5th is Stephen Clark. He's in the full championship this year. They're already starting to do the snake down the straight to try and break the toe to the car behind them. Goldstein going for the inside on Harry Kramer, straight past up the inside, very late on the brakes there into the chicane from Paul Goldstein. He's fired up, he's probably angry at himself for making a poor start. Chasing Max Haynes as they come through to complete the opening lap. They're all line astern behind. Going for the inside is Will Stillwell on Harry Kramer, trying to take third place away, and he's done it into Redgate. All happening at the front of the field early on in this one. Clark is 5th. It's James McCall in 6th place, Stuart Bell 7th. And the number 149 of Stephen Lancaster has dropped back a few places, but he had a couple of scary incidents in yesterday's race. He went down the grass at the Craner curves and went to cross the circuit. He was lucky not to get to receive a T-bone, or indeed collect somebody else on his way past. Thankfully, drier conditions today, we shouldn't see a repeat of that. Up towards McLean's corner they go. These the more powerful of the Caterhams, as the name suggests, 150 brake horsepower, based on the Caterham 270R and 310R body shapes. 162 and 100 together there. That's David Reed and Bren Maud. Some tipping Bren Maud as a potential championship contender this year. It's struggled in qualifying this weekend, so he's got to race his way through. Here comes Goldstein around the outside of Max Haynes, and he's got him. Superb from Paul Goldstein. He's driving brilliantly in that all-gold number 150 car. He could be heading for the gold medal in this race for his first win of the season. Max Haynes is fighting back. He now draws ahead. Battle is joined here, and Will Stillwell's going with them. Oh, we're in for a good race here. They're almost 3 wide into the first corner at Redgate. Harry Kramer keeping a watching brief in the red car from 4th position. Then it's Clark and McCall. Those 6 have broken away slightly. And it's Bell and Lopez Appleton 7th and 8th behind them. Reed and Maud rounding out the top 10. Down the Craner curves towards the old hairpin. Max Haynes holds the lead in the number 99 car. There's Ben Lopez Appleton and Stuart Bell. They're guest drivers, so they won't score points in this race. Just warming up for the Caterham Motorsport factory supported season ahead, I think, in these cars. Up towards the right-hander at McLean's, running out a little wide there, Paul Goldstein. Up the inside goes Will Stillwell as a result of that, and he's taken 2nd place. Goldstein went wide there coming out of McLean's, and now Harry Kramer is level with him as well. Down towards the chicane once again. He's Goldstein going to fight back. This is where he's been stronger so far in this second race of the weekend. Look at James McCall up the inside. He's going to try and take 2 places in one move. He's got past Harry Kramer. Harry Kramer just hasn't got the pace this weekend. We saw him drop back down the order in the wet race yesterday, and McCall has got ahead of Stephen Clark as well. He's up to 4th. Now who's this trying to dive through up the inside? That's Ben Lopez Appleton, I think. Harry Kramer's dropping like a stone. With Stuart Bell on his tail next. Also coming through the purple and green car of James Civic, number 175. He had a strong showing yesterday as well. Down the Craner curves they come once again. They're squealing, these Toyo tyres, as they make their way along the bottom of the circuit. Lead is still with Max Haynes. He and Will Stillwell have broken away very slightly. Stillwell's got the fastest lap so far, 1:18.189. It's Goldstein, McCall, Clark, Lopez Appleton. Then it's Harry Kramer. Towards the right-hander at Coppice. 5 minutes gone, 20 to go in this joint longest race of the weekend here at Donington. Will Stillwell getting ready to make a move for the lead. He's down the inside into the Roberts chicane. He's through. Gets the move done well before they reach the chicane. Now Max Haynes will get into the slipstream and try and get back ahead with a drier circuit this time. This is Caterham racing at its best. Here comes Haynes. Side by side down into Redgate. Can he go round the outside of Will Stillwell? Stillwell led at the line. They're still side by side. Stillwell holds the advantage on the inside. Here's the second group coming through. There's Rob Warner, the championship sponsor in the orange and blue number 7. Battling with the likes of Steve Lancaster. The Strawberries in there as well. Andrew Whitton, the number 112 car. Also in there, number 13, Miles Clarkson. He's come through from towards the back of the grid. Leaders heading up towards McLean's once again. Max Haynes from Stillwell. Goldstein trying to close up as well. Just ran wide through Coppice a couple of laps ago. Was enough to drop him down to third. We know he's strong on the brakes on the run into the chicane. We've already seen that. Start to snake around down the exhibition straight up towards the chicane, and going for the outside is Will Stillwell. Will he get the move done on the slipstream before the chicane? He's way before the chicane. He's back in front. That's allowed Goldstein to tow up as well, and James McCall in the number 50 car. Over the line they go. Stillwell leads. Here comes Haynes going for the outside again, and now Goldstein's going to try and get a tow off the 99 as well. Max Haynes, I think he's going to take the lead here around the outside. He does it. Here comes Paul Goldstein as well. Then it's McCall, then a small gap back to Stephen Clark. Those 5 have broken away from Lopez, Appleton and Kramer. More battles going on further back in the pack. Rob Warner's lost out to Miles Clarkson, who's coming through strongly from towards the back of the grid. Very busy indeed in there in the midfield. Leaders up towards McLean's once again. Still a long way to go. Max Haynes loses out to Will Stillwell, who dives up the inside going through the right-hander. Up towards Coppice. Stillwell moving to defend in the 118 car, looking for his double this weekend. Paul Goldstein makes a tighter line that time through. Now Haynes is going to try and go to the outside here, I would think, on the rundown and get the move done before the chicane. We've seen this on the last couple of laps. He's going to do it again. Or is he? Or is he? No. Late on the brakes is Stillwell. Late on the brakes is Goldstein. He's side by side with McCall, who's up there. They touch. Something flew off. That was Paul Goldstein's rear wing that went flying, and Stephen Clark says, thank you very much. I'll go through into third place. Battle is joined at the front of the field in this final race of the weekend for the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Stillwell retakes the lead into Redgate. McCall side by side with Clark. Now, let's hope that Goldstein's car isn't damaged beyond losing that wing in that bit of contact as they fight for third place, these 3. Down towards the old hairpin. Steve Clark's going to have a go for the inside here. No, he's not. And the next 3, Ben Lopez Appleton, Harry Kramer, and who's this coming through? That's James Civic, number 175. He's past Kramer. I think Kramer's having some handling issues. He's starting to drop back. He's got Stuart Bell on his tail now as well. Behind them in the order is Bren Maud in 10th place. The hill towards the right-hander at Coppice. Now what's Max Haynes going to do this time to try and get past Will Stillwell? Now Stillwell's wise to him. You can see he's gone to the outside line to stop any slipstreaming move on that side of things, but that's allowing Goldstein to tow up as well. What's going to happen into Redgate this time? The drivers, I think, loving this as much as everyone looking on. Haynes to the outside, to the inside. He sells the dummy to Will Stillwell. He's up the inside, retakes the lead. I've already lost count of the number of times these 2 have swapped the lead. Goldstein and McCall looking on, then it's Clark. McCall's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:17.968. Side by side, down the Craner curves to the lead. Will Stillwell to the inside as they head towards the old hairpin. Is he going to get through this time? Yes, he is. Will Stillwell retakes the lead. This is terrific stuff. Goldstein now up to third. They're still side by side, the 2 leaders. Nothing between. Kramer trying to retake Stuart Bell further back in the order. We've got a car in the gravel. That's number 181. That's Ed Benton in the Alpha 7 car, the man from Norfolk. Marshals have recovered him. Here come the leaders, lapping one of the back markers there, as here they come onto the straight down towards the chicane, and Max Haynes goes for the inside, retakes the lead as they lunge into the Roberts chicane once again. This is Caterham racing at its very, very best here at Donington Park. This circuit lends itself to good slipstreaming action like this. come the leaders down to Redgate once again. Stillwell and Haynes swapping places for fun. And all the time it's allowing Goldstein to try and close back up, and is he close enough to attack this time? James McCall just looking on, waiting for his chance behind them. It's a 16-wheeled Caterham out in front, and Goldstein a little bit sideways there through the Craner curves. Stillwell hangs on to the lead. It's going to be 7 of them line astern very shortly, because Lopez Appleton and James Sibbett are towing up behind Steve Clark as well. Here's a battle further back in the order. See, every place is being squabbled over. This is right at the back of the field. The 101 car heading this group, that's John Evans, one of our guest drivers. The 105 behind him is Jonathan Alpine. Never mind that, we go back to the lead battle, which is heading out towards the exhibition straight once again. Max Haynes goes to the inside, Stillwell goes to the outside. Paul Goldstein's going to try and go up the inside of both of them. Look at this, they're going to be 3 wide into the chicane. Can Goldstein take the lead? Side by side, Will Stillwell's on the lock stops through there. They almost bounce off each other. Goldstein runs over his own wing for a few laps ago, and he's done it! Oh my goodness, they're 6 wide for the lead. This is unbelievable! 6 wide out of the chicane, you can't do that! Who's going to emerge with the lead here? It's Max Haynes has somehow re-emerged in the lead. I don't know how they managed that. This is the best race of the weekend so far. Goldstein led briefly. Who was leading as they crossed the line? It was still Max Haynes. McCall's stuck in the middle. You can't go 3 wide down the Craners, surely. Stephen Clark was going to try it there. Stillwell's been shuffled back to about 5th place. He won't stay there long, though. Somehow they all managed to turn through the old hairpin together. Stephen Clark sprints around the outside of Goldstein, who's down to 4th. Up to 2nd is James McCall, and all that's allowed Max Haynes to escape by 3 car lengths out in front. So as I draw breath, the lead battle heads up towards McLean's. Running out wide there, Will Stillwell. He's got James Sibbett on his tail now. McCall trying to slipstream Steve Clark. I dread to think what's going to happen into the chicane this time around. Well, Max Haynes has got his head down and been able to get away slightly. They'll surely catch him up here, though, unless he can completely break that toe. Here they come, down to the chicane. McCall to the inside of Clark. Goldstein lurking behind after that incredible move last time through, which is what made them go 6 wide. He stays 4th. McCall up into 2nd place. Over the line they come once again. Will Stillwell trying to fight back. He's now behind James Sibbett. Harry Kramer's just about hanging on to this group as well, and Stuart Bell. 8 of them together, no, 9 of them together for the lead of the race. Through Hollywood, down to the Craners. Stephen Clark under fire from James McCall this time. All this is allowing Max Haynes to break away a little. Through the old hairpin they go, things calming down very slightly. Max Haynes was 6th yesterday. He got a penalty for an out of position start. He got a 10-second penalty, so he wants to make up for that here, and he's doing so. Everybody else trying to be 2nd. Clark, McCall, Goldstein, then Will Stillwell has made his way back up into 5th position. James Sibbett is 6th. It's Ben Lopez Appleton in 7th, the guest driver. Here they come, doing the rattlesnake down the straight towards the chicane. Goldstein has a think about a move on the inside. McCall has a think about a move, but Stephen Clark is there. There's still 10.5 minutes of this to go. They're coming up on a back marker here as well, which I think is the 101 of John Evans. Side by side between Goldstein and Stillwell, that's for 4th place. James Sibbett tries to close up. Lopez Appleton closes on him. Harry Kramer and Stuart Bell hanging onto the tail of this train. James Sibbett going for the inside on Goldstein at the old hairpin. He slides it down the inside and he's through. Good bit of driving there by James Sibbett, the Herefordshire driver. Up the hill towards McLean's. Max Haynes is being reeled in now by Stephen Clark. He's decided to try and have a go for the lead. There's a back marker ahead of them. Is Stephen Clark going to get the slipstream here, the former supercar champion? Side by side for 3rd between Stillwell and McCall. Hard to know where to look as they come into the chicane this time. Stillwell up the inside has taken McCall. He's up to third. Clark didn't manage to get the lead away from Max Haynes. James Civic going superbly up there in 5th position. The back marker just about gets out of the way there. This is Clark's opportunity to take the lead for the first time, trying to get round the outside, and there's contact. McCall has hit the side of Stillwell. Now, has that damaged his suspension? I think he's okay. Side by side with Civic now. That loss of momentum is going to bottle everybody else up behind him and allow these two to escape. It's still Haynes ahead of Clark. Everybody else trying for third. That was a scary moment. I thought James McCall's car was going to be flung up into the air there as they clipped wheels. He clipped wheels with, I think it was Will Stillwell. Yep, it seems to be okay. Car's escaped without major damage. He's still going. 8.5 minutes to go. Up towards McLean's for the 13th time. Goldstein to the inside now. He nearly clips the back of James McCall. It's getting a bit fraught in this dice for the podium places. Stillwell's escaped slightly ahead of them, and that's you can see it's that minor collision has broken things apart very slightly. It's allowed the first two to escape, and Clark's in the lead. Clark's got ahead of Max Haynes, but Max Haynes will go back around the outside, retakes it into the chicane. The place you don't want to be leading here at Donington is going into the chicane on the last lap, and Stillwell and McCall both run wide there. A bit of bodywork flies off Stillwell's car. What happened there? Did they touch, or did they both just slide wide? I'm not sure. Ben Lopez Appleton, meanwhile, has got ahead of Goldstein and Civic, so they've had a moment somewhere. Harry Kramer's caught up to them as well in the 1-2-1. Stuart Bell at the back of this group. They're 2.5 seconds clear of the 10th place car of Bren Maud. So Ben Lopez Appleton moving into the mix for a potential podium now as well, if he can catch up to the 4 ahead of him. There go the two leaders. Split into pairs now, those top 4. Still Max Haynes leads the way from Stephen Clark. Will Stillwell in 3rd place. Then McCall in 4th. It's Haynes who leads the trophy registered cars, and Clark is top of the full championship runs. Snake starting to form up, and Goldstein on the grass down to the exhibition straight. This could be 3 wide into the chicane. He's having a go at Ben Lopez Appleton up the inside, and he takes him. James Civic was having a go there as well. This is a fantastic race, certainly the best we've had this weekend. Clark had a go as they came. Clark actually led over the line that time through, but Haynes has got him back into Redgate. Stillwell 3rd and McCall 4th. They're closing back up. Then the second group is headed by Goldstein, ahead of Lopez Appleton, a sideways Civic being pushed there by Harry Kramer, Stuart Bell behind him. So they've split into 2 groups now, the leaders. And everybody else is in the peloton, if you like, further behind, whatever the car racing equivalent of a peloton is. James Civic, again sideways down the inside, takes Ben Lopez Appleton. There go the leaders. There's the second group. Still Max Haynes sets the pace. He's led the majority of this race. Will Stillwell, meanwhile, has got through into 2nd place. I said that Stillwell and McCall were getting back onto the tail of Stephen Clark, while Stillwell has split the 2 leaders. It's now 4 for the lead again. Will Stillwell wants his double win. Comes up on Max Haynes. Both rivals, these two as well. Clark and McCall are both full championship runners, so there's a lot at stake here. Over the line they go. There's a back marker in the way there as well, as Stillwell swings to the inside, nearly at the back of Max Haynes. But he takes the lead going into Redgates. As he outbraked himself there as he runs 2 wide. Haynes back up the inside. They're going to be side by side into the Craner curves. James McCall's got through into 3rd. Clark goes down to 4th. It's the number 37 car that'll be lapping Graham Ewings in just a moment. Goldstein's hanging on to their tail as well. It's going to be 5 again for the lead shortly. Somebody off. I think that's the back marker that's gone wide there. I've heard of moving out of the way for the leaders, but that was taken to extremes by Graham Ewings. He went out onto the grass at Schwann's Curve. Here comes Steve Clark, trying to retake third place from James McCall as they go into Coppice. It's Stillwell versus Haynes for the lead. Down the exhibition straight. Haynes will go to the inside this time. He's going to go through surely and take up the lead. Top 5 go through. Civic is in 6th place. This is the battle for 7th now. Kramer side by side with Ben Lopez Appleton, who goes through on the chicane. Stuart Bell in the car with the red cage is in behind them. So Haynes has got the lead back again. What's Will Stillwell going to try this time? He's going to go to the outside. Retakes the lead. Stephen Clark briefly lost out to Goldstein there, but he's back up the inside through red gates. They both got sideways there. I think they may have bounced off each other. I can't keep up with this. This is brilliant. There's only 3.5 minutes to go now. One of the wings coming loose on Will Stillwell's car. Will that affect his handling? I shouldn't think so. But he has gone a little bit wide there out of the old hairpin. Max Haynes in the all black car moves up alongside him. Who's going to come out here with the lead? Another back marker ahead of them. Up to McLean's they come. Number 2 of Rob Appleton, I think, will be the next man to be lapped. Haynes just has the lead on the inside. And here comes James McCall. It's all about timing your finishing move right. Getting in the right position to attack for the lead into the last corner and slipstreaming your way through. Is James McCall going to be the man to time it right? Look out, Rob Appleton. They're coming up to lap you. Stillwell to the inside on the chicane. He's going to go through and retake the lead. And here comes McCall up the inside, side by side through the chicane with Haynes, who will force him to go wide. He has to lift off there, James McCall. He's got to keep the momentum up and keep in the slipstream. They've got to move out wide to lap Rob Appleton, who I don't think has seen them all there behind him. He does now. They all get round him. Haynes back up the inside. Look at Goldstein attacking. He's got through into 4th place, past Stephen Clark, and he's attacking McCall to try and move back into P3. So close, swapping places off. It's more like a greyhound race than a motor race, this is. It's amazing stuff. Will Stillwell leads them down into the hairpin. They slide, they went through on the edge of adhesion. There's Bren Maud, he's closing up as well. He's only down in 10th place. See how close the top 10 are. They're well clear of everybody else. Rob Warner next in 11th place, a long way behind. Stillwell back up the inside, retakes Max Haynes yet again. They swap places on just about every corner in the last few laps. But Goldstein's not finished yet either, and McCall's down to 5th because Clark has got through. 2's going to time it right, 90 seconds on the clock. This is going to be last lap, I think, this time through. Up the outside is Max Haynes. Down towards the chicane. There's a big lock up there from somebody, and that was Stillwell. He's gone straight on. Will Stillwell over the gravel. That's lost him his chance. There goes chance of a double for Will Stillwell, and it's Max Haynes from Goldstein. Side by side between Clark and McCall for 3rd place. Side by side between Lopez Appleton and James Civic further behind them. Well, who's timed it right then? Is it going to be Paul Goldstein? Can he salvage his first win of the season? Can he get past Max Haynes? Or has Haynes done enough? Goldstein's going for it. These two have pulled slightly clear of Stephen Clark now. But the real winner here is going to be motorsport itself. This has been one of the best races I've seen in a long time. Up towards McLean's. Haynes, can he hold it? He doesn't want to be leading going into the chicane because they'll all try and slipstream him. Has Paul Goldstein timed this right? There's 20 seconds left on the clock. I think they're going to get the checkered flag this time. Can Clark get into range? I think it might be just between those two out in front now. Goldstein, he doesn't want to strike early. He's got to time it here. Up the outside into the chicane. He's going to move across. He moves across. Haynes is going to try and double back into the chicane. Absolutely on the limit there through the chicane. Is Goldstein going to do it? The checkered flag, I think, is going to go out this time up towards the line. It's going to be Paul Goldstein, is it? Haynes pulls out. They're going to finish side by side. Well, I think that was a dead heat. I think that was a dead heat over the line. We'll go to the timing screen. The timing screen gives it to Max Haynes by 8 thousandths of a second. That is unbelievable. How did Max Haynes get Paul Goldstein back out of the chicane? I didn't think that was possible. unbelievable. We'll await and see if the timing screen corrects itself. I don't think even they know who's won it. Right, the timing screen does sometimes correct itself, and it does. It now goes to Goldstein by 0.06 of a second. Well, I think both of them deserve a joint win there, if that was possible to do. So Goldstein, provisionally the winner by 0.06 of a second over Max Haynes. That's 0.006 of a second. Stephen Clark was third. McCall fourth. Lopez Appleton fifth. Then Civic sixth. Will Stillwell seventh. Harry Kramer eighth. Stuart Bell ninth. Bren Moore 10th. Well, there it is confirmed. To 2 decimal places, they're equal. 0.06 of a second. Initially, the timing screen showed Max Haynes as the winner. I was waiting to see if it would correct itself. I have not the words to sum that up, everyone. That is one of the best motor races I've ever seen. Well done to everyone in the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates Championship Sigma 150s. It's almost a shame we have to declare one winner. They're all winners after that incredible affair. Paul Goldstein takes it ahead of Max Haynes and Stephen Clark. Haynes the top trophy driver, ahead of Sibbett and Stillwell. I'm off to get my voice back for the next race, and we'll head down to Parc Fermé.
Welcome down to Parc Fermé. I'm here with almost a disbelieving Paul Goldstein. That is about the gap. That was it. Unbelievable. I mean, did you know you had it over the line, or?
I did think as I crossed the line, I had my nose in front. Yeah, but yeah, just wow. I was down to about 7th or 8th at one point. I'm sure. That is possibly the best race I think I've ever had.
You've had some great battles out there, you know, with Max. Will's been up there as well. The viewers have been absolutely loving it. What is it like behind the wheel of one of these when you're going toe to toe? Is it a blur, or are you conscious of everything that's happening?
You're trying to see who's coming at you next, in fair.
Yeah.
So whilst you might have dealt with that person, they don't go that far away from you. I mean, I've bashed wheels, I've lost a wing. I then hit my own wing as we come through the chicane because I got nudged over wide, so I didn't know what damage that was going to do. But no, you get past one person, but you know they're coming back at you, so you can't ever forget about them because they're always going to come back. It was so slow up the after Craners, up the hill. It was so slow for the lead person. The 2 people behind just towed right up to them. So coming on to the last lap, I was just behind Max. I was like, I'm not overtaking you until we get to the back straight. Because if I overtake you before, you'll get me on the back straight. And then I got him on the back straight, and it just worked.
Isn't that why this is so good?
It's so much fun. That was amazing.
Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Paul, so happy for you, mate. That was unbelievable. Let's grab Stephen Clark as well with that one.
Hey.
Caught your breath yet, have you?
Not really. Yeah, that was pretty intense. Really intense racing. I didn't know where I was going to be. I was 6th. I was leading. I was 3rd. I think I finished 3rd.
So isn't that the beauty? Yeah, you did. Yeah, but isn't that the beauty of it? Is you can be 6, 7, 8, but you can still. I mean, Paul dropped right back as well at one point, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean the incredible thing about Caterham racing is the toe. You know, the difference it makes, and you can have 2-3 seconds a lap and I mean absolutely nothing. You know, and once the guys start hunting you down and they work together and they stop messing around, there's no getting away. And yeah, that was good example of that.
It's been a good weekend for you, Stephen. Well done. Congratulations, Max. Can we grab you, buddy?
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, and I guess a little bit of commiserations. But my word, that was some race.
That was amazing. Yeah, I would say it's the best race of the weekend for everyone watching. Disappointed, but
that was the gap.
Yeah. I don't know. You always beat yourself up afterwards. I feel like I should have sent it up the inside, but who knows what would have happened. So happy with that. Thanks everyone again for watching online. Love you guys.
Have a crack next time out. Well done, mate. Congratulations. There you go. Right, time to go. Rest of the next group are actually out. The Junior Saloon Car Championships. I'm going to hand over to Dave to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Well, thanks, Ian. I'm still getting my breath back up here in the box. Time for race 3 of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. They're already on their green flag lap. And the grid will be formed according to the third fastest time from the qualifying session for each driver yesterday. It will be Josh Salvadori on pole in car number 110, looking for his second win of the weekend, and Ollie Smith on the front row for the first time in car number 80. Second row treble to Ollie Kerr and 46 Luca Maserati. Third row Lewis Stannard, number 19, and number 70 Wilf Butler, winner of race 1 yesterday. Row 4 is Leon Holly, number 87, and 26 Louis Austin. Fifth row Kyle Wells and Max Scharfegger, they tangled in yesterday's race in the rain. Row 6 Martin Wright, number 14, and 27 Matthew Swatton. Seventh row Sherry-Ann Powell, number 42, and number 7 Joe Wood. And 35 Tom Algar and treble 3 Lexi Powell complete the grid.
Which would have been his hat-trick if he hadn't had the mechanical grumblings yesterday that just suddenly forced him to have just uncontrollable understeer.
This will be another 15-minute race. Josh Salvadori led all the way in this morning's race. Yesterday was on for a podium, but picked up a penalty for track limits, and it was Wilf Butler who went on to win in the number 70. Ollie Kerr looking for his first win on the second row. Ollie Smith, one of our newcomers, the green and blue car on the right, on the outside of the front row. Also looking for his first win is Luca Maserati, going from the outside of row 2. Red lights are on. Revs are up and away they go. Race 3 of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, down towards Red Gates for the first time. It's Josh Salvadori who leads them off ahead of Ollie Smith. Looks like it's Kerr that's up into third place, side by side between Maserati and Stannard for fourth position. A couple of cars run out wide, but it's Josh Salvadori in the Lightning McQueen lookalike who leads the way into the Craner curves for the first time. Still side by side for fourth, Luca Maserati and Lewis Stannard. Looks like Maserati's going to come out with that fourth place. Wilf Butler in behind them in sixth, and here comes Kyle Wells trying to make it 3 wide, and Ollie Kerr, I think that was, no, Wilf Butler, sorry, who nearly lost it there coming through the old hairpin. He got a wheel onto the grass on the entry, and almost spun him round. Up towards McLean's for the first time. Ollie Kerr closing up on Ollie Smith for second place. Smith runs out a bit wide. Luca Maserati all over the back of the Simpson Race exhaust car there of treble 2 Ollie Kerr. He's got Lewis Stannard keeping an eye on him as well in fifth position. And already Salvadori is clearing off. Third in the points last year behind Harry Smith and Jonathan Moore. We heard from Jonathan this weekend. We're going to be racing in the Porsche Sprint Challenge in a Porsche Cayman this year. Big step up from the Saxo. Jonathan Moore, a very talented racer runner-up in the points last season. One car going out very wide there and almost into the barriers. I think that's Max Scharfegger in the grey car. Loses a few places as a result. That's going to allow Leon Holly to come through, and also in there is Martin Wright in the number 14 towards the tail of the field. Ollie Kerr chasing Smith now, the two Olivers together for second and third place. Luca Maserati has dropped a couple of car lengths back in fourth ahead of Lewis Stannard. A good drive by Ollie Smith looking for his main podium in the Formula. All the time Salvadori is getting away. Lewis Stannard still on the tail of Luca Maserati for fourth position. Tries to go for the outside. Next in the order is Kyle Wells, and then it's Wilf Butler, winner of race 1 yesterday in the wet, has gone down to 7th. Lewis Stannard to the inside. Something went flying there. Whether that was a bit of Stannard's car or one of the markers, I'm not sure. So he's going to try and take fourth place into the chicane. Still side by side. They've been side by side for almost the whole race, these two. So Maserati turns in, holds the place. This is allowing Kyle Wells to close up in the 4.48, and as high as second earlier on. Can he take Lewis Stannard here and move into P5? He's being almost pushed along there. And yes, they both go past Lewis Stannard. That's Carl Wells and Wilf Butler. Louis Austin's going to try and move through as well. Thought Stannard had dropped down the timing screen there, but no, his transponder's not working, I don't think. Meanwhile, the battle for second. Ollie Kerr's got his headlights on to try and intimidate Ollie Smith ahead of him. This is the fight for fifth. The Vinnersport car of Kyle Wells ahead of the number 70 of Wilf Butler. Josh Salvadori leads by over 2 seconds now, though he's done the fastest lap, 1:26.96. Up the inside, Stannard throws a move up the inside there of Wilf Butler to try and take that place back again. Thought they were both going to run wide over the gravel there, but they've saved it. Nice little fight developing here. Stannard will get the place away at Coppice. Side by side now for second, Smith and Kerr still together. Can Kerr take P2 into the chicane? Going to have to be fairly late on the brakes here. They're still side by side, and Ollie Smith, good defensive work, holds that second place. Let's see what Luca Maserati can do now. He's going to take the wider line. Kerr in the middle, Smith on the left. A spinner in the background. Oh, that's Max Scharfegger again. It's Patrick Scharfegger, the former Caterham and now Citroen C1 competitor. Max Scharfegger has spun out of the chicane. Meanwhile, still 4 cars at it for second place, and still Ollie Smith holding the place ahead of, in third, Ollie Kerr. Then it's Kyle Wells who's got through into P4 ahead of Maserati. Rick Stannard and Wilf Butler behind them. Train of 6 cars. They're trying to emulate the Caterhams here, I think. Josh Salvadori is missing all the fun out in front. Everybody else scrapping behind him. Wondering if once one of them gets past Ollie Smith, they'll start to trail up to the back of Josh Salvadori. Maybe he's the cork in the bottle here, as through goes Lewis Stannard past Luca Maserati into Coppice. He's got that tight line into Coppice nailed down, hasn't he? Ollie Smith holding that second position down into the chicane. Is Ollie Kerr thinking about a move this time? I don't think he is. Through the Robert chicane for the 4th time. Another fastest lap for Salvadori, 1:26.907. He leads now by just under 4 seconds. Starting to spread out across the straight now, and Ollie Kerr with a late lunge up the inside on Ollie Smith, but Smith still holds that second place. Goes out a bit wide on the exit. This is Kerr's opportunity to try and take second place, but no, Smith again moves across and takes line. Very defensive driver is Ollie Smith. Kyle Wells in 4th place. Stannard 5th, Maserati 6th, Butler 7th. Climb up towards McLean's once again. Louis Austin there in 8th place, next in the order. Martin Wright 9th. Leon Holly rounds out the top 10. Climb up to Coppice. Still no change in position at the moment. Will they all close up together again as they come down towards the chicane? Ollie Smith defending. Wells a little bit sideways there on the way into the chicane, bounces over the curbs on the exit as a result of that. Could leave him under pressure from Lewis Stannard in the number 19. Kerr and Smith weaving about at the front of this group. Ollie Kerr will try and dummy back to the inside into Redgate. No, you don't, says Ollie Smith. Ideal step up from karting, these little Citroen Saxo VTRs. Dart them about like you can in a kart. Still your leader is Ollie Smith. Leader of this battle in second place in the race, because Josh Salvadori is in a race of his own up front. 4.5 seconds clear now. Swing their way through the right-hander at McLean's. Lewis Stannard maybe gearing up for an attack on Kyle Wells, the ex-Ninja Kart racer here. Yes, he's got a run on the inside coming out of Coppice. He said he got that line nailed down. Smith and Kerr try to go side by side, but Kerr's on the outside line for the chicane. But I think Stannard's going to get P4 away here from Kyle Wells if he breaks late enough. They're side by side on the way in. There was a bit of rubbing there. Wells still has the place. Now Maserati's able to move back up on them as a result of them losing a bit of momentum, and he might split this pairing, but Wilf Butler's going to go for the inside. 3 wide for 5th position into Red Gates. Stannard just about holds the place. Down the hill towards the old hairpin, and that is Leon Holly. He's in the gravel at, I think that's on the outside of Redgate, possibly. Facing the wrong way. Well, he was 10th. His debut weekend in the championship looks like it's come to an early end. Just over 5 minutes of this race to go. There is Stannard back onto the tail of Kyle Wells. Going to use his favoured tighter line through Coppice. Kyle Wells a little bit sideways, under braking there. But Smith and Kerr have got clear into 2nd and 3rd. The main battle is for 4th place now. And I think the safety car is going to come out for that car stranded at Red Gates. This is going to close everybody up. That's the last thing Josh Salvadori needed to see. So he was a long way ahead. About 5 seconds ahead of the pack, but there's the safety car. And his lead is going to be wiped out. 4.5 minutes this race to go now. I think Leon Holly's car has been recovered by the marshal, so we should get just 1 lap of safety car here. There he is. May have been a little bit of contact there because his wing mirror's hanging off. Is that the 4th wing mirror we've lost from these Saxos through the course of this weekend? Leon Holly, all the way from Cullompton in Devon. Make his way round to the back of the pack. Looks like his rear windscreen may be broken there as well. Let's have a look as he comes up towards Coppice. Yeah, so we can see there the rear windscreen has been smashed in that incident as well by the look of things. So I'm not sure what's happened there. Doesn't look as if the car's rolled over, thankfully. Of this race to go. Leon Holly, I think, has come into the pits. Yeah, lights out atop the safety car, so it's just a single lap. Josh Salvadori hoping to pull away again on the restart. We should get a couple more laps on the restarts. Or can Ollie Smith pounce for a win on his debut weekend? Revs rise. Over the line they come, ready for the restart. Carl Wells almost pushing Ollie Kerr there. He's determined to attack right from the off here. Now side by side for 2nd place. They're going to fan out across the straight. They could go 5 wide for the lead here. Josh Salvadori didn't get the restart he wanted. Look at Ollie Smith around the outside. He's gone into the gravel. He's tried too hard there. That's cost him his chance of victory. And the rest of the pack, well, it looks like the M1 on a bad day. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Salvadori's been railroaded right back. They're pushing and shoving down the Craner curves. Lewis Stannard's got through into the lead. How's he done that? He restarted 5th. How on earth has he got through into the lead? Well, I think that restart might be looked at by the clerk of the course. They were all over the place because I think it was because Salvadori bogged down a bit. He's down to about 5th position. Stannard's gone from 5th to 1st. It's Luca Maserati 2nd. He restarted 6th. 3rd, it's Kyle Wells. And the order has totally changed. What an extraordinary restart. So Josh Salvadori, I think he's in 4th place, but he's got the weight of another pack of cars on his tail. They're still at it further back, look. Ollie Kerr's in there, and Wilf Butler as well. I think that's Louis Austin up behind them, quite possibly. These 3 have broken away slightly. We've got 1 more lap to go after this one. So Lewis Stannard leads it from Luca Maserati and Kyle Wells. I've not seen a restart like that before. Yeah. And nobody is in the position that they were in on the restart. They've all changed. Dodging to the inside, Kyle Wells. That's brave. Nearly hits the back of Luca Maserati. Salvadori's back up there as well. I've no idea who's going to win this. Here comes Salvadori back into it. Forces his way past Kyle Wells back up into P3. He could yet win this. They're trying to better the Caterhams for entertainment, I think, this lot. So Lewis Stannard in car number 19 from Banstead leads the way. Kyle Wells shuffled back into 4th place. Luca Maserati in 2nd place. Both of them from Banstead in Surrey, our two leaders. Josh Salvadori from Chelmsford in 3rd place. Up the inside, Salvadori forces his way up the inside. There's a load of black and white flags for track limits gone out. As Salvadori, you can see he's angry after that restart. He throws it up the inside of Luca Maserati, up into P2, but that's just let Lewis Stannard escape into the lead. And here comes Kyle Wells now. Also in there is Ollie Kerr. What on earth is going to happen for 2nd place into this chicane? Stannard's got clear, so it looks like he's going to win it. Salvadori into 2nd. What's going to happen here? They barrel their way into the chicane. Wells side by side with Maserati. They lean on each other. Wells goes out wide into the gravel. He's off into the barrier. He's not going to finish. And Lewis Stannard's going to win it. What an incredible finish. Salvadori 2nd. I think Maserati was 3rd. Yes, he comes over in 3rd place. Then Kerr, Butler, Austin, Wright, Wood, Powell, Scharfegger and Swap. And poor old Carl Wells ends his race in the barrier. Topi's all right. Thumbs up from the marshal. You're not going to push that out of there. What an extraordinary finish. I don't know what happened on that restart. They all just seem to throw their cars at Redgate simultaneously. Well, the provisional results of that one, and it will be provisional because I would imagine the clerk of the course will want to have a look at that restart. Lewis Stannard, the winner, his first win in the championship by 3/4 of a second ahead of Luca Maserati, because there's just been a penalty applied. A 5-second penalty to Josh Salvadori, and he's dropped into 7th. Now, let's have a look. Yes, that's a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits has just been applied to Josh Salvadori. So it's Stannard, Maserati and Kerr, your top 3. Butler 4th, Louis Austin 5th, then Martin Wright, good result for the scholarship winner. Salvadori down to 7th, Joe Wood 8th, he was towards the back of the grid. Sherry-Ann Powell and Matt Scharfegger, despite going off twice, completing the top 10. And then Matthew Swatton, Ollie Smith down in 12th after his off on the restart. Tom Algar, Lexi Powell, the final finisher, because we lost Kyle Wells on the last corner and Leon Holly retired to the pits. That was nearly as frantic as the Caterhams that preceded them. Such a tame affair until that restart. Incredible. You have to feel for Kyle Wells as well. Just threw everything at it going into the chicane for the last time, but overcooked it and into the gravel he went. They're trying to make me lose my voice today, I think. And next it's the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Let's head down to Ian Waterhouse in Park Fermate to get some reaction to that one.
Now, you wouldn't have just heard that, but Lewis Stannard has just given the biggest scream of his life. Let's put the camera on the man right here. Lewis, that was a scream and a half, wasn't it? That meant something to you, right?
Yeah. Jesus Christ, what just happened?
Well, you've won. That's what's happened. You've won. How does it feel?
I genuinely can't describe it. It's unreal. Like, it couldn't have happened without the team, without my sponsors, Agenda. I genuinely don't know what to say. Oh,
mate, congratulations. Look, I know this is emotional. Well done. Look, go enjoy it, celebrate it. You deserve it. Luca Maserati over here as well, the only man who's made the podium in every single race this weekend. Luca, it's good for the championship, these constant podiums that you get in. How was it out there?
It was a bit of a mess, wasn't it, really? It was a difficult race. I think we really struggled in the dry. I think the dryer got drier all day compared to yesterday, and we really struggled in that. But you know, 3 podiums off the back of that, with how we've been struggling, is amazing. To take that, you know, you've got to make the most of these weekends when you want to win the championship, and that's what we've done. So.
Points make prizes, mate. Well done, congratulations. I really wanted to find Oliver Kerr as well. He's in the 2-2. I actually don't know him. I've never interviewed him before, so this is his car here. He came home in 3rd place. We've got Lexi over there as well. Let's Joe, before you disappear very quickly, that's it. That's your first weekend done. How does it feel?
Yeah, amazing, honestly, and buzzing. Yeah, really excited for the next one now.
Fantastic, good, well done. Anyway, thank you so much for talking to us. We really do appreciate it. We've got Lexi over there. It's great to see her get to the finish. Algar's here as well. I really did want Oliver Kerr coming home in 3rd place. A note on Josh Salvadori as well. What a shame that was for him, that penalty right at the end, dropping him down the order. It's been a little bit of rotten luck, isn't it? Although, of course, he did win race 2, so it hasn't been all bad news for him. Right, we are going to have to get on to things, actually, because we've got more racing action coming up, and it's time for the second race of the weekend for the MG owners. A massive grid of cars. It's going to be another corker. So I'm going to hand over to Dave to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Well, I'd barely got my breath back from the Caterham race just before that one, and then that incredible finish. Right, let's see what the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship can do then. They're just making their way up to the grid now. Should be 32 cars for this one. It's second fastest time from the qualifying session this morning that sets the grid for this one. It's McDermott and Son on the front row once again, but this time Son ahead of father. Jake McDermott has taken his first pole position. Second row, Jonathan Candler in the 84 alongside Riley Price. Row 3, Matt Harvey and Lewis Sharp, who's secured his boot lid after the bit of contact in the first race. On row 4 of the grid, Jack Chapman and Adrian Olsen, although looking out of the commentary box window, Jack Chapman I don't think is there, so he could be a non-starter. He retired from race 1. Row 5 is 95 Jack Meager and 68 Lee Sullivan, podium finisher on his return to the championship earlier on. Row 6, 42 Simon Kendricks MGF, but I don't think that's there after his off in race 1. And Darren Leonard, he's there in the 76. On row 7, it's Doug Cole and Nick Reynolds. Then we've got Jimmy Work and Chris Lawson. Rob Addison alongside Will Sharp's MG Midges. I'm not sure if that's there either. He retired in race 1. Tony Wigley and Eddie Sharp. Eddie Sharp won't be there. He blew his engine in the earlier race. Row 11, Reese Lawson and James Blake. Then the 12th row, Anthony Bates in the Maestro. Alex Forster's MGF. Connor Lawson alongside Riaz Kesvani. And Carl Bates and Jim Bainham, the winner of Class A in the earlier race. Row 15 is David Amflett and Chris Millard. And at the back, Gary Puxty and Rob Fisher. So a couple of cars missing because of damage from the earlier race. No Jack Chapman. We don't have Simon Kendricks MGF. Just looking further down as the cars head off for their green flag lap. Will Sharp's not there. So a few notable absentees for this one. 3 races to go this weekend. I'll take you through this one. It'll be back over to Andy and Paul for the Miltek Civic Cup second race, and then I'll rejoin you for the Blue Oval Saloon Series, which close out this weekend's action. What a weekend it's been here at Donington Park. We hope you can join us in 2 weeks' time for the one-day event at Silverstone on the international circuit as well. Big hello to B&G Car Sales, who said there's only one Steve McDermott. Let's see if he can make it a double here, or will his son Jake beat him this time around? This will be a 20-minute race. Last couple of MGBs making their way around the back. There's Rob Fisher, the number 172. So the McDermott's up to the grid first then, followed by the number 84 of Jonathan Candler, mechanic in the British Army, alongside young Riley Price. Had a win at Silverstone in his debut season in 2023, the teenager. Matt Harvey, number 20, new to the championship this year. Number 33, alongside him, the youngest of the 3 Sharp brothers, along with Will and Henry. A gap on the inside of row 4 where Jack Chapman should have been. Adrian Olsen, MG Racing veteran, alongside that empty slot. '95 Jack Meeker, another newcomer to the championship, alongside Lee Sullivan, the returning former champion. Was champion in 2008 in a Maestro. Class Z champion on 2 occasions in a ZR since then. Green flag is waved at the back of the grid. For this 20-minute race, the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. There's an incident-packed race earlier on. The red lights are on and race 2 gets underway. Down towards that first corner, the McDermott's lead them off. Good stop, Adrian Olsen there, the Dayglow yellow fronted car on the outside. Matt Harvey's black car trying to sneak through for third on the inside, but it's Candler who holds that P3. Decent getaway from Lee Sullivan as well in the blue car. It's the McDermott's who lead away. Steve has outpaced Jake into the first corner. It's Dad who leads son down the Craner curves for the first time. Jonathan Candler up there in third position. Everybody's away cleanly. Matt Harvey is in fourth, then it's Sullivan, Price, number 33 next, that's young Lewis Sharp. First half lap completed without incidents, and I think family ties are going to be ditched here because Jake McDermott is attacking Steve as they head up towards McLean's for the first time. Candler holding third place towards Coppice for the first time. Steve McDermott looking for championship number 5 at the wheel of his ZR. That's Harvey going well up in fourth place. That's Lee Sullivan, Riley Price, then Lewis Sharp, and a small gap back to the number 95 car, which is Jack Meeker. They swing their way into the chicane for the first. I'll pick up the other classes a little later on, although I think There's only one car in Class F and one in Class B, so the one we'll concentrate on is Class A for the older cars further back, and one of their favourites not starting this race, Will Sharp. It's all about the ZRs really in this one, as Lee Sullivan makes a move on Matt Harvey. Adrian Olsen trying to defend there further back. I think that's Tony Wigley on his tail. Car with its window taped together there. There was a fair bit of push and shove in the earlier race. Quite a few cars ended up in the gravel. Steve McDermott, less than a car length ahead of his son Jake here, nose to tail for the lead. Jonathan Candler now clear in third place. Sullivan fourth, Harvey is fifth, Riley Price in sixth position. There's Doug Cole, the green car with the red wheels. Starting to get themselves fully settled in. It's first weekend of the season for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. It's five starting to break away from Riley Price in sixth position. He's under fire from Sharp, Mega Cole, then it's Darren Leonard in the 76. One of only a couple of ZS Saloons that has raced in the championship in recent years. He's in the ZR today. The only other ZS we've seen is the diesel-powered one raced by Harjinder Bamra a few years ago. Riley Price has lost out there to Lewis Sharp. Here comes Mika on the inside. Behind him is Cole, and it's one of the Lawson family. Three of them here today. It's Chris Lawson up there, I think, in 10th position. Rob Addison a little way behind them, the black and yellow car. He's diving for the inside. Chris Lawson attacking Doug Cole. Battle for third starting a heat up now. Sullivan and Harvey catching Jonathan Candler. A couple of car lengths in it now. Steve McDermott has pulled away slightly. He's done the fastest lap, 1:24.641. It's Candler definitely being reeled in by Lee Sullivan here. To move to the inside down towards the chicane. He's going to go through under braking. Lee Sullivan up into third. Good move there by the former champion. Won a couple of class championships in his ZR as well. And a spin in the background, that's Doug Cole. He's tangled up with Riley Price. Good save. He'll lose a couple of spots because through goes Rob Addison. 4-3-1 of Chris Lawson goes through as well. Jimmy Work moving up on the outside, the number 19. There's Darren Leonard's green number 76 car as well. 58's Tony Wigley. 39 in there of James Blake as well. There's the Maestro. He's caught a glimpse of there. That's Anthony Bate leading Class B. He's quite a way down the order though overall. He's 20th overall. Class A is led by Jim Bainham. It's Alex Forster in the MGF, the only MGF running in this race because of course as we mentioned Simon Kendrick a non-starter. The Candler in fourth place. Starting to come under fire now from Matt Harvey. Did I see a yellow flag there on the run up into Coppice? Yeah, there's green flags waving. Is somebody off on the outside of Coppice there? I couldn't quite see. There's definitely a yellow flag on the run through Coppice there. Couldn't see the reason. 14.5 minutes of this race to go. There's the MG Maestro. On for his double in Class B. I think the yellow flag has been withdrawn, so maybe somebody just ran wide through there. It's back in the day we saw full grids of MG Maestros, we said earlier. Remember Jim Edwards Jr., the ex-British touring car racer in the early 2000s, raced Maestros and Montegos. He's the father of Jade Edwards, of course. And there's the leader of Class A and the leader of Class F running together. That's Jim Bainham ahead of Alex Forster's MGF. Of course, there was a one-make series for MGFs back in the 1990s as well. Supported British GT. See the novice cross on the back of Alex Forster's car, son of Alan Forster, the ex-Montego estate pilot. Alan Forster's raced quite a diverse spectrum of cars this time, everything from Formula V single-seaters to Legends cars, Alan Forster. His son making his race debut today. They are building an MGB as well for this championship. It's the McDermott and Son pairing who continue to lead. Headlights ablaze, over the line they come. They're already lapping back markers, that's probably why they've got the headlights on, just to warn the back markers they're there. Jake McDermott's just done the fastest lap. He's only 0.4 of a second behind his father now. 1:23.960 for the number 77 car. There's our third place man, Lee Sullivan, the number 68, comes from Maidenhead in Berkshire. Jonathan Campbell being pushed by Matt Harvey now for fourth position. Somebody's run wide there, great cloud of dust. Was that Sullivan who ran wide? No, it was Jake McDermott, I think. It looks like it's Jake McDermott that ran wide there because he's back in the clutches of Sullivan now. Yes, he's dropped right back, so a mistake for Jake McDermott, unfortunately. He could lose that second place. Run wide again there through Coppice. Has he got a problem, possibly? Maybe a problem with his brakes? So Steve McDermott's now out on his own. Possibly heading for his second win, but we're not up to half distance yet in this Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship race. Now Jake McDermott, you can see he's got a whole line of ZRs behind him. Lee Sullivan, Jonathan Candler and Matt Harvey. Further back there's Lewis Sharp in the background. Sullivan's thinking about having a go for second. He moves to the inside. Jonathan Candler, the green and black car. Matt Harvey, a newcomer to this championship, but he's raced ZRs elsewhere. Screed of these tyres, Toyo tyres, the championship tyre supplier. There's Lewis Sharp ahead of Rob Addison. Gone towards half distance. Sullivan still trying to take second place away from Jake McDermott. It's calming down just a little now. Certainly not as fraught as the season opener was for this category earlier on. We had quite a few offs. They're coming up to lap 172. That's Rob Fisher's MGB, the Londoner. A record producer from London, he's raced MGBs for 25 years now. Just about manages to get out of the way there of Jake McDermott in time. Quicker ZRs will move through. Sullivan has another run down the inside. McDermott moves to cover. Candler moves to the inside now. Sullivan runs a bit wide on the exit there. Just outbraked himself slightly. Here's a replay. This is down at Redgates. Who's gone off? I think that might be Chris Lawson running wide through the gravel. Let's take a look. Yes, the 431 car of Chris Lawson, the Kent driver. It's going again with a bit of bodywork hanging loose. Back in the race. Oh, somebody going very wide there. That was Rob Addison. I think he may have tripped over a back marker there, the number 88 car. Let's hope he's been able to gather that up and continue, the former Maestro racer. Still Matt Harvey unable to get past Jonathan Candler. They're closing up again on Lee Sullivan. Jake McDermott's been able to get away from the number 68 car again. back. This is 6th place Lewis Sharp, under fire from Jack Meager. Rob Addison did keep going after that grassy moment. He's in 8th place. Doug Cole is 9th. Riley Price down in 10th. And then we've got this battle between Jimmy Work, Alex Reynolds, Tony Wigley. I think that's James Blake behind. Down the outside there goes Lee Sullivan, under fire from Jonathan Campbell. They were side by side down the Craner curves. Thanks to one of our commenters, Talon, who reminds us that we mentioned the MGF Cup in the 90s, and one of the drivers in that is somebody whose voice you have heard today, one Paul O'Neill. He raced in the MGF Cup back in the 90s, supporting British GT before his move into British touring cars. Thanks for all your comments on the stream today. We'll try and read out one or two if we can. A little later on. Up across the gravel there goes Lee Sullivan. Outbraked himself into the chicane. He holds 3rd place. Lead gap is 5.2 seconds now for Steve McDermott over his son. That loss of momentum for Sullivan will allow Jonathan Candler to attack once again. It's his debut in the championship, Jonathan Candler. There's the Maestro. In fact, not his debut in the championship, Jonathan Candler, sorry. He did appear last season, had a win at Flux in his 2nd season with the MG Owners Club Championship. Apologies there. Here's Anthony Bate in the Maestro. And there's the MGF class leader, that's Alex Forster in the yellow and red. Lovely looking car, isn't it, the MGF? There's Alex Reynolds, number 27. Nick Reynolds, I should say. Ex-Rover Coupe Cup racer. He's got Jimmy Work behind him, number 19. Tony Wigley. Behind him, James Blake in the number 39. Less than 6 minutes to go now. There's the leader of Class A for Abingdon, Jim Bainham. There's Forster as well, about to be lapped by Steve McDermott. He's got the headlights on them to warn the back markers. Alex Forster, this is all about learning his craft, his racecraft here at Donington. Blue flag is shown by the marshal to further warning the leader is behind him. And there is Jim Bainham, one of the all-time greats of MG racing in the UK. And in the world, indeed. The man who runs this championship. The gap is down a little to 3.76 seconds. Yes, with the leader having dealt with some back markers on that last lap, Jake McDermott's been able to close in on Steve. Jim Bainham goes a lap down. Still leading Class A, 2nd is David Amphlett and 3rd is Chris Millard. Lost one of the Lawsons into the pits. I can tell you Reese Lawson has pulled off. Swings his way through the chicane. The car that's even contested some 24-hour races in its time at Snetterton, the old Will Hire 24 hours. The battle for 3rd still rages on. Sullivan, Candler and Matt Harvey. Sullivan flashing his lights at the back marker there. He knows he's got to get a move on, otherwise the other two will be up alongside him. Jonathan Campbell is having to defend here from Matt Harvey. This is letting Lee Sullivan get away a little. Swinging the way through the old hairpin. There's Matt Harvey, the number 20 ZR. Going to lap Jim Bainham in a moment as well. gap is still around 4.5 seconds. 3.5 seconds even, because McDermott Jr. is closing slowly but surely on Steve. I think he's going to run out of time to catch him. Three minutes of this race to go for the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Third place fight is well back on the McDermotts now. 5 seconds down, Lee Sullivan. There they are, the first and second place ZRs. Here comes the third place fight. Jimmy Work makes a move up the inside of Riley Price, the number 17 there. Just behind them, Tony Wigley. This is for the lower end of the top 10. An MGB ahead of that's Chris Millard, number 11. Tony Wigley makes a move to the inside, another man new to the championship this year. The black and green car. Reminiscent of the old MG factory livery in the British touring cars in the early 2000s, with the likes of Warren Hughes and Anthony Reid raced the MG ZS as one of those cars here this weekend, but sadly failed to race in the super touring category. Tony Wigley was wide over the curb there. Forster continues to lead the MGFs. He's got Jack Meager coming up to lap him in the blue ZR, who's got Rob Addison on his tail. Moves through at Coppice. Addison tries to make a move as a result of that on Jack Meager, and he does go through. That's up into 6th position overall. The leaders have gone through to start what I think will be their penultimate lap. May get one more beyond this one. This battle in third, the highlight, but here's Alden. Not seen as much of him. The gap is down to a little under 3 seconds now. Can Jake McDermott catch Steve? Closing in slowly but surely. That's one of the Lawsons being lapped. And here's our second placeman, Jake McDermott. And the fight for third is still the highlight. They've caught Lee Sullivan again now. Candler and Harvey. Like Steve McDermott will have one more lap this time around. There is Jake in second place. What about the fight for third? Slowing car there. Lee Sullivan flashes the slower traffic out the way. That's Chris Lawson, who went off at Redgate earlier on. A bit of bodyworks hanging off the side of his car. Into the last lap of the race then for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. That will be the signal for Jonathan Candler to attack for a podium place. All over the back of Lee Sullivan. That's Harvey looking on in 5th. Looks like it's going to be the McDermotts 1 and 2 again. Steve McDermott then through McLean's for the last time, then up to Coppice and the chicane. He's increased the gap 4.6 seconds clear of his son Jake now. Well, it's going to be a double for the man starting out on his quest for a 5th MG Owners Club Championship title this year. Man from Buckinghamshire through the chicane for the final time. It's 2 out of 2 for Steve McDermott in car number 1. Flashes the lights as he crosses the line, and it's another family 1-2 because Jake comes home in second place. A profitable weekend for McDermott and Son. Who's going to be third? It's going to be Lee Sullivan, just from Jonathan Candler. Matt Harvey 5th. 6th it will be Rob Addison. Ahead of Jack Meager. Here comes Jim Bainham in for another class win. Lost count of the number of championships he's won over the years in this division. Class F is won by Alex Forster. There he is, the yellow MGF over the line. We've just got to wait for our other class winner, the Maestro, to come in. That will be Class B, won by Anthony Bates. No problem at all for Steve McDermott. Here comes the Maestro. Great to see one of these cars still racing. So we'll give you the provisional results of that one. McDermott's 1 and 2 once again. 3.994 seconds was the margin of victory for Steve McDermott. Sullivan in third place as ZR's locked out the top 17 places. Sullivan, Candler and Harvey having a fine battle for third place in there. Rob Addison and Jack Meager for sixth as well. Doug Cole, Lewis Sharp and Jimmy Work rounding out the top 10. Class B went to Anthony Bates. Class A to Jim Bainham and Alex Forster topped Class F. Just one retirement there. Reese Lawson retiring into the pits. Race not quite as chaotic as the race we saw earlier on, but a good season opener for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. Thanks for all your comments coming in. Must say hello to Meg Checkley, who's watching in Birmingham with her young son Finley. Loves his car racing. I know all their family are into their car racing, so hello to you. Glad you're enjoying the action today. You'll be watching in a couple of weeks' time with our broadcast from Silverstone as well, with Brickcar Endurance Plus support. A couple of races to go here today. The Miltek Civic Cup is up next. Andy McEwen and Paul O'Neill are going to take you through that one. But shortly we'll hand down to Ian in Parc Fermé with our MG Owners Club drivers.
It's dark.
Yeah, welcome down every Parc Fermé. A bit of a case of deja vu. It's the same top three as we had earlier in the day. You're right there, so you almost took this window out here, Steve. Right, well done, congratulations, another win. We do this a lot actually, don't we? We do this a lot down here. How did that one feel?
Yeah, that was good. He was right on me, closer than the first one.
Yeah.
And literally, he was stuck to my bumper. Literally, I thought, is he touching me? It was that close. He got a bit eager and went off.
Yeah.
So
the pace is there in him, isn't it? Because he actually set the fastest lap. So.
Did he? Yeah. He's just got to calm down a little bit when it needs to, and then he'll be taking them.
Yeah.
A little bit of experience.
Can you sense that crossover's coming? The son overtakes the father. It's coming, isn't it?
Yeah. Obviously, who better to beat me than my boy?
Yeah.
So that'll be the ideal scenario.
Not just yet, though.
Not today.
Not just yet.
Not today.
Hey, Steve. Jake, let's grab a quick chat with you. Right, just chatting to the old man. The pace is there. You did set the fastest lap of the race. He just said you just got to calm down a bit.
Yeah, it was a bit annoying off the start. That's what it was. He done me on the start, and I knew if I can get up there in the first half of the track, I can set it all up to do him on the start finish, and that's what I was trying to do. But yeah, coming down Craners, I was on the inside of him, and he's come across. He'll probably say that wasn't the case, but I've got it on video. He come across, so I've twitched. I didn't want to touch him. I twitched and I hit the gravel. Same as what happened last year, funnily enough.
Dinner's going to be interesting tonight.
Yeah, but I got schooled. So, but yeah, no, the car's there.
Lesson learned, but bring it on to the next round, eh?
Yeah, it's Snet next, both of our favourite tracks. We had a 1-2 there last year, so yeah, hopefully we'll carry this on and See how it goes.
Top man, Jake. Good to see you again as well, mate. Lee, can we just grab you very quickly? What are we going to do about these two here?
I don't know. Drawing board again, I think. Yeah, and I got a little sitting duck there. I got behind Jake and then trying to overtake him. Made a little mistake in trying to go a different way. Then obviously I had the guy behind me overtake me and Redgate, so I had to have a little lunge down the bottom of Craner curves to get it back, and then just had a battle all the way through from behind. But it's brilliant. My tyres were absolutely shot, and yeah, no, I really enjoyed it. It's good.
They're good people to follow and learn off, aren't they? And congratulations, they're double podium, of course, today as well. Right, Civic Cups, they're about to head out on track. That's going to be an absolute cracker. Before we cut to the action, let's just hear from a couple of the sponsors. Over to you guys.
Let it go.
Welcome back to Donington Park, everybody. The final race of the weekend for the Miltek Civic Cup is only a few minutes away. The cars already have been released onto their green flag lap under leaden skies. Fairly stiff breeze coming through. In fact, I wouldn't even say that's a breeze. This is fairly gusting wind now coming across the circuit. And let me tell you, it is bitterly cold, that wind. Challenging track conditions for the drivers, even though it has dried up significantly from this morning. The grid as follows. This is the top 10 finishers from race 1 earlier on today, reversed, and so it's an all FN2 front row. Wesley Swain and Dave Marshall together on the front row of the grid. Then we've got Jamie Petters and Charlie Constable, who tangled fairly spectacularly with Dave Marshall in the race earlier on. They're together on row 2. Jack Riddell is 3rd. And then the rest of the top 10 made up entirely of area motorsport cars. Harvey Caton is 6th, Jake Hewlett, the rookie, and Liam McGill together on row 4. The top 2 from race 1, Lewis Kent and Alistair Camp share row number 5. Adam Parker just missed out on inheriting a pole position. He will start from 11th on the grid alongside Adam Jackson. Sam Nicolau and Jake Renshaw together, another rookie driver, Jake Renshaw on the 7th row. And another rookie behind. There are something like 10 new drivers on the grid this weekend. Francisco Howitt with Daniel Petters on row 8. Row 9, Charlotte Birch and Mark Hughes with Harry England and Gary Townsend completing the top 20. Busy weekend for Gary between his Civic Cup and Pre-66 touring car outings. Then it's William Butt and Simon Welch. They're together on row 11. 12th row, Graham Ross and Josh Bromley. He should move forward from there. And Aidan Mitchell and Matt Wilkins. Hopefully Matt is out there. They worked overnight to get that car repaired after his qualifying shunt, only for it to then not leave the dummy grid at the start of the green flag lap. Hopefully car 84 will make it to the track. And Ben Bateman, I saw him all but kicking the car in frustration in the paddock area after race 1. His car broke down on the green flag lap and led to a slightly delayed start. So again, hopefully those two are at the back of the field. So 15 minutes on the clock, the reverse grid race. Paul O'Neill alongside me. Who's winning this one, Paul?
Oh, why would you ask me this? You've got to look at Dave Marshall, have you not? He's got to be in with a chance, but I think anyone in the top 6, top 7 has got a chance. But I want to see how Harvey Caton and everybody else can come through. But headlights ablaze for your Dave Marshall, so let's see what happens.
Well, Dave's pick is Wesley Swain. He says Wesley Swain will dominate this race. That is what Dave Marshall thinks. They've really unlocked something in that FN2, apparently. We'll see how much Dave Marshall knows. He predicted his result pretty much in the first race. Let's see if he's the same in race 2. The red lights go out there, an all FN2 front row, and it's a good start from Swain. In fairness, he'll fend off Dave Marshall on the run towards turn number 1. It looks as though Jamie Petters should hold on to 3rd. It's been a good start from Jack Riddell, I think. Look, he's coming up the middle, and Lewis Kent chinks to the inside further back. 3 wide into the first corner. Charlie Constable round the outside of everybody into 4th position, but it is the 2 FN2s still at the front then. It is Swain leading, Marshall 2nd, Petters 3rd, Riddell 4th, Harvey Caton coming up into 5th position. He's had a really good start, and they're 3 abreast behind. Camp is involved in that, and he sweeps round the outside of another car. That may well have been Adam Parker, and in a all car on the grass further back. Hopefully they'll get that gathered together. I think they should do. Bouncing back into the road, and miraculously avoided by everybody. I think that was 35, maybe.
Gary Townsend.
I think it was, wasn't it? Actually, 23, close to 35, who went off on the Craners. Leaders, though, together, Paul at Coppice Corner, and Dave Marshall, so far, giving Wesley Swain a run for his money.
Yeah, he's ran wide. This is an opening that he'll want. but he just didn't run wide enough, and Swain just missed the apex going into Coppice, and now Marshall is right on him. They pulled away, haven't they, already?
They really have. It's Constable in third, who's a bit of a roadblock. Harvey Caton behind, and Lewis Kent coming up the inside of Petters. So Petters has lost a couple of positions, nose to tail for the lead though, and a bit of a bobble over the curb for Wesley Swain. Dave Marshall said he's not going to take any risks over the curbs at the chicane. If other people are quicker, that's up to them, but they'll be the ones damaging wheels and perhaps even more, and therefore not reaching the end of the race. Into Redgate, Caton on the move.
Yeah, Caton's done a good job there, hasn't he? Got it all slowed down, got it all turned in, and that's one up, isn't it? But yeah, you can see Riddell is having a nightmare as well. He's getting pushed over to the track limits.
Yeah, someone else was wide further back. Riddell to the outside of Petters here. Camp trying to come through as well. Alistair Camp trying to bounce back from that disappointing. Oh, Riddell sideways on cold tyres. Gathered it together magnificently. Camp 2 has a bit of a squirm going into the old hairpin. Rear grip is at a premium, Paul.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? And Nicolau is now getting a massive bit of pressure from Josh Bromley. So it's all happening all over the shop, innit? Swain's holding off though.
Harvey Caton is flying. He is almost with the leaders. Now, if he gets to those FN2s, he needs to make his move quickly because he's bringing Lewis Kent with him. Those, for me, are the two favourites at the moment because Camp just hasn't quite made the progress through, particularly that Kent has done. Remember, they shared the 5th row, but Kent's got a car or two between himself and the race 1 winner.
Yeah, definitely. But Camp's looking like he's trying that move on Riddell into the chicane. You've got to be you've got to get a full car down the inside to get that going. And you never want to try and make a pass there either. You see McGill now onto the back of Camp. Never want to try and make that pass unless it's going to happen. Talking about passing, Caton P2. He's on the move. This is looking very good for him.
Harvey Caton to the inside at Redgate corner. That's another one picked up. Again, Marshall was a bit slower off the final turn, and that has now allowed Caton through into second place. Harvey Caton should now have the pace to close in on Wesley Swain out in front. How quickly can Lewis Kent get there? I think he and Caton are reasonably evenly matched. Maybe Lewis was slightly quicker in race 1. Riddell to the inside there of Constable, who gets squeezed over the gravel onto the grass. He's got to rejoin somewhere. There's a train of Civics coming to his right. Did well to gather that together, Paul.
Yeah, he did. And Constable's seen a lot of grass this weekend, isn't he? Unfortunately for him. But yeah, that was a little squeeze, wasn't it? And sometimes you're running so much speed through, you've just got nowhere to go. You've got to open the lockup and just bounce across that grass and have damage limitation there. But looking like a good race so far. Lewis Kent is trying to pick Marshall off. Got in the toe now. It's close. He might have enough speed here to get past him into the chicane.
Camper's got up to the front of this next little group, of course, but yeah, certainly Lewis Kent was closing on Marshall. If he doesn't make a move into the chicane, which he has, I think I think Kent has gone through. I was going to say he'd be quicker off it anyway, probably. Kent then up into third and already going for second to the inside of Swain. So Caton leads and Kent coming through into second position. This is crucial for Lewis Kent, who is trying to go after Harvey Caton out in front. He's got that move made. And, well, it is still an Area Motorsport 1-2-3, but now in a slightly different order. Harvey Caton leads, Lewis Kent second, and now really this is a head-to-head between those two, surely.
It's got to be, isn't it? This is great stuff from Caton, but Caton's mettle will be tested by... it's not going to be tested because Lewis has locked the right rear as he went into old hairpin. And that is going to put Swain all over the back of him.
Oh, and that lost him time at the old hairpin, but then all the way up this climb through Starkeys and Schwantz into McLean's. He'll be begging for the next braking zone, which finally he arrives at, holds on to second, but allows the leader to get away. Meanwhile, Marshall to the inside of Wes Swain for third. Is he late enough on the brakes into Coppice? The answer is yes. He occupies the inside line, bounces over the curb, but the momentum is with the car on the outside. Wesley Swain can straighten the steering wheel, get on the power, and manages to fend Marshall off. They've of course got Alistair Camp closing in as well now to make this a three-way FN2 battle. Camp ain't out of this yet.
Wow, someone's locked the rear again. That's Kent. He's having a nightmare with the rear of that car, but Swain has got some traction in that FN2. Like, Marshall has either got terrible traction or Swain has got mega traction. Look at Camp now, round the outside of Dave Marshall. That car's struggling in a straight line, Dave Marshall's.
Yeah, but he's been telling me all weekend that's because he's not as aggressive over the curbs at the chicane. It looks like a straight line speed deficit, but he's saying it's just that momentum off the final corner. Maybe he would say that, I don't know. Anyway, he's lost the place to Camp, and so now Marshall finds himself at the back end of the top five, with Liam McGill closing in. Now, we haven't mentioned Liam yet in this race. Slowly, methodically, picking his way through. That seems to be the McGill way, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, but he needs to be a bit quicker if he wants to get on the podium at least, because he's there battling with Camp. Marshall and Swain, and they're difficult people to get past. I see Marshall dropping back again there.
Possibly, and Camp having a go at Wes Swain too, this for third position. Now Marshall's still there behind McGill, Jack Riddell and Jamie Petters are the next two to close in behind him. But Wesley Swain continuing to lead the sort of unofficial class for the FN2s. There isn't a prize for winning the FN2 category, but there's certainly pride up for grabs. I feel, though, that Alistair Camp is about to get ahead of Wesley Swain down the back straight. He's got the inside line towards the chicane, nose ahead, full car ahead. They are teammates in Area Motorsport. Not a huge surprise that having got to the inside, Camp was sort of waved on through. And now we've got those really three quick Area Motorsport drivers at the front. Can Kent challenge Caton, and can Camp catch the pair of them?
Wow, well, we'll see. And this will, like I say, it'll be the only way Camp will catch them is probably he will catch Lewis, I think. I think that it's going to be Caton who's really got to win this for me. He's got to win it to show that he really wants this championship. But he is a second ahead, and he just needs to make a mistake, and he should be sound. Close up here, though, isn't it?
Very close. Look at this. We've got Swain, Riddell, Marshall, Petters, and actually Jake Hewlett closing in as well. So Hewlett, remember, was 5th position in race 1. Fourth position, in race 1 after a penalty for Harvey Caton, 5th on the road, and he also now is starting to buy into this battle too. Then it's Constable leading the next little group. This is the action spot though, isn't it? And there, look, Marshall has Petters to the outside of him. Petters trying to go right round the outside line and is still on the outside into Coppice Corner. This might open the door for Hewlett now to take full advantage of that. Out of Coppice they go. Marshall, I think's held on for now, but Petters may end up losing a place out of all of this.
Oh, and that's a big sideways, and that is, I've done that before in a front-wheel drive car. That is horrible, but lucky to get away with that. That was a graft getting through there.
That was Howitt, I think, Francisco Howitt in his second ever race in the championship. That will have caught his attention, definitely. Meanwhile, Hewlett on Marshall, this for 7th position.
I think that car's got a straight line problem. It's that, or it's got terrible traction. There's something going on. Dave Marshall is not that slow.
Oh, no, he's really not. He's trying his best to stay out of trouble, isn't he, really? But then just falling down the order. He won't be enjoying this, that much I can say for sure. He is a proper racer, isn't he, Dave Marshall? He likes getting stuck in, just doesn't look like he's got the tools at his disposal to do that.
Yeah, but anytime you look, he just gets gapped, and he's very early on the brakes as well. I don't know whether he's just got a problem with the front axle and he's not confident on the brakes. The car doesn't seem to get out of corners quick, and then that looks like a straight line speed problem then, because he's struggling to get out of corners. That's from what my eyes are telling me.
Now look at this for the race lead. Harvey Caton, who I've just been reminded was a race winner last year at Silverstone. Lewis Kent, can you believe, yet to win a race in the Civic Cup. Did a full season last year, a couple of guest outings the year before. Double former TCR UK champion, yet to win in Civic Cup. And he is almost now in with a shot of doing it. He's closing in on Harvey Caton as they head for Redgate Corner, absolutely together. And are we going to see a move made here by Lewis Kent as they go into the first corner? We will find out in a moment or two. But this is shaping up to be a very interesting battle.
Yeah, looks like it from what we can see on our timing screens. Caton did go across 2.5 tenths quicker than these guys. Oh, there we go. Well, there's the battle for the lead, and now we've come back to it. And Kent's done him.
Lewis Kent to the inside into the old hairpin. Then Harvey Caton will need to try and retaliate quickly, otherwise Alistair Camp will be there. We've got 5 minutes of the race to go, and Lewis Kent is into the lead. As I was saying, yet to win a race in this championship. Harvey Caton will want another win if he can, though. You said in race 1, Paul, that Harvey was driving a really measured race. This is his chance, though. If he's going to win a race, he's kind of got to unlock something now to get back ahead of Lewis, which won't be easy.
Yeah, definitely. The only problem he's got now is Campy coming at him real fast with his headlights ablaze. This might be Lewis Kent's first win, like you say, in the championship, but we can't count out Caton because he might just come back at him, but he knows that points mean prizes, and he's driving measured, but he's a racer. I think Caton will want this, and you never know, if them rear brakes start locking again on Lewis's car, he could be in for another win.
Lewis Kent's last race win in anything was in TCR UK back in 2022, the 80th TCR UK race. We'll celebrate our 100th race at Donington Park next time out in TCR UK. A lot has changed over the 8.5 years or so of TCR competition in this country. Anyway, this is the Civic Cup, and this is an absolute humdinger of a battle going on at the front. Lewis Kent, Harvey Caton, Alistair Camp, how aggressive do you think Campy's going to be here? Will he settle for the points in third, or is he on a mission?
Again, Campy's a racer. I think he's going to want them two to battle, and then he'll pick his place. I don't think he's going to need to. Campy is already in the back of Caton, and this could be a really, really interesting move. Oh, if he can get that round the outside, I'll be well impressed. But now Lewis Kent's going to be looking at his mirror and thinking, thank you, boys, you just need to keep doing that. Caton so late on the brakes. This is a three-way.
Speed Caton took into Coppice then. I thought for sure he was missing the apex. Really committed stuff. And as you were starting to make the point that he might start dropping away from Kent, the exact opposite started to happen. Down into the chicane they come. There's less than a Civic's length between the top two. And again, that snatch of the rear brake from Lewis Kent. Is that too much bias to the rear, maybe? What's going on there?
Yeah, it could be too much bias to the rear. It can be the front is too soft. It pulls the rear up. That makes the tyres come off. There's going to be a lunge here. Who's it going to come from? This Caton will see that the rear is moving round on Kent's car, and he's going to push him into the brake zones, and he's going to run wide. Both run wide, and that is going to put now Camp into a position where he's going to run as fast as he can through the old hairpin. 2 minutes 45 seconds left of this race. This is brilliant. This is going to be awesome.
This is where Camp seems strong through the high-speed stuff. I think Caton's late braking is being exaggerated by the fact that Lewis is struggling under braking, having to back off the entry to the corner, and that time actually Caton had a mega run out of the old hairpin, closes in through Starkeys. We're about to turn right through McLean. Surely Lewis will defend the inside, but again the rear is locking. That means he's got no confidence turning into the corner. Caton needs now to read that situation and use that to his advantage. If Lewis is struggling under braking, that's where Caton needs to make the move.
Yeah, definitely. And the only way he's going to make a move is going so late on the brakes and trying to shock Lewis Kent, because Lewis will not want to brake late. Because if you watch these cars down to the chicane, when Lewis Kent brakes, which is about now, you're going to see the rear. Look at it. It turns the car in nice, but that can all of a sudden turn you into the wall. So this is where you've got to take a watching brief, and there's going to be a move. Someone's got to try something, because Lewis Kent is not having a nice time on them brakes.
Redgate has to be the spot, but Caton isn't quite quick enough off the chicane to then make that move into turn one. McGill in fourth, by the way. Then it's Swain, Riddell and Hewlett together. This is the battle for fifth position. Petters, Marshall and other Petters, Daniel Petters completing the top 10. This, though, quite rightly is where the attention is focused, with a lap and a half of racing to go. Lewis Kent, with clearly an ill-handling car, hanging on for now and only a lap or so away from maybe claiming that maiden victory in the championship. Dave Marshall's prediction of Wesley Swain dominating this race hasn't quite come true, Paul, but Wes has driven well, I have to say.
Yeah, he's done a great job. Really, really good job. It's difficult to lead from the front, but he had a go, and he's starting to get a lot of understeering. That car missing the apexes. Riddell will see that and think, right, well, I'll be having you. As soon as you see a weakness in a car and a driver, you just act upon it and put more and more pressure on. But yeah, he's the FN2. I don't know. You've got to get the FN2 completely on point round here, like Campy showed earlier on today.
Camp now looking more of a threat to Caton than Caton is to Kent, really, although Harvey had a decent run through the chicane. Is Camp going to be close enough into Redgate? He's close enough to think about it. Jinx to the inside, forces the defensive move out of Caton. That was veteran driving that from Camp, and Harvey now will have to park the car on the apex. Brake discs glowing on Camp's FN2, and they come out of the corner still in the same position, but that now may have let Kent off the hook.
That move has just put Kent into a race-winning position. Full stop. This is a done deal, I would have thought, unless something horrendous happens at Coppice. I can't see it, and you might see a move on Caton for second place here, because he does look quicker now, Campy.
Yeah, Harvey's had a decent run through the old hairpin, though, hasn't he? Camp will use the slipstream up the hill to close in, and they're all kind of back together when they get to McLean's corner. Caton won't yet have given up hope of challenging Kent, but needs to be focusing in the mirrors, doesn't he? The time has ticked down to 0 again, though. Harvey supremely confident into Coppice that time, though. A bit too much speed taken into the right-hander over the crest, and Camp, I think, is going to be close enough to challenge here into the final chicane. Lewis Kent looks as though he's going to claim the win. Caton does now turn all of his attention to the fence, hugs the middle of the road into the chicane. He'll hold on to the place on the way in. Can Camp get the switch back and challenge to the line? It's going to be very close. Lewis Kent, though, is going to claim his first ever victory in the Miltek Civic Cup. It is almost side by side for second position. The second place just goes to Harvey Caton by a tenth and a half over a charging Alistair Camp, who also set the fastest lap in that race. Then it was Liam McGill in 4th, Wesley Swain 5th, Hewlett 6th, with Riddell, Petters, Marshall and Daniel Petters completing the top 10. It's Jamie Petters who finished the better of the two, but they both made some good moves forward in that race, particularly Daniel, who started outside of the top 10, and that was terrific racing from the Miltek Civic Cup. As always is the case, the top 3 covered by only 0.6 of a second. Look at this, they're all area motorsport drivers on the podium again, and they're running in team formation as they drop down through the old hairpin on their way back to the pits. The Paul Winfield Trophy winner, by the way, for drivers who haven't had a podium in the past in the Civic Cup and also haven't finished in the top 10 in the championship, that's won by Jack Riddell in 7th place overall, with Matt Wilkins, who did get out there on track. Now, I regret I didn't mention Matt Wilkins in that race, having bigged up this idea of him actually coming through from the back of the grid. Well, that's exactly what he did, because Matt Wilkins came from the back to 11th, having not even got out in race 1, and also claimed the Goodyear Diamond Award in doing so. That was really, really good stuff. Lewis Kent then, the winner, and that is his first win in the Miltek Civic Cup. Harvey Caton 2nd, and Alistair Camp, the first FN2 home. Race 1 winner is 3rd in race 2. Liam McGill and Wesley Swain complete the top 5 ahead of the impressive Jake Hewlett, who once again was the highest placed rookie. Then it's Jack Riddell, the Paul Winfield Trophy winner, with Jamie Petters, Dave Marshall and Dan Petters completing the top 10. 11th for Matt Wilkins from the back. Charlie Constable 12th in the end, ahead of Adam Parker and Francisco Howitt, who survived that moment up at Coppice Corner. Then it was Harry England in 15th position, 16th place Sam Nicolau, 17th Jake Renshaw, then it was Mitchell, Birch and Mark Hughes to complete the top 20, and then plenty more behind as well. Simon Welch was 21st position, 22nd in the 79 was Adam Jackson. He'll be a bit disappointed with that actually. 14th in race 1, obviously had issues in the second race. Will Butt was 23rd, Gary Townsend 24th after that grassy moment on lap 1, and 25th, but at least getting to race that time, was Ben Bateman. Josh Bromley retired to the pit lane somewhere in that race, so he's the only non-finisher in what was a sensational Miltek Civic Cup encounter. They always are exciting, and that absolutely was the case in race 2. In fact, in both races today at Donington Park. So, brilliant racing. Lots, again, of excited drivers to have a chat with down in the pit lane. Paul O'Neill has vacated the commentary box to head downstairs, and he will catch up now with the drivers, starting off with our first ever time winner in the championship, Lewis Kent.
Oh, wow, what a race. I didn't have Lewis Kent down for winning that, I've got to admit. I thought he was going to have a nightmare with them rear brakes. It's been a long time for him to win a race, a couple of years I think. Lewis Kent, did that feel good, mate? First of all, congratulations. I didn't realise it had been 10 years since you'd last won a race. Your mum and your dad have just had a go at me.
No, I reckon, what was it?
2022.
Yeah. Long time coming, long time coming. But no, very, very happy, very happy. The old girl held up the test, run over curbs nicely, and sent it home. But yeah.
Smells hot.
Yeah, very hot. I think everyone's brakes are sort of over the limit right now. But no, really, really pleased with the car. Really happy with it. Yeah, it's a good way.
Rear brakes on your car, mate, were smoking. You had so much rotation. Sometimes it helped you, sometimes it really didn't help you at all.
I've been struggling with a left rear lockup all weekend, since Friday, probably since media day a month ago. Can't get rid of it, but I don't care. As long as it turns in all right and gets around the corner, I'm fine. I'll control the little rear smoke every now and then, but no, really, really happy with it. Yeah, roll on Brands Hatch.
Good man, looks like you're up for the championship, lad.
Thank you.
Top man, well done. Right, Harvey Caton, where's Harvey? Harvey, there he is. Harvey, how are you, boss? Everything smells so hot, mate, it's mad. Well done, mate. Spot on. Absolutely mega effort. I had you down for the win there, but you drove with your head, and your day in the sun will come, won't it? It's just about points.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a great day for me either way, but yeah, Lewis had the pace on me at the start, and then once he got past me, it kind of fell off, and definitely happy to keep second. Defending off Alistair's a big achievement as well, seeing how fast he is, and yeah, it was a great race, really.
Where was Alistair's FN2 faster? Did it looked a little bit better off the corners and maybe just top end?
Yeah, I think top end was definitely where it was. I think most of the time I was getting the better exits. A couple of times made just a couple mistakes coming onto the back straight. Sometimes I wouldn't get a great exit when he went for the move on me on the last lap. But yeah, they're not too far off evenly matched now, so it's really good racing.
Top man, that's what we want to hear. Right, I think we're going to have to wrap up, unfortunately, but Alistair Camp's been on our TVs too much anyway, so yeah, over to you guys.
Well said, right at the end, love it.
Well, big thanks to Paul O'Neill and Andy McEwen for their coverage of the Miltek Civic Cup and the TCR UK races today. Last race of the day, already on its rolling lap. It is the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series. It'll be a rolling start. Grid positions based on the result of yesterday's race. And it will be Andy Robinson in the Falcon on pole, looking for his second win of the weekend alongside former champion Piers Grange, now in his Escorts, no longer in the Mustang we saw him in earlier. Second row we have Craig Owen in his Sierra Cosworth and Sam Daffin's rear-wheel drive Fiesta. Row 3, the Fiesta of Cliff Pellin and the V8 Capri of Alan Breck. Row 4, a pair of Fiestas, the Mark II of Michael Rudge and the later ST of Tom Smith. Row 5, Ollie Allen. Watch for him coming through in his modified Mark VI Fiesta. Failed to finish yesterday's race, as did the reigning champion Tim Mizzen in his Fiesta. And from the back of the grid, we should have the black Mark VI Fiesta of Rob Taylor and Martin Reynolds, not in his Anglia, but in his Mark II Escort. They're just coming up to the chicane now. It'll be a 15-minute race. A couple of cars we are missing that were out yesterday. We don't have Mike Manning's Sierra Cosworth. We also don't have Colin Claxton's Mark I Escorts. And we have one car pulling out of the way there. Craig Owen, I think, has got a problem with the Sierra Cosworth. He's pulled out of line, so he's not going to start. Red lights are on. With the light fading, the temperature falling, the last race of the day gets underway. Craig Owen is going to try and make it into the pit lane in the Sierra Cosworth. And Andy Robinson thunders off into the lead in the Aussie V8 Supercar. Well, the Blue Oval Saloon Series yesterday was the Blue Oval Monsoon Series. It was so wet. But better conditions today, and Andy Robinson will make use of that. He's already streaking clear in his Aussie V8 Supercar. Look at Sam Daffin coming through up there into second place in the Fiesta. He's made a great start, getting ahead of multiple champion Piers Grange in the PRG Trailers Escort, but the Escort back around the outside into the old hairpin. It looks like Michael Rudge we could be losing as well. His Fiesta is slowing right down as they come down to the old hairpin as well. So they've lost a couple of cars already from our final race of the day. They've all got the headlights on, those that have them. It's Robinson from Grange. Ollie Allen already, well, he said he'd be coming through. He's already up to third from, well, towards the back of what has to be said is a slightly depleted grid. We've had a couple of non-starters and then a couple of cars pulling out on the opening lap. So the quicker cars very rapidly rising to the front of the field. It's Andy Robinson, the man from Bedlington near Newcastle, who leads the way. He's got a couple of these Aussie Ford Falcon supercars in his stable of V8 engine machinery. Listen to the rumble as that Falcon comes down the Wheatcroft Straight. Piers Grange, very much a classic Ford man as well, got his Mustang that we saw in the pre-66 races as well. Ollie Allen up there in third in the Fiesta ahead of Sam Daffin. Craig Owen Sierra sadly in the pit lane. There's Cliff Pellin with his later Fiesta ahead of Martin Reynolds. And there's Alan Breck in his beautiful Jägermeister liveried Capri V8. Tim Mizzen, good to see him back out. Retired yesterday, the reigning champion in the number 1 Fiesta. Leaders heading up towards McLean's, and Piers Grange is not letting Andy Robinson get away here. The PRG Trailers Escort is having a go at the big Aussie beast. It'll be tricky to get past, partly because of that, partly because of how quick the Falcon is in a straight line, and partly because of the sheer size of the thing. It's not, as we said yesterday, it's not until you stand next to an Aussie V8 supercar you realise just how big they are. And Robinson able to pull away in a straight line. But Grange, the better handling car in the turns. He may struggle here, though, because he hasn't got headlights, and it is starting to get quite dark out there at this stage of this spring day. But at least today they can see where they're going, and it isn't an absolute monsoon out there. Fastest lap by Piers Grange, 1:15.689, a couple of tenths quicker than Robinson that time through. Ollie Allen third. There's Sam Daffin up there in 4th place, his Fiesta. It's had a few mechanical dramas over the last couple of years. Speaking of dramas, Martin Reynolds into the pit lane. His Escort has pulled in. There's Rob Taylor and Tom Smith in their Mark 6 Fiestas. Anything Ford can be used in this championship. So we're down to, unfortunately, only 9 cars running in our Blue Oval Saloon Series race. There is the Capri of Alan Breck, also racing his BMW this weekend earlier on in Classic Thunder. And that Capri is just pure thunder if you listen to it, but Tim Mizzen in the little Fiesta able to keep up with him. There's another pair of Fiestas running nose to tail, so there's still a few battles, despite the slightly lower than hoped for entry. A few cars having problems earlier in the weekend. Mike Manning only able to race yesterday in the Sierra Cosworth. We lost Colin Claxton as well with the Mark 1 Escort, the Castrol car. Tim Mizzen looking to take the Fiesta past the big 5-litre V8 engine Capri. Past Kenny Coleman and Luke Bennett race that Capri in special saloon events. Listen to that 5-litre V8. Sounds just as good as Andy Robinson's Falcon. Still leading the way. He's just done the fastest lap, Andy Robinson, 1:14.347. 1.8 seconds clear now of Piers Grange's Escort. Ollie Allen in 3rd place. This is the fight for 6th place between Breck and Mizzen. Tim Mizzen, who won the title for the first time last year in the Blue Oval Saloon Series. 2 years ago it was James Dunkley in a Mark II Fiesta. He's now in pre-83 touring cars. Here's our leader. Look at the flames spitting from the side exit exhausts of the big Falcon in the Dick Johnson Racing Shell Helix colours. Robinson's other one is in the silver colours used by Craig Lowndes when he drove for Ford. Paul Radicic and Stephen Ellery are the names on the side of the Falcon. There is the ORA Motor Services car of Ollie Allen. Dropped out of yesterday's race, but has raced his way through to 3rd. It's 3 seconds back on Piers Grange. 1:13.977, the new fastest lap for Paul Radicic, aka Andy Robinson. Many will remember Paul, as well as his exploits in Australian racing. Of course, successful in the British Touring Car Championship for Ford and for Peugeot. Sadly, his career later curtailed by injury suffered in a crash at Bathurst. There goes the Capri, and Tim Mizzen's got the Fiesta ahead of the Capri, I noticed there, so it's not all about brute force here at Donington in the Blue Oval Saloons. There's Rob Taylor ahead of Tom Smith in the Battle of the Fiestas. And Piers Grange is in trouble, I think. Ollie Allen's through the second. Grange is slowing down. So Piers Grange has got a problem with the Escort, I think. Ollie Allen's through into 2nd place. Is Piers Grange going to head for the pits, I wonder? He's definitely struggling. He's slowing down there, but he's not headed for the pits. That last lap was about 10 seconds off his personal best, so there's something amiss with the Escort, sadly. He's going to try and keep going. He's got just over 8 minutes to go. If he can keep the car going... Well, he and Ollie Allen are the only 2 cars left running in their class, Class S, because Martin Reynolds has dropped out and Craig Owen didn't manage to get to the start with the Sierra. So if Piers Grange can keep going, he will still pick up some points. So it's now down to Ollie Allen. What are his lap times like compared to those of Andy Robinson? He's lapping about just over a second slower than the Falcon. Ollie Allen's been racing modified Fords, particularly Fiestas, for many years now. Here comes Robinson, and in the slightly fading lights, that car has even more of an effect. The yellow headlamps, the flames licking from the side exit exhausts on the overrun. Dusk is the best time to go racing. I mean, just look at that. So spectacular. Here comes Piers Grange. Now, how far ahead of Sam Daffin was he? About 12.5 seconds clear of the Fiesta. The Escort clearly struggling. Robinson has upped his pace. He's now 9 seconds clear of Ollie Allen. over the line goes Grange. Yeah, his lap time that time of 1 minute 30, and Daffin has almost caught him. Sam Daffin's going to go through into the podium slots then. And I think Piers Grange is going to have to give up the struggle eventually and pull in. But he's going to try and keep going to at least get some class points towards the championship. Robinson leading Class A, Allen Class S, Daffin Class C, and Mizzen Class D. Daffin, that beautiful modified Fiesta. Alan Breck is dropping back into the clutches of the Fiestas now. Taylor and Smith. 6 minutes to go. Final race of the weekend here at Donington Park on BARC TV. So the main question now is, can Piers Grange keep going to the checkered flag? There's Rob Taylor, number 1 at 4-1. From Hailsham in Sussex. Of Arlington Stadium, the short oval venue. This morning, Speedway team from Leeds. Tom Smith behind him, a newcomer to the club from Colville in Leicestershire, very much on his local circuit this weekend, and they're catching Piers Grange's struggling escort. Alan Breck from Herne Bay in Kent in the Big Capri. They draw past Grange. Meanwhile, Tim Mizzen has caught Cliff Pellin. This is now for 4th place overall. Cliff Pellin in the Mark 7 Fiesta. He comes from Canvey Island in Essex. Tim Mizzen, the reigning champion, also from Hailsham. Some giant killing performances we've seen from this little green Fiesta. They're fighting now for 4th overall. Pellin second in Class C behind Sam Daffin. Mizzen leading Class D for the smaller capacity cars. Andy Robinson for Class A for the biggest engine cars. He's well out in front. He's nearly 18 seconds clear of Ollie Allen now. So, barring any mechanical malady, he's got this race in the bag, I would say. Here comes Tim Mizzen. He's going for 4th overall. The inside into the chicane on former Brands Hatch regular Cliff Pellin, and he's through. He said he was a giant killer, Tim Mizzen. Now, what are his lap times compared to those of Sam Daffin ahead of him? He's only lapping a few tenths of a second slower, but he's 17 seconds behind him. So I don't think we'll see Tim Mizzen make the overall podium. Down the Craner curves they come. Here's our leader, Andy Robinson. Big Ford Falcon catching Tom Smith to put a lap on him. To ease round him there at the Craner curves, he does so. Pulls his way towards Starkey's and Schwann's curve. Over 20 seconds ahead of our second place man, which is Ollie Allen. He's just coming down the Craner curves, there he is. A much more modified Mark 6 Fiesta than the others in this race. He's 25 seconds clear of Sam Daffin in 3rd place. Field well spread out now, except for the battling pair for 4th place. There is Sam Daffin from Pershaw in Worcestershire. To see some improved reliability for Sam's very special Fiesta, run by Gaff Sport Racing. Tim Mizzen just did a personal best lap, but still a couple of seconds slower than Sam Daffin in 3rd. This is the only real battle we've got on track at the moment between Mizzen and Pellin. They're clear of Breck in 6th position in the Capri. Piers Grange has given up the struggle. I can tell you he has pulled into the pits to retire. So there's 8 cars running now to the dozen who started. There is the Jägermeister liveried Capri, a very famous sponsor in motorsport in years gone by. Orange cars in single-seaters and sports car racing, as well as saloons in the colours of Jägermeister. Remember the team that they sponsored briefly in the late 80s in Formula 1? That was Eurobrum. Sadly, rarely qualified for races. That was in the days when groups were hugely oversubscribed with over 30 cars in Formula 1. You had to pre-qualify your way in. Sadly, the Eurobrums didn't often make it. Rob Taylor. It's pulled clear of Tom Smith now. 5 seconds between the two of them. So less than a minute left on the clock now. I think Andy Robinson has gone into his last lap. We see in the background there the recovery vehicle towing Michael Rudge's car back to the paddock. Here comes Robinson. Looks like he's on his last lap now. He won yesterday despite being unable to see where he was going or get the power down properly. It was so wet. He laps Cliff Pellin. I think it's going to be checkered flag this time, so I think we're on the last lap of the weekend here at Donington Park, our first weekend of the season on BARC TV. And here comes Andy Robinson to perfectly start his Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series season. He certainly has bossed it this weekend. Andy Robinson comes up to the line, takes the checkered flag, 2 wins out of 2 for the Aussie V8 supercar. A long, long way clear of Ollie Allen, who's just coming out of Coppice Corner now. Some lap traffic comes across the line. Wait the class winners to come home. Here comes Ollie Allen. The demise of Piers Grange. He will win Class S in 2nd place. Class C is going to go to Sam Daffin, and Class D to Tim Mizzen. Just waiting for them to come home to take the checkered flag. They were the only other cars on the lead lap. Here comes Daffin. Headlights ablaze. Tim Mizzen with a decent battle with Cliff Pellin in the middle section of that race. Sam Daffin will be very pleased to get an overall podium, as well as a class win in Class C. And here's Tim Mizzen, the reigning champion, for 4th place. He wins Class D. Makes up for a retirement in yesterday's race. Well, the race winner's been round on a final lap of honour. Wave and say thank you to the marshals and the spectators here at Donington Park. The provisional result, a win for Andy Robinson in the Ford Falcon. 12 laps completed, over 30 seconds ahead of Ollie Allen. I think that's the biggest winning margin of the weekend. Sam Daffin 3rd and Tim Mizzen 4th. All those 4 win their classes. And Cliff Pellin in 5th place, a lap down ahead of Alan Breck in the Capri and Rob Taylor and Tom Smith. We lost Piers Grange and Martin Reynolds into the pits. Craig Owen pulled off at the start. And we also lost Michael Rudge on the opening lap. Cars coming into Parc Fermé, so for the last time this weekend we'll hand you down to Ian Waterhouse.
Oh, that's a pair of wins for Andy Robinson. Hello! Hey, we're doing this a lot this weekend, it seems.
Yeah. It's about time as well. So
I'll tell you what, Ed, it's even colder than it was earlier as well. So don't get out.
It was proper cold. Yeah, it was proper cold.
And we're going to see you for the whole season.
Bits and bobs. I'm definitely doing the Super Touring Festival.
Yeah.
I haven't really decided. So yeah, I enjoyed that. It was a good race with Piers for the first few laps, then I fell away. Then after that, it was just like doing a track day. Just thoroughly enjoyed myself. Just eased off, kept the revs down, and didn't like braking 20 foot earlier, and just keeping it all together. Good stuff. I was getting dark.
It is, yeah. Time, almost time to go home. It's great to see you again, Andy, as well. It really is. Let's grab Ollie for a quick chat as well. What a great performance, Ollie, that was. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was good, mate. But apart from the gearbox blowing up. So it's
maybe not quite as great as I thought.
I've had transmission problems all weekend, so this satchel box isn't really strong enough for the car. But it was a good result. I was chasing Piers down until he got a problem. Lap times are pretty good. A 1:14 in a front wheel drive, 1000 kg Fiesta's pretty fast. I've got a good team. I've had my best mate over from Norway, old John Edwards, and Ornis, my other best mate, he's Grafton, Teresa and Kimberley. I've had my whole family here as well.
They get to watch you on a podium, take a pot home now, don't they?
Podium, I want to thank my boys as well for helping me. But
brilliant.
Yeah,
nice one.
I'm pleased it didn't get too dark. I put my lights on.
And it didn't rain today.
It was dusk, wasn't it?
It was.
But yeah.
Nice one. Well done, mate. Go celebrate. Go on. Go have a good time. We've got Sam here as well. Let's just quickly grab a chat with him. And no more racing, of course. That was the final race of the day. Got to pop your hat on there, Sam. Congratulations and have a great drive.
Yes, it was all right. To be fair, it's very lonely. It was a lonely old race. The top two had disappeared, and there was nobody really in the mirrors either. So it's I might as well have been out on my own.
Andy sort of said that. Ended up being a bit of a track day.
Yeah, really. It was. It was sort of. I take it. It's unfortunate for Piers, but it's where we end up sometimes.
So, man, Sam, we'll see you next time. Well done. Right, just before we go, thank you to everybody for tuning in over the course of the weekend. Yes, our first weekend with the BARC is over. What a weekend it's been. 22 races, I believe, in total. Wow, 14 today alone. Fantastic stuff. And of course, welcome TCR and Civic Cup to the BARC roster. I'd just like to say a big thank you as ever to the marshals. About them, we just would not be able to go racing. I know we say it every time, but it really is so critical that the marshals keep turning up as they do, and they do such a wonderful job. I also want to say a big thank you as well to the team behind the scenes who bring you the live pictures. They have literally spent the last 2 days out in the freezing cold here at Donington. So a massive thank you to Andy, who's holding the roaming camera right now and been providing me with Harry Bowes to keep me going. Elliot, our producer back at base. Ray, Richard, Jack, Dan as well, of course. The brilliant Dave Goddard, Andy McEwen and Paul O'Neill as well. Thank you so much to the team. And of course, just please do hit that like button. Please do hit that subscribe button as well. BARC TV is completely free for you to tune in and watch. Thank you for getting involved in the live chat as well. It does make a big difference. That's it from me. I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard. We will be back for BARC TV live at Silverstone on April the 5th. I'll see you then.
Thank you very much. Some very kind words there, Ian. I don't know about you, ladies and gents, but I was exhausted just watching some of the racing today. Certainly the Caterham graduates, the junior saloon cars, the highlight of today, but everything has been superb today and over the course of the weekend. The Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the MG Owners Club Championship, and of course we welcome the TCR UK Championship and the Miltek Civic Cup as well. Big thanks to Andy McEwen and Paul O'Neill for their assistance in covering those. Well, thank you from me to all the marshals, the medical staff, recovery crews, race control staff, everybody else who made this meeting possible. Thank you to the drivers for their entertainment and to all their backup crews in the paddock for keeping the cars moving. It's easy to forget the teams that keep the cars going for our drivers to entertain you. And thank you to you, the viewers, as well, and a big thanks to, once again, to all our camera crews, producers and directors and everyone else for bringing us BARC TV. I've run out of voice, so I will sign off now. We'll see you at Silverstone in a couple of weeks. April the 5th, Saturday. Looking at the timetable just at the moment, we kick off at around 11 AM with the Supercarts. We also have the Brick Car Endurance Championship, new format, new look for them this year. the Monoposto Championship with a variety of single-seaters, and of course the classic 2CV Racing Championship. That's all coming up in 2 weeks' time, Saturday, April the 5th. But until next time, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here at Donington Park. From all of us here at BARC TV, thank you very much indeed for watching. Bye for now.